The scene opens in a hospital, where a question is asked, "Have you ever heard of the 5 legends of our hospital?" The nurse was a bit confused by the question. 5 legends? The other nurse gestured with her eyes, indicating that the person lying there was one of them. The scene quickly shifts to the ICU, where the only sound is the beeping of the heart monitor, and the person lying on the bed is the medical intern whose soul was erased by an angel, Yi Wuming. In the silent space, a strange aura suddenly began to glow incessantly. A noisy voice spoke up at the same time, "The scent of an angel is so strong." A green dark aura drew closer and closer to Yi Wuming's position, as it breathed out in delight. "After I devour you, I can evolve." However, the turn of events went completely out of its control. It froze with its eyes wide, and just a few seconds later, streams of freezing blue light erupted unstoppably from its mouth. The technique that just appeared was a spirit domain, an absolute zero freeze that caused the opponent to be completely frozen solid. Just as the creature was restrained, a woman's voice rang out, "You dare try to eat someone right in front of me? Are you really acting like I don't exist?" The person with this voice and commanding presence was Bai Wei. She lightly touched the creature with her finger, her voice judgmental. "A humanoid wraith spirit. It must be at least A rank." The moment she finished her sentence, she used a single move to send it flying, giving it no time to process what was happening. With that taken care of, Bai Wei approached Ye Wuming's position to observe him. A question was asked at the same time, "Boss, who is this guy?" A dark figure appeared right behind her, a voice whispering, "Yi Wuming, 29 years old, a third-year medical student at Jinghua University, was granted a special 5-year leave from his studies by the higher-ups." Bai Wei's curious finger slowly and gently moved toward Wuming's eyes to examine him, her mouth still muttering curiously. "Cared for by the higher-ups, and targeted by an A-rank wraith spirit. What's so special about you anyway?" Wuming's eyes were shut tight, his body seemingly completely unconscious. However, deep in his subconscious, his hands were still struggling relentlessly. His arms continuously banged on a door as he shouted and begged, "Is anyone there? Open the door, let me out." Utterly dejected, with no one answering his calls, Wuming helplessly collapsed to the ground and sighed. "Didn't I just fall from a rooftop? Is it necessary to lock me up in this rundown place?" The moment he finished his sentence, the door suddenly swung open, and a strange gust of wind violently pulled his body backward. "What is this?" Yi Wuming's entire body fell flat on his back, his face still wincing from the painful fall. But, just a few seconds later, his eyes shot wide open in surprise, and he muttered, "I can't believe this god-forsaken place also has a hospital. Wait a minute, didn't I think I was locked inside all this time? Turns out I was outside." As Wuming was muttering to himself, a voice interrupted, "Because you hit your head, your IQ has temporarily dropped. It's understandable that you'd think that." After hearing this, he retorted, "Who are you calling stupid?" Suddenly, Wuming realized something was off, and he asked while looking around, "Who's talking?" In the darkness, a figure appeared along with the words, "Greetings, Director. It is an honor to serve you. I am the steward of the Hospital of the Gods. You may call me Number 1. Wuming still didn't understand what the person in front of him was saying, and he asked back with his mouth agape, "Director? 1? A student like me is the director? Is this hospital even trustworthy? And what's this about gods in the hospital?" "What do you mean, gods?" Number 1 answered confidently, "It's trustworthy. After all, you're the only one in this hospital who can barely be considered normal." Number 1 looked at Wuming with a meaningful gaze. "As for the gods, you'll find out once you're inside." The hospital door slowly swung open, revealing a scene full of surprises. Number 1 led Wuming inside, announcing, "Welcome to the Hospital of the Gods." The moment he stepped inside, a thought crossed his mind. Why does this place look exactly like the hospital where I did my internship? A statue in the center of the hospital piqued Wuming's curiosity. "Who is this?" Number 1 quickly explained, "The previous director. Once you officially take over the hospital, this will be replaced with your likeness." He looked around, rubbing his chin in confusion. "If I take over the hospital, does that mean I can leave?" Number 1 confirmed. "That's right. Just sign here, and you will officially be in charge of the hospital." A contract for the appointment of the director of the Hospital of the Gods, an indenture agreement for the director of the Hospital of the Gods, was presented to Wuming by Number 1. Without hesitation, he immediately put his pen to the signature line. This made Number 1 raise an eyebrow in curiosity. "Aren't you going to read the contract?" Yi Wuming replied with a grim expression. "I've looked at it. If I don't sign, can I leave?" Number 1 shook his head. "In that case, no." Precisely because of that answer, he finished signing and handed the contract back to Number 1, saying calmly, "Then reading it or not makes no difference." As soon as the contract took effect, a system notification appeared. "Congratulations on signing the director's contract. You have received a reward, Flame Emperor's Book +1. The Flame Emperor's book has detected brain damage in the director and has activated treatment mode. However, something felt very wrong. Wu Ming's body was being forcefully pulled by something. He muttered in a daze, "I'm being." But before he could finish, his entire figure vanished. He was no longer standing with number one. Wu Ming's eyes glowed an eerie blue as his body was dragged to a different location. Unlike his posture from moments ago, he now stood imposingly on a high daze. Number one sounded slightly surprised. "So, it was you?" His eyes narrowed as he observed the situation, identifying the figure before him as the Archangel Michael. The scene then shifts to 3 days later. An interrogating voice is heard. "Do you have any explanation?" Yi Wu Ming, with a determined look in his eyes, replied, "There's nothing more to say. I've already said everything I need to." A mysterious doctor-like figure approached and spoke. "If that's the case, then we shall." But before he could do anything, a mysterious shadow gripped his shoulder tightly from behind. "What do you people think you're doing?" The situation grew increasingly chaotic, and objects clattered to the floor, their lonely sounds echoing in the night. The lights in the dark room flickered on. As soon as it was bright, a tray piled high with food was revealed. The doctor sighed in exasperation. "Real clever. I told you to stick to your diet, but here you are sneaking snacks in the middle of the night, right?" Wu Ming and Nan Cheng were holding food in their hands, trying to sweet-talk him. "Oh, come on, doctor, don't be mad. How about this? Why don't you join us?" Yes, good food is meant to be shared." However, the doctor was adamant, snatching the food away as he gave an order. "It's all confiscated." Devastated that his food was being taken, Wu Ming plopped onto the floor, pleading, "No, my midnight snack." Even Nan Cheng cried out to the heavens, "Oh, dear Lord, a life without midnight snacks isn't a life at all. No more nightlife." The doctor, helpless with the two patients, warned them before leaving, "You two behave yourselves, for me." The tense situation was unavoidable, and the two of them could only watch in frustration. Night gradually fell. Yi Wuming was fast asleep when a rustling sound echoed from somewhere. This incessant noise kept getting closer to his position, the unbearable racket disturbing his sleep. Yi Wuming sat up and yanked the curtain open, shouting, "Yeah!" But an unexpected scene unfolded before him. A mysterious dark figure was in action, its voice whispering a warning. "Keep it down, don't let the doctor hear." Right after that, the humanoid fog spirit bared its sharp teeth, and its whole body lunged forward to devour him. The continuous bites drew blood on Nan Cheng's body, and the overwhelming pain left him unable to move. His eyes turned to his friend as he pleaded, "Save me." Witnessing this bizarre scene, Yu Ming was dumbfounded, wondering what the hell was going on. Suddenly, the humanoid fog spirit's legs changed direction, its feet leaping quickly off the ground. A voice declared its intent to eliminate the beggar Wu Ming. But things weren't that easy, as he was already holding an object in his hand to fight back. The sound of the humanoid fog spirit's head being smashed echoed through the room. Wu Ming shouted threateningly, "Eat this." Right after the first blow dazed the fog spirit, he switched his grip on the thermos in his hand. He threw the flask with great force, causing the hot water inside to splash out. Feeling the heat, the fog spirit thrashed around, its body steaming as thick vapor rose around it. Taking advantage of the chaotic scene, Yi Wuming went to carry his friend Nan Cheng on his back. "Let's run." The weight on his back made his legs unsteady as he moved. Even so, he was determined not to give up. His eyes and feet were set on moving forward, and he didn't forget to reassure his friend Nan Cheng. "Don't be afraid. I'll take you to find someone to save us." But just as he finished speaking, a whooshing sound cut through the air. The humanoid fog spirit's hands suddenly pierced through Wu Ming's body, and blood splattered everywhere. A helpless voice cried out, "You?" The humanoid fog spirit muttered a curse. Foolish humans. It had completely invaded Nan Cheng's body, its appearance becoming more sinister than ever. In that moment of extreme chaos, Wu Ming was disoriented by the surrounding sounds. Michael pointed a sword at him and demanded, "Go on and enjoy your life." The sound of gossip swirled around him. "So pitiful, he's been in a coma for 5 years. His parents also passed away from heartbreak. He's Xiao Yi, right? I heard that after an examination, they found he suffered brain damage. What a shame, such a bright future, completely shattered just because of one hit." These stinging words pressed down on Ye Wuming's mind. Unable to bear it any longer, he was determined to break his body free from its restraints. Michael was still giving orders. "Kid, just accept reality. This is a gift that fate has bestowed upon you." However, Michael had to stop mid-sentence, stunned by the violent development before him. Wu Ming was charging forward with his fist at incredible speed, shouting, "Here's a gift for your head." Just like that, nothing could stop him. The powerful punch landed squarely on Michael's nose. All of Wu Ming's long-suppressed frustration was unleashed. A scream that could pierce the heavens erupted. Just go die. Raging flames engulf everything. For him, a life like this. His voice trailed off. With a deafening roar, his body went berserk, his shirt ripping to shreds and revealing his rippling muscles. All his pent-up frustration exploded outwards. I'd had enough. This newfound strength and rage fueled Vo Min's fist as it shot forward. He condemned his opponent. You destroyed my family. You left me bedridden for a whole year. Every word was a painful punch delivered to his foe. However, this humanoid fog spirit was not easily defeated. It even laughed and taunted him back. Vo Min's hand, which was gripping the fog spirit's arm, loosened slightly, changing his course of action. His eyes burned with hatred as he drew his right arm back to summon his weapon, making a steely declaration. Take this. A fiery roar accompanied the brilliant golden light of his summoned sword as Vo Min swung the blade down with immense force, slamming it into the ground and declaring, You all deserve to die. All the resentment he had bottled up until now was being unleashed. At this very moment, Vo Min was overflowing with power, determined to fight to the very end. His technique was illuminating an entire section of the city, so brightly that even Bai Wei, who was taking a sip of water, choked when she saw the intense light. Her eyes looked up as she remarked, This spiritual domain power, it has to be at least S rank, right? A voice replied, stating that within that golden light was the shadow of a god, a divine domain. The Archangel of Divine Domain number 003, Goyu. The person who made this firm assertion was Liu Bai, a Siep Nan from Kinhua City and the captain of Squad 114. Faced with this unexpected situation, Bai Wei's eyes widened as she said, Big bro, we have to find this person quickly. A divine domain this powerful absolutely cannot be allowed to fall into the wrong hands. Liu Bai calmly reassured her, Don't worry. A knowing smile appeared on his face as he said that someone would definitely go find him. The scene shifts to another grand hall, where an irritated voice rang out, Damn it, this guy is a true genius, but we can't let someone else snatch him up. The character muttering angrily was Shu Qin's son, a Siep Nan from Kinhua City, and a member of Squad 114, Division 3. After a long struggle with the humanoid fog spirit, Vo Min's tired hands dropped his sword. He looked exhausted, his eyes fixed on his ill-fated male friend lying pitifully on the ground. His friend's eyes couldn't even close in peace, his body stained with the surrounding blood, so helpless. Vo Min spoke, I'm sorry, I couldn't save you. Right after he said this, another sinister voice cut in mockingly, You can't even save yourself. Startled and curious, he whipped his head around, Who's there? It turned out the fight wasn't over yet. The humanoid fog spirit was still alive and completely intact. A light shove from it was enough to make Vo Min stagger and lose his footing. The humanoid fog spirit used its massive body to lift him up, ignoring his loud shout, Let go. Vo Min's hand tried desperately to summon his sword, but he felt powerless moments later. It's no use, the sword won't materialize. The fog spirit continued to squeeze Vo Min's neck tightly, its dark voice speaking, The scent of an angel is so fragrant. After I devour you, I'm sure I can evolve. Just as the situation turned critical, a technique appeared just in time, speeding towards the fog spirit's arm. Just like that, Vo Min was dropped. After struggling against the monster for so long, he finally landed safely on the ground. Shu Qin-san looked at the current situation and breathed a sigh of relief. That was close, so close. However, it was too soon to celebrate. Before long, Qin-san had to shout angrily, Hey, I'm talking to you. Put him down now. The humanoid fog spirit's form didn't disappear or weaken at all. Instead, it was gradually splitting into two. One side continued to grip Vo Min's neck tightly, while the other lunged forward, growling threateningly at Qin's son. Seeing the events unfold before him, he realized, so it's a creature that can split, huh? Isn't that quite a coincidence? He said this with a cryptic smile, his voice full of confident assertion. I'm also someone who can split, you know. Right after he split, Qin Lan appeared, but she didn't yet understand what was going on and complained. This is so annoying, I was in the middle of my beauty sleep. Couldn't you have called someone else? He tried to persuade her. Come on, sis, this is an emergency. Lend me a hand. Qin Lan didn't hesitate at all, despite her sleepiness. She rushed forward quickly. All right, fine, I'll help you just this once. Her feet moved swiftly, dashing forward as her voice drew the enemy's attention. Hey, look over here. As soon as the fog spirit turned its head to look, a weapon had already begun to form in Qin Lan's hand. She acted in the blink of an eye, delivering a straight vertical slash that made even Vo Min freeze in awe as he watched up close. Finally, the fog spirit was terrified by the slash. It let go of his neck and fled quickly. Vo Min clutched his neck, feeling the lingering pain and coughing incessantly. Qin Lan stood confidently, her voice instructive. Kid, watch closely. This is how you kill a fog spirit. Qin-san continued. For the first move, You destroy the fog core in their heads, then for the finishing blow, Kinlan strikes with full force. Only then can you completely destroy them. The final result was truly astonishing. The humanoid fog spirit that had been so persistent moments ago was now just tiny fragments, and the surrounding scenery had also changed significantly. Everything seemed to be gradually returning to normal. Vo Min still didn't understand what had happened, muttering, "This is..." Not wanting to leave him too confused, Qin Sun explained, "This is a barrier. After the fog spirit dies, the barrier automatically disappears, and everything around will return to how it was before." Hearing this, Vo Min became overjoyed and hopeful. "So is my friend still alive?" Qin Sun replied hesitantly, "Not necessarily." The quiet scene suddenly became unusually noisy. Doctors were rushing to give first aid to Nam Than. "Hurry up, is anyone there?" Looking at the current situation, Qin Sun predicted, "It looks like your friend didn't make it." Vo Min was still shaken, but his curiosity grew. What on earth was that thing, anyway? Qin Sun thoughtfully took out a cigarette and began to speak. "Do you know about the great fog that appeared 100 years ago?" Vo Min gave him an annoyed look and reminded him, "Smoking is prohibited in the hospital." Qin Sun nodded, "I know, but I haven't been able to smoke for a long time now. I just want to smell it a little." Getting back to the main topic, he explained to Vo Min that the great fog appeared very suddenly, quickly enveloping the entire world. At first, everyone thought that it was just a rare weather phenomenon, but soon, everyone realized they were wrong. Cities covered by the great fog began to disappear, and people were also swallowed by the fog. But for some reason, in the entire world, only Huaxia was not eroded. That massive fog was stopped outside its borders, unable to advance a single step. Just when everyone thought they could rest easy, they discovered that within the fog, create life. Those things are called mist spirits. They can leave the mist and invade Huaxia. They feed on humans. Mist spirits are ranked by power from lowest to highest, F, B, A, S, and SS. The low-level mist spirits have bestial forms, while the higher the rank, the more human-like they become. Of course, they also have a highest rank called the Mist Spirit King. Their intelligence and appearance are indistinguishable from humans. Finding them is only possible with a type of bird called the Bao Tang. At this point, Jing Shan paused for a moment, a cigarette in his hand, but luckily, so far, none have ever been discovered. The existence of a Mist Spirit King. Wu Ming grew even more curious, his questions tumbling out. "So does that mean my friend died just because those mist spirits were hungry and wanted to eat people?" Jing Shan's gaze was steady as he stated firmly, "No, that mist spirit came looking for you. In other words, you got your friend killed." The accusation made him break out in a sweat, unable to accept it. You're talking nonsense." Despite this, Jing Shan pointed out the truth behind it. "Because you are a spirit contractor, a human chosen by the gods. If a mist spirit eats you, it will evolve. Admit it, you're the one who got your friend killed." The face of Wu Ming was completely helpless and defeated, sweat pouring down his face. He muttered self-reproachfully, It was me again." His arm came up to his face to hold back his sorrow. Fortunately, a supportive hand was placed on his shoulder as Jing Shan advised him earnestly, "So you don't want anyone else to die because of you, right? Instead, come with me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Jing Shan, a member of Squad 114 of the Hua Xia Siye Ren. In the Siye Ren, everyone is just like you. So, how about joining the Siye Ren and leaving the world of ordinary people behind?" Wu Ming immediately slapped Jing Shan's hand away. He said defensively, "So you're just a scammer. I almost believe you." He chuckled. "Why use such harsh words? Who's a scammer?" The Siye Ren is an organization established by the state that recruits people like us who can use spirit domains, or like you, who can use a divine domain. The purpose of the Siye Ren is, on one hand, to eliminate mist spirits, and on the other, because we are too dangerous and need to be monitored by the state. He clearly didn't believe it. "Are you done? If you're done, you can leave now, right?" Jing Shan tugged at Wu Ming's shirt, shaking it. "Aren't you tempted? Don't you want to join? You really won't even consider it." Wu Ming replied with an incredibly determined look, "Don't bring it up again. I just want to be a normal person." He frowned and reminded him, "From the moment you were chosen by the gods, you were no longer a normal person." The footsteps of Wu Ming, who was walking away, suddenly stopped. He clenched his fists, thinking to himself, "I know, that's why I just want to be a normal person." Wu Ming returned to his hospital room. It was well past midnight, and he was still tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Should I listen to that guy or not? Wu Ming's expression was tense as he tried to close his eyes. Maybe staying away from normal people is the right thing to do. Suddenly, he woke up as if his soul was being pulled away. Wu Ming stared blankly at the large hospital gate. "How did I get back here?" Suddenly, someone abruptly appeared. "My dear director." He bowed politely and respectfully. It's a pleasure to see you again, sir. He immediately retreated. Stay away from me. I think you're a bad person. Number 2, being overly dramatic, dropped to his knees, taking out a handkerchief to wipe his tears. I knew it. It turns out I've misplaced my affections. Wu Ming was suspicious. You weren't like this the last time I saw you. Hey, you better act a little more normal. Then suddenly, Number 2 stood up. My dear director, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. The person you met last time was my brother, Number 1, and I am Number 2. He asked the critical question. Are you kidding me? You two look exactly alike, he pointed out indignantly. How can we be the same? I have a noble Hoj. Wu Ming ignored the nonsense. So where is your brother? Number 2 opened the large gate. My brother is resting. We work in shifts. I work on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, while he works on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. As for the weekend, director, you are on your own. He was still suspicious. Why am I back here? He replied with an obvious tone. This is your hospital. Of course you would return here. But most importantly, you've just unlocked a divine domain, and the hospital has helped you unlock the first patient ward, so you were forcibly pulled in here. Wu Ming was curious. The first patient ward? Are there patients in the hospital? Number 2 explained. That's right, and there's more than just one. He looked at the statue of himself, feeling it was very strange. He praised, it's very handsome. It's meant to commemorate the director from that day. Wu Ming said helplessly. You don't have to say it like I'm already dead. Number 2 said excitedly. Actually, you left in such a hurry last time that my brother didn't get a chance to introduce the hospital's layout to you. The hospital has a total of 8 floors. The first floor is the main lobby, the pharmacy, the cafeteria, and the staff dormitories. He led him to a separate area, along with a fully furnished room with luxurious interiors, your office. Wu Ming couldn't help but look around curiously. So many books. He went to a shelf to take a look but couldn't pull one out. Number 2 then explained, my dear director, don't waste your energy. You can't touch these books yet. Wu Ming was confused. Why? Isn't this my office? He raised an eyebrow while sipping his tea. It's not like that. Because you are too weak, and the content within them is too powerful, the hospital has placed a restriction on them to protect you from an early demise. All right, my dear director, stop looking. We should go see the patient ward. I don't know where the key to the basement door was thrown, so be confident. He was startled and displeased. Can you guys be a little less irresponsible? Number 2 even shamelessly smiled and replied, Director, you understand. My brother and I looked untrustworthy from the very beginning. But it's okay. Below is a prison, and there's probably no one inside. Wu Ming didn't know that where he was walking, a dense black smoke was hidden. He continued to ask, what about the stairs to the 3rd floor? He explained, you need to meet certain conditions to unlock the 3rd floor. Before that, there are no stairs leading up. Wu Ming felt it was complicated. Is this a seal? Number 2 laughed cheerfully. That's right. After all, our patients are all very dangerous. He hesitated a little in front of the ward door. So, should I open it? Unexpectedly, Wu Ming heard no reply. When he turned to look, the man had already vanished, leaving behind a faint laugh. Director, good luck. This attitude really shocked him. In the end, he could only face the patient ward alone. Wu Ming's hands slowly reached out to touch the doorknob. His bewildered eyes scanned the surroundings, searching for something. After searching for a while, he helplessly wondered, is no one here? Right after that question, a rattling sound echoed from outside. It caught Wu Ming's attention, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't open the door. What's going on? Why won't the door open? Just as he was getting confused, a notification panel appeared. After the patient's file is created, the room door will automatically open. He still didn't understand the problem, muttering to himself, there's no one here. How am I supposed to create a file? Searching around, he found nothing, not even under the bed. A look of annoyance started to cross Wu Ming's face. How can there be no one here? The words had barely left his mouth when a woman with disheveled hair appeared before him, but just as quickly, the scene became empty again, leaving only an indescribable feeling of frustration. Meanwhile, Number 2 was sipping tea and breathing a sigh of relief. Good thing I ran fast. Just listen to that sound. How tragic. Hearing this, Number 1 asked skeptically, is the new patient that scary? Number 2 casually shook his head. Who knows? The director hasn't even created the medical file yet, so we can't look up any patient information. Number 1 calmly recounted, I just went to check, on the bookshelf, the few books related to this patient are all pitch black. Upon hearing this, Number 2 was so shocked, he spat his tea all over his brother's face. The illness is that severe. If I remember correctly, the patient books are categorized by the color of their illness, right, even with a bit of spit on his face. Number 1 calmly wiped it away and continued, Yes, the darker the color, the more severe the illness, but the director will also receive greater benefits. Number 2. Still very cautious, reminded his brother, that's only if they can be cured. Remember, the previous director's cases were all light gray, and it still took them several years to cure just one person. As soon as he heard this, Number 1's usual calm expression changed. He spoke hastily. I just remembered, only when a serious problem occurs in this world do patients with such severe conditions appear, right? Number 2's mood also grew somber, nodding in agreement. Yeah, the last time a black patient book appeared, I think the world was on the verge of being destroyed, back then. The two of them discussed for a while, then exchanged a meaningful glance, and finally could only sigh and agree that it's a pity for the poor director. Back with Wu Ming, the scene was unsettling, and his face had now turned pale. He was a bit shy, and slowly raised his hand to greet her. However, the other person didn't react at all, her hair still hanging down, covering most of her face. Wu Ming introduced himself clearly. I'm the director here. You're the patient, right? Right after that greeting, the system updated the file for patient number 1. Patient, Gaia. Identity, Mother Earth, Goddess. Origin, God. Of Greek mythology. Medical history, mental disorder, mission. Treat patient Gaia. Reaching 1%, 50%, and 100% progress will unlock the corresponding patient book. Current treatment progress, 0%. As soon as he heard the name Gaia, Wu Ming imagined the image of a beautiful woman. He grew even more curious. The Mother Earth goddess from Greek mythology, you are revered as the mother of the gods. And now you become a patient like this. The more Wu Ming learned about the truth, the more confused he became, questioning himself. But why would a god like that appear here? A hospital that can treat a creator god. As a patient, just how powerful is the person who built this place? And he still couldn't escape the deep questions in his mind. But why choose a human like me to be the director? Do I look like some master physician? This is crazy, completely insane. Gaia suddenly spoke up, asking a question. Why are they imprisoned? Wu Ming, already confused, this question made him even more bewildered. What did you say? Gaia repeated the question, her voice a low growl. Why did you imprison them? Why did you imprison them? Why did you imprison them? He looked at Gaia with complete confusion, his brows furrowed as he struggled to ask. Them, who are they? The situation was spiraling into chaos. Gaia's hand tightened around Wu Ming's neck. The question was relentless. Why did you imprison them? He was choked in agony, his face contorting as he tried to gasp out. Let go. Help. He was almost choked to death. Looks like I'm not getting any sleep tonight. Gaia, the Mother Earth goddess in Greek mythology, the mother of the gods. She is the grandmother of Zeus, the one who gave birth to the sky god Uranus, the sea god Pontus, and the mountain god Aurea. Gaia's children were once imprisoned by their father Uranus within Gaia's own body, so the them she's referring to are her children. It seems I've figured out how to treat her. Newly graduated director, here's a little gift for you. A new scene appeared, and Wu Ming said relaxedly, Freedom, it's been a while. Suddenly, the sound of a bicycle echoed, followed by the screech of brakes against the pavement. The sudden stop kicked up a significant cloud of dust. He was enjoying the fresh air when he got a lungful of the dust and started coughing hoarsely. It turned out the person who had stopped so abruptly was Li Jin, 13 years old, Wu Ming's cousin, who waved his hand in a delighted greeting. Bro, long time no see. Annoyed, Wu Ming repeatedly smacked his younger cousin on the head, his words full of reproach. Where did you dig up this antique? What kind of drift was that? It looked like you were about to send both the bike and yourself flying. Li Jin rubbed his aching head, looking sheepish. Bro, you were laid up for a whole year, but your arms are still crazy strong, huh? He didn't care about the side stuff and immediately asked curiously. Oh right, where's Auntie? Li Jin explained. My mom said we should head to the cemetery first. She'll come later after she finishes her work. Let's go. Get on, I'll give you a ride. Wu Ming was confused, not quite getting it, and asked repeatedly. Get on? Get on where? Li Jin slapped the rack on the back of the bike. His face was a bit embarrassed as he requested. Just make do with this for now. It was rush hour, and a tiny bicycle was struggling to carry the weight of 2 grown men. He shouted enthusiastically. Let's roll. And so, the bicycle creaked along, with Wu Ming's large frame perched bizarrely on the front. After riding for a while, the two of them finally reached their destination, a sacred place that held the graves of Wu Ming's parents. He stared at the tombstone, his voice laced with sorrow. Mom, Dad, I'm sorry. I'm late. Just then, a strange voice made a request. I'd like to light an incense stick. May I? It turned out to be the arrival of Su Jingshan, who was approaching with a bouquet of flowers in his hands. His aunt replied politely, Of course. You may, please go ahead. Jingshan nodded in thanks. In front of Wu Ming's parents' grave, he reverently placed the bouquet, but as soon as he finished, he was met with a subtle dismissal. "You're done now, you can go." Seeing this, the aunt gently chided, Ming." Jingshan turned his head to stop her. "Sister, I'd like to have a private word with Ye Wu Ming." She subtly patted Wu Ming's shoulder and said, "You two go talk. I also want to say a few things to my brother and sister-in-law." He watched his aunt and then called out to stop her. She gave him an affectionate look and advised, "Son, I don't know what's going on between you two, but talking it out is the only way to resolve things, right? Go on." And so, Wu Ming listened to his aunt and walked off with Su Jingshan. Li Jin observed the situation and remarked, "There are some things you just can't run from forever." Meanwhile, Wu Ming asked coldly, "Do you have anything else to say?" "I made myself clear that day." Jingshan repeated the action of putting a cigarette in his mouth. As if by habit, he replied, "But I wasn't clear that day." He spoke while calmly finding a place to sit. "Are you curious about Michael, the archangel who made you this way?" As soon as this question was asked, Wu Ming's face went blank. He sat down and affirmed, "To be honest, I am curious. The gods who were supposed to only appear in legends, why did they step into the real world?" Jingshan began to explain in detail. This story has to start from the year 1902. At that time, the Great Fog Screen had not yet descended, which would still be the Qing dynasty. Right in the capital, there were 3 people traveling at night. To save time, they took a shortcut through the mountain forest. Halfway through their journey, it started to rain heavily. The 3 of them sought shelter and entered a nearby cave. Unexpectedly, as soon as they got inside, a bolt of golden lightning struck down, and then something fell to the ground with a thunder, creating a deep pit. Those 3 people were quite bold, so they went closer to take a look. They all looked very curious, but just one glance was enough to leave them completely stunned. It turned out to be a person with 6 pairs of wings, their entire body emitting a brilliant golden light. That was the 3rd god discovered in Huaxia, Archangel number 003, Michael. The timing of the event surprised Wu Ming, and he asked doubtfully, "That early?" Jingshan replied firmly, "That's right, a full 22 years before the fog screen appeared. That's why we're still speculating whether the gods brought the fog screen or the fog screen summoned the gods. The reason the theory that the fog screen summoned the gods still exists is because someone once spoke with a god. That god said the fog screen appeared a very long time ago, but it gradually became uncontrollable." The deeper he got into the story, the more Wu Ming realized the issue. He pressed with a question, "Uncontrollable, does that mean someone used to control the fog screen?" The question made Jingshan hesitate and shake his head. Who knows? These gods always speak in riddles. According to our research, a total of 7 gods had descended before the fog screen appeared, and each of those gods was more powerful than any god who appeared after the fog screen. He turned and asked, "Do you know what this means? The stronger the god, the more terrifying the abilities of the one who forms a pact with them. You, Yi Wu Ming, your abilities are much stronger than many others. Shouldn't someone like you shoulder the mission of protecting humanity?" Wu Ming's eyes narrowed in a gesture of refusal. "I don't like being burdened with moral responsibility. I don't have many loved ones left now. I just want to be with them." Just as he was about to leave, Jingshan raised his voice to remind him, "Yi Wu Ming, the mist spirits might not let you stay with your loved ones." As he spoke, he pointed into the distance. For example, over there. Bai Wei appeared, raising her hand in a wave with winking eyes. Besides her was a securely caged mist spirit. Wu Ming saw the mist spirit with its mouth open over there and was a bit surprised. Finally, Jingshan handed him a mysterious piece of paper. He reminded him, "My number is on here. Call me when you've thought it over." As soon as he finished speaking, Jingshan walked over to Bai Wei. The 2 of them left without looking back, a moment that truly left Wu Ming even more confused. What on earth should I do? A new day arrived, the scene filled with light, and in Wu Ming's hand was the piece of paper from yesterday. Shu Jingshan left. He was still observing it very carefully, and right next to him was his cousin, Li Jin, who was reading a book. He curiously asked, "Bro, what did that person say to you? Why do you look so dazed?" Wu Ming's expression was extremely somber. He posed a question, "Little Jin, if you had the power, would you be willing to help save the world?" As soon as he heard this question, Li Jin's eyes lit up. Save the world? Like a superhero? Just a few seconds later, he stomped his feet firmly on the ground. He declared heroically, "If I really had the ability, I would definitely save the world. After all, this world is ours, and no one has the right to take it away." Wu Ming looked at his cousin, chuckled, and remarked, "Young people are truly always so full of passion. You keep that passion going. I'm going to go catch up on some sleep." And just like that, he moved quickly outside, leaving Li Jin inside staring after him. A thought sparking in his mind. Passion? Perhaps. We simply don't want to see this world destroyed before our very eyes. The plot thickens. Another scene unfolds. Wu Ming is doing something incredibly mysterious. Just then, the sound of footsteps was heard, and his eyes followed the sound as he asked, "No need to knock this time." Number one appeared with a respectful posture. "Welcome home, Director." Wu Ming's eyes suddenly widened as he noticed the lack of a cowlick. "You're number one?" Number one nodded in confirmation. "Yes, Director." Getting straight to the point, Number one addressed the issue. "Director, the medical file for patient number one has been placed on the desk in your office. You can review it at any time." Hearing this, he replied, "All right, I got it. You can go back to your work. I'll call if I need anything." Number one bowed and obeyed. "Understood. Director, number one is always at your service." Wu Ming had an expression of praise. Number one is still the reliable one, that useless. Number two only knows how to sell out his boss. As soon as he left, a voice spoke up as a reminder. "Hospital of the Gods, June 20th, 2006. Number two was diligently recording the events. The new director arrived and called me useless, and also said my brother is better than me." Seeing this, number one asked curiously, "What are you doing?" Number two replied succinctly, "Recording grudges." Number one looked at the situation and broke out in a cold sweat. "Why does this notebook look so familiar to me?" Number two didn't let him wonder, explaining, "Of course it does. I have a dozen or so more boxes of notebooks just like this, but they're all about the previous directors. This one is a grudge notebook specifically for the new director." In another dark room, Wu Ming was intently reading some notes. He wondered, why is there a key in here? Everything was making him more and more curious about patient number one's medical file. It recorded that patient Gaia, under the identity of the Mother Earth goddess from Greek mythology, had a history of mental disorders. Updated file. Extreme pain due to her son being sealed inside her body. Wu Ming's expression grew serious, sweat pouring down as he made a series of deductions. There's an updated file section too. So that means whatever I find in the real world will also appear in the medical file. How magical. The key in his hand was suddenly tossed high into the air, then he snatched it back into his hand, muttering to himself, "If the information I found is true, then this illness can be cured." Suddenly, a blue light appeared somewhere around the notebook. A reminder popped up. "Please note, during the treatment process, aside from the method in the Book of the Yan Emperor, Director, the other treatments are ineffective." Just as Wu Ming was leaving the room, a voice called out, "Director." He froze and answered, "What is it?" Number one appeared with a large tray of pastries and reminded him, "Director, it's time for afternoon tea. Director, would you care for some?" Wu Ming was still sweating as he thought, what a scare. "I was almost beaten to death by pastries and finally refused." "No thanks." He then added his plans for the immediate future. "I'm going to see Jir first." Before leaving, he took out the key he had just found. Number one saw it and hesitated for a moment. "Isn't this the key to the basement?" Wu Ming looked back in surprise. "The basement is this basement?" Number one confirmed it. "Yes, but this key has been missing for a long time." "Director, where did you find it?" He quickly pointed it out. "It was right on top of the medical chart. Didn't you guys find it?" After hearing that, he immediately shook his head in denial. "It wasn't us." Although suspicious, Wu Ming calmed himself. It must have been left by someone else in the hospital. "All right, I'm going down to the basement to check it out. You can deal with your afternoon tea yourself." However, number one once again blocked Wu Ming's path with a large tray of pastries. He said repeatedly, "Director, we suggest you treat the patient first. You can go to the basement after the treatment progress reaches 1%. Wu Ming's expression became very serious. "Why? Is there something down there?" Number one answered hesitantly, "Perhaps." Even so, he still turned and walked away after hearing that, muttering complaints. So many rules. As soon as Wu Ming left, number one rushed over, his voice frantic. "Sir, is she back?" Number one anxiously hoped not. Otherwise, this time the new director is surely doomed. In front of the patient's door, Wu Ming hesitated, telling himself, "Don't be afraid. She can't strangle you to death. At worst, I'll just start a new game." And with that, he overcame his fear, his hand gripping the doorknob. The door swung open, revealing a strangely dark scene inside. Wu Ming couldn't help but note that this situation was just like reloading a save in a game. He approached to start a conversation with the patient. "So, do you remember me?" But the moment he asked the question, patient Jir's eyes blazed with fury. Her arm was rising high, as if she was about to lunge at Wu Ming. Very quickly, he de-escalated the situation with his words, "Mom, I missed you to death." His words completely awakened patient Jir's consciousness, and her eyes softened. Wu Ming, standing before her, also felt the pressure ease as his fear subsided. He began to cry uncontrollably. "Mom, have you forgotten? I'm your son." At first, Jer's jaw was clenched tight, but then it relaxed. She looked at him, deeply moved. My child. Wu Ming saw the patient's calm and spoke even more reassuringly. Yes, that's right. However, very quickly, Jer asked suspiciously, but I remember you only had one eye? Caught off guard, his face froze in fear. It's over. I forgot the prisoner was a one-eyed giant. Wu Ming tried to explain. Well, I grew another eye recently. She still wasn't convinced, bombarding him with questions. Can eyes just grow back? And why are you so short now? The barrage of difficult questions left him flustered and stammering. Me, now? How am I supposed to explain this? Am I supposed to say it's because of advancements in modern technology? Whatever. At worst, I'll just die and reload the save file. After thinking it over carefully, in response, Wu Ming dared to reply. Well, modern medicine has advanced so much, and I wanted to blend in with human society, so I got plastic surgery. The noisy atmosphere suddenly went silent right after he said that, and the arm that was resting was suddenly raised high in the air, as if preparing to take action. Even Wu Ming had closed his eyes in preparation, thinking he was about to get punched. However, the outcome was completely different. Instead of hitting him, she used her arm to pull him into a tight embrace. Her voice was filled with a mother's tenderness. Oh, my poor child. The moment she hugged him, the system displayed a report on patient Jer. Treatment progress reached 3%, unlocking the corresponding patient's book. In this exciting moment, Wu Ming smugly thought to himself that he was a true genius. The scene in the dark patient room was illuminated only by the faint light of the embrace between him and his fake mother. Number 2. Observing the situation, commented, the director is so pitiful. He just found his mother and had to admit to getting plastic surgery, and it was all for nothing in the end. Number 1 retorted, it's your fault for not reminding the director. Number 2 shot back a judgmental look. You're on duty today. It's because you weren't clear that you caused the director to use the wrong treatment method. But number 1 turned the tables. Actually, the main responsibility lies with the director. He didn't read the patient's chart carefully. Number 2 chimed in, you're right. When we see the director, let's just blame it all on him. Just as Wu Ming appeared, both number 1 and number 2 jumped in surprise and spun around. He asked, what's wrong? Number 2 was so frightened he started spouting nonsense. That's right. My brother said he wants to make spilled noodles for you. As soon as he said it, he couldn't handle the stress and quickly scurried away. Even Wu Ming couldn't figure out what was happening, but he had a hunch that the man had caused some kind of trouble again. Putting those issues aside, he focused on searching the bookshelf. After a moment, Wu Ming picked up a volume. All right, let's see what this book has to offer. However, the moment he opened it, his eyes widened in shock. This was, to be precise, extremely surprising, because inside the book, there was absolutely nothing. A voice from behind spoke up. Our apologies, Mr. Director. Because we failed to remind you in time, the hospital has deemed this treatment attempt invalid. Aside from the treatment methods outlined in the director's specialized book, all other methods are considered invalid. Wu Ming yelled in frustration, you've got to be kidding me. Who gets sick, according to the standards in a textbook? Does the diagnosis have to be by the book too? Why not just give the book to the patients and let them read it? Maybe they'll just cure themselves. Exhausted and helpless, he slumped to the floor and asked curiously, so what do I do now? Where is that Flame Emperor's book? Number 1 explained, it's inside of you. After you signed the contract to become the director, the hospital gifted it to you. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming immediately turned and asked, then how do I use it? Number 1 answered hesitantly, I'm sorry, Mr. Director, but that's a matter of your personal privacy, so we wouldn't know. Things were getting more and more complicated. Wu Ming slapped his forehead and complained, I knew it. This hospital is a bottomless pit. Already exhausted from the hospital's antics, he returned to his room to rest, but his mind was still buzzing with questions about the Flame Emperor's book. Unable to stand it any longer, Wu Ming shot up in his bed. What the heck is this Flame Emperor's book? I haven't even been able to use my divine domain for the past few days. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. His mouth. What the hell was that pop? He threw the window open forcefully, and the scene outside was absolutely shocking. It was Xu Jingshan, poking his head up and waving hello. Vo Min's face turned pale as he screamed helplessly at the man. Damn it, mister. I'm on the 22nd floor. You know that? After getting into the room, Jingshan panted and complained, I'm dead tired. Seeing how he had just climbed up the window, Vo Min scolded him, you're an old man with weak limbs, are you crazy? Jingshan glanced over and replied, this is something no one can know about. Why would I use the main door? Hearing this, the boy instinctively hugged himself. You, damn pervert. What are you trying to do? I'm a decent person, you know. The man took a drag from his cigarette and reassured him. Don't worry, even if I wasn't decent, I wouldn't be interested in a weak little brat like you." As he spoke, the old man slowly pulled a piece of paper from his pocket. Vomin looked at it, completely confused about what he meant. Jingshan pointed and said with certainty, "The organization is giving this to you." But Vomin immediately refused it. "I don't need it. I don't plan on joining the private practitioners." Jingshan nodded and said seriously, "I know, but this is compensation for your parents' death." As soon as he heard the word parents, the look in Vomin's eyes changed. "What do you mean by that? My parents' death? Wasn't it caused by Tan Han?" Calmly, Jingshan maintained his composed demeanor and said, "That's right, it wasn't. This morning, the captain received a file from the higher-ups stating that your parents' death might be related to File C." Hearing this made Vomin even more curious about what File C was. Jingshan's eyes grew more mysterious as he recounted the story. "It's one of the top secret cases of the private practitioners. The private practitioners have 3 types of secret cases: File A, File B, and File C. Among them, File A pertains to unsolved domestic cases. For example, the red-eyed spirit murder case from a few years ago. File B is related to events beyond the bone, curtain, and at my rank. I can't know the details. As for File C, it's even more special. It mainly involves events related to gods. For example, the Meiji Pit incident of 1902 was a File C case, but it was only declassified after your divine domain appeared." Vomin's expression grew darker and darker. He asked curiously, "How can I find out about my parents' case?" Jingshan shot up and said bluntly, "Normally, a File C is only declassified when the related god reappears. Of course, there is another way." He approached and patted Vomin's shoulder reassuringly, his words a constant reminder. "Within the private practitioners, you just need to reach a certain rank to be able to view all 3 types of files." Vomin brushed his hand away dismissively, retorting after the long speech, "In the end, you still just want me to join the private practitioners, don't you?" Xu Jingshan was stunned and tried to explain. "Not at all. I just came to deliver the money. I already told you. I'll let you think it over yourself. Nowadays, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink." Meanwhile, Bai Wei was sitting dejectedly and spoke up. "I already said, you have to taste the melon to know if it's sweet." After saying that, she held up a huge slice of melon in her hand and remarked, "See, it's so sweet." While tasting the melon, she asked, "Captain, Mr. Jing has been trying to persuade him for almost half a month, but this kid is still resisting." Lu Bai put his melon down on the table and replied, "Actually, sometimes I also wonder if having him join the private practitioners is the right or wrong thing to do." Bai Wei firmly refuted his point. How could joining the private practitioners possibly be wrong? Just as the two of them were arguing, a strange voice cut in. "Stop overthinking it. Everything is fated." The person who appeared was Vice Captain Zhao Nancheng, the Vice Captain of Squad 144. Nancheng's appearance made Lu Bai's eyes light up, and Vice Captain Zhao's gentle smile was very warm. However, the sweet scene was immediately interrupted by Bai Wei. "Hey, you 2 captains, could you spare a thought for your audience? We have absolutely no idea what you 2 are talking about." Hearing this, the 2 captains replied in unison, "It's a secret, don't ask." Bai Wei still wouldn't back down. She pointed out that secrets are meant to be shared. Suddenly, something unusual made Lu Bai feel a sharp sensation. He clutched his eyes in pain, and Bai Wei asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" The information he sensed was the appearance of a large number of mist spirits around Yi Wuming's house. "We need to get there now." The sound of footsteps echoed as Yu Jingshan's feet landed on the windowsill. Before leaving, he turned his head and said, "All right, the money's been paid. I'm heading out." Wuming sensed the danger and irritably reminded him, Hey, don't jump out the window, use the front door." The reminder made him scratch his head in embarrassment. "It's become a habit." Wuming corrected him more firmly. "Don't get used to that kind of habit." The scene suddenly turned strange and the 2 of them looked at each other, realizing it. He looked out the window and exclaimed in shock, "What is that?" Jingshan immediately identified them as mist spirits. It wasn't just a few, to be precise, there were a lot of mist spirits, and they were surrounding and invading. It was an emergency. Jingshan quickly ran to the front door, just as Li Jin spotted him. A few seconds later, Wu Ming also burst out of his room, warning, "Little Jin, stay inside the house. Absolutely do not go outside." Li Jin only cared about what he saw and accused, "Brother, you're hiding an old man in the house." Wu Ming was in a hurry and could only give a brief explanation. "No, it's not what you think." This only made Li Jin even more smug, nodding his head with a knowing look. "I get it. I get it all." The accusation made Wu Ming scowl in frustration. "What do you get?" After saying that, he rushed outside, his voice trailing behind him. "You wouldn't understand even if I told you. In short, do not go outside." Li Jin let out a breath full of contempt and disgust, his expression filled with disappointment as he cursed under his breath, a bunch of scumbags. Outside, Wu Ming rushed out to assess the situation, only to helplessly realize the scene before him. Damn it, there are so many. Jing Shan turned his head and scolded. What is this kid doing out here? This isn't something you can handle. However, Wu Ming's demeanor became confident as he held his weapon and declared, I didn't want to either, but it did. To be precise, these mist spirits had stimulated his fighting spirit. The moment of danger was at hand, and Wu Ming stood shoulder to shoulder with Jing Shan. All right then, let's do this together. Right after he said that, the sword slashed across Jing Shan's hand. The sight confused Wu Ming. What are you doing? In an instant, the sword from before had transformed into a gushing blood sword, a formidable and powerful weapon that pierced the ground. With the power of the blood sword, Xu Jingshan created a circular red zone. That red zone expanded further and further, spreading across the city. His eyes gazed into the distance as he explained, this is a seal, a skill that all practitioners know. The seal can protect ordinary people from being affected. You'll learn it later. Sensing an invitation, Wu Ming reacted with refusal. I already said. All right, I'm not joining. He doesn't want to force it either. It's up to you. At the same time, a spiritual domain appeared, and Wu Ming's eyes watched with curiosity. I haven't even asked, why is your spiritual domain a person? The moment Jing Lan appeared, her feet quickly shot forward. Jing Shan charged up with her, and before attacking, he managed to tell Wu Ming, after we deal with this bunch of trash, I'll explain it to you slowly. Hearing this, he nodded, all right then. The urgency inside him seemed to heighten, the weapon in his hand glowing brightly. Wu Ming thought to himself, lately, it wouldn't appear no matter how I called it, but today it finally decided to show up. Even though I don't want to join the so-called Siye Ren, these mist spirits deserve to die. He was truly boiling with hatred. Every single mist spirit was ferocious, their screams piercing the heavens, while Jing Shan slashed around frantically, his angry voice mixed in. I'm gonna slaughter all you swarming insects. Not to be outdone, Wu Ming used his weapon with great efficiency, sending a mist spirit's head flying with every slash, but he constantly had to face the sudden appearance of mist spirits from multiple directions. Their sharp claws gripped tightly onto his golden sword. And Wu Ming struggled to the point of breaking a sweat, lamenting, there are too many. I can't kill them all. They're not just numerous, they're also very strong. The sight of them clawing sent the sword in Wu Ming's hand flying far to one side. The situation grew more and more critical as a mist spirit's mouth gradually opened wide, threatening Wu Ming's life. But fortunately, just then, a sword slashed across its mouth, and the mist spirit couldn't withstand it, its entire body collapsing helplessly. It turned out to be the power of Xu Jingshan. His voice rose threateningly, damn it, I'm still here. He not only pinned down the mist spirit but also redirected his sword for a new attack with great agility. He glanced over, expressing, it's a shame I don't have a spiritual domain. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to cut them down one by one. Wu Ming was a bit surprised to hear this. You don't have a spiritual domain. Despite not having a spiritual domain, Xu Jingshan was still cheerfully shouting, let's talk after we finish this. On the other side, Wu Ming's sword was being retrieved. Jing Lan had instantly pulled the sword from the ground, her hands swiftly and strongly gripping it. From a distance, he didn't hesitate to reach out his hand to grasp his weapon, his eyes filled with a growing determination to wipe out the mist spirits before him. Every single slash of his sword left a trail of blood on the ground. The three of them, Jing Lan, Jing Shan, and Wu Ming, stood firm in three directions, each one determined to fight. He seemed to be getting tired, sighing. Are these mist spirits weeds or something? No matter how many I cut down, they just keep sprouting up. Jing Shan observed the situation closely and realized, damn it, something's not right. The mist spirits suddenly started laughing in a maniacal way, their quality also seeming to change. They began to part to the sides, as if welcoming the arrival of someone. A mist spirit with 5-toed feet appeared, making Wu Ming guess, a human? A mist spirit completely different from the ones that had appeared before emerged, its form and movement style mutated. Jing Shan shouted with certainty, that's not right, that's a mist spirit. A humanoid mist spirit of S rank or higher. Wu Ming grew worried and asked, don't you guys have reinforcements? We're no match for it. Despite the critical situation before them, Xu Jingshan lit up his cigarette, replying with a terrifying calmness. Of course we do, but they haven't shown up after all this time, so maybe they ran into trouble too. The scene shifts to outside the controlled red zone created by Jing Shan, where a car is on the move, quickly then suddenly stopped. Bai Wei observed the situation and wondered, why are so many mist spirits gathered here? Jiang Ningning, a member of Squad 144, panicked and added, is this Ye Wuming guy the reincarnation of Tang Sanzang or something? Why do they keep chasing him relentlessly? She then asked, "If I take a bite of his flesh, will I become immortal?" Shirui, another member of Squad 144, propped up her chin and replied listlessly, "I don't know." Ning Ning was still excitedly expressing her thoughts. "If we meet him later, I'll take a bite and see. What if I really become immortal?" However, an unexpected situation was rapidly approaching, causing the faces of both Ning Ning and Shirui to tense up. The massive legs of a huge mist spirit were stomping right on the hood of their car, and in truth, it wasn't just one, but many of them surrounding the vehicle. Ning Ning screamed in terror without stopping. The car could no longer stay still and immediately accelerated, ignoring the mist spirits harassing them from outside as Bai Wei focused on driving forward. After a while, they were finally able to step out of the pursued vehicle. Ning Ning praised her profusely. "Sister Wei, your ice sculpting technique has improved again." Crack. Bai Wei froze the group of mist spirits, then directly made them explode in midair. Lu Bai used his reconnaissance skill, 5S rank mist spirits. Ning Ning was startled. 5 of them. Did we stumble upon the mist spirit's nest? She dropped into her spirit domain, spinning around amidst so many mist spirits. Then, Ning Ning leaped forward, swiftly drawing her guns with both hands, intending to fight directly in midair. Her face couldn't hide her frenzy. She was having the time of her life killing, and in the blink of an eye, she had slaughtered all the surrounding mist spirits. Bai Wei was nearly blown away by the dust and yelled, "This damn brat is going crazy again." Lu Bai gave an order. "Shirui, find a sniping position. Bai Wei, the far section over there is yours." The two of them immediately acknowledged in unison, "Got it." She then swiftly grabbed the other person and flew up. "Let's go, Shirui." Bai Wei directly stepped onto the car roof to gain momentum, then used that to launch herself higher into the air. She turned her head and asked her teammate, "Where to?" Shirui pointed ahead, "That high-rise building over there." So Bai Wei created an ice staircase to get there and playfully teased her by tossing Shirui off. Nancheng jumped, his little Wei planning to let Shirui free fall. However, she didn't show any sign of panic, using her spirit domain to land gently on the ground. Lu Bai sighed. The fact that Shirui is still alive proves she's really got a tough life. He glanced meaningfully at Ning Ning. "I think my life is pretty tough too." He then reminded, "Old Zhao, keep an eye on her. Don't let her actually go crazy from all the killing." Nancheng pointed to himself doubtfully. "Me?" Then, he helplessly accepted. Casually swatting away a charging mist spirit, "I'll do my best." Kids these days are getting harder and harder to manage. Lu Bai knelt on one knee, covering his right eye as spiritual energy leaked through his fingers, while his other hand touched the ground as if transferring power. Instantly, the space around him transformed. A barrier opened, and in front of Lu Bai, strange, dark figures appeared. They seemed to be transmitting some kind of information. Lu Bai listened and then fell into deep thought. Red-eyed mist spirit. Earlier, when he arrived at the CE headquarters building, Lu Bai had been speculating while waiting. "Have you heard? Something happened in Jinghua. They're not looking for us because of that, are they?" Another team captain agreed. "Probably." He even managed to joke, "If that's really the case, I'm afraid we'll have to write our wills." Just then, the door to the meeting room. The screen turned on, and the superior assigned the mission. "Has everyone heard about the incident in Jinghua City? Lu Bai, you'll handle the situation in Jinghua City. Qin Dao, this is related to the red-eyed mist spirits. Take your team and investigate. Try to contain those things outside the mist." The man replied resolutely, "Commander, rest assured. Unless I die, I will not let a single red-eyed mist spirit appear again." Remembering the look in his eyes now, his gaze darkened. With so many red-eyed mist spirits, could he really be? The spirit domain erupted further with Lu Bai's emotions, and finally, the divine eye appeared as he raged. "All you pieces of trash are going to die." Elsewhere, the 3 members of Jing Shan's group were on guard, ready for battle. A tensed Wu Ming asked, "Aren't you not supposed to smoke?" He held a cigarette in his mouth and smiled reassuringly. "Just this last time, you can only pick up the holy sword." "All right, then let's fight together." In the blink of an eye, the two of them shot forward like lightning, charging to attack the mist spirit. But then, Jing Shan's move was blocked. Their attacks couldn't even touch it, shocking all 3 of them and making their faces turn pale. The mist spirit sneered at them, like an egg hitting a rock. Jing Shan gripped his blade tightly and shouted, "Slash." However, his strike caused no damage at all. At the same time, the mist spirit pulled back its fist and then gathered its power into its other hand. With a single move, it swept all 3 of them away, and Jing Shan's group was knocked down, unable to withstand the blow. Wu Ming sat up in disbelief. How can it be this strong? He frowned, looking at his 2 struggling teammates. What do we do now? Suddenly, Jing Shan lit a cigarette, took a drag, and then threw it away. This is the only way. He took out something and dripped his blood on it, then suddenly began to explain. Yi, you asked me before why my spirit domain is in human form. The truth is, it's not a spirit domain at all, but my older sister. A power erupted around Jinglan, similar to her younger brothers. Jingshan continued, my sister was killed by a mist spirit, and her lingering obsession caused the two of us to share the same body. A sword hilt appeared in his hand, and now both siblings had summoned their weapons. This is my true spirit domain. This sight left Wu Ming wide-eyed. Jingshan turned his head slightly to remind him, watch closely, kid. Instantly, the figures of the two siblings charged forward together. They rushed towards the mist spirit, shouting in unison, go to hell. In a flash, they were right on top of it. The two of them split up to surround the monster, but the mist spirit showed no signs of faltering, looking at them coldly. Then, a powerful wave of blood-red light swept past it. Jingshan went first, striking a heavy blow against the enemy. His eyes also shone with an unusual light, spirit domain. As the two siblings passed through simultaneously, the mist spirit took double the damage from the blazing flame slash. Instantly, its entire body was so damaged that blood spurted out. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Jingshan stumbled and fell from the aftershock. The vicious mist spirit immediately seized this rare opportunity. It lunged towards him, aiming for a fatal blow. But Wu Ming rushed forward to block it, yelling, you bastard, I'm still here. He held up a brick and gave a thumbs up. Mr. Jing, you're awesome. Meanwhile, the mist spirit was now being incinerated by the blazing fire, and it could be seen struggling within the flames. Jingshan, in a daze, smirked. In my entire life, this is the first time I've used my spirit domain. I didn't expect it to be this overpowered. Unexpectedly, his vision then went dark, and his body. He couldn't hold on and staggered to his knees. Wu Ming dazedly turned his head to call for Chu Jing, then snapped out of it and rushed over. Uncle Jing. He hugged the man tightly. Uncle Jing. Uncle Jing. The man forced a smile. See, I killed an S-rank mist spirit. Wu Ming couldn't hold back his tears. I see it. I see it. You're so amazing, Uncle Jing. Jingshan weakly lamented that it was a shame the captains couldn't witness it. At that moment, he seemed to feel someone take his hand. It was the spirit of his late sister, smiling gently. Her body, like wisps of smoke, was slowly fading away. Jingshan closed his eyes with a contented smile, thinking that he could finally go find his sister. At last, his hand quietly went limp. Wu Ming's tears fell uncontrollably as he choked back sobs. Uncle Jing. Wu Ming threw his head back and screamed, wanting to release all his anguish. A golden light suddenly enveloped his body. At the same time, the surrounding mist spirits sensed that something was about to happen. A dark figure with two horns on its head gradually emerged. I have you to thank for this. Wu Ming, startled and tense, yelled out, who are you? The being slowly approached with powerful steps, then its intimidating mist spirit body was fully revealed, along with a face twisted in a malicious and cunning smile. By now, Wu Ming had recognized the newly arrived enemy, and his expression grew even more tense. You've evolved? It could actually speak human language. That's right. A fierce flame ignited in the mist spirit's hand as it laughed boastfully. Look at this. I even obtained your comrade's ability. Then it snarled maliciously, now go and join your comrade. The mist spirit launched a fireball toward Wu Ming. But unexpectedly, he managed to summon his blade just in time. He managed to block its flame, but at the same time, a crack appeared on his weapon. Instantly, an explosion erupted. It sent Wu Ming flying. A moment later, the smoke and dust gradually cleared, leaving behind scattered embers. He had suffered a leg injury. He collapsed helplessly. Lying on the ground, Wu Ming tried to crawl toward Jingshan. Uncle. His anguished gaze ignored the wounds on his own face. Uncle Jing. He looked dazedly at the man. My life was bought with Uncle Jing's own life. Instantly, a light shone in Wu Ming's eyes. I can't die like this. The system immediately appeared. It had successfully activated the Book of the Flame Emperor, detecting that the director's life force was rapidly declining and initiating wound treatment. His body felt as if it were being reassembled and protected by countless spiritual powers. It announced that the director's wounds had been successfully treated. In just a few seconds, Wu Ming was able to stand up again. The mist spirit gritted its teeth. I can't believe you can heal yourself. But he paid it no mind. Uncle Jing, I'm getting you out of here. The creature roared in fury. Rest assured, no one is leaving this place. Let's see if you can recover faster than I can kill you. In an instant, countless fireballs rained down on them. But then, a pair of golden wings suddenly appeared. They wrapped around to protect both Wu Ming and Jingshan. He gently touched the man's face. Uncle Jing, wait for me a moment. I once said that I just wanted to be a normal person. I thought that if I just stayed away from the Siye Ren, I could live in peace. When he looked up, the look in Wu Ming's eyes had changed. Now it seems I was wrong. His eyes suddenly blazed with light. Wu Ming summoned a new weapon into his hand, his expression resolute. He thought to himself, only when all of you monsters are dead can I go back to being a normal person. He flew forward to attack. He was like a god passing judgment on a sinner. The mist spirit showed no fear and immediately tried to counterattack, but Wu Ming easily blocked it. He unleashed a single move, then landed gently as the monster collapsed to its knees from the wound. Wu Ming glanced back at it. I can't kill you right now. Then, he staggered and fell. But injuring you is enough. Someone suddenly appeared and caught Wu Ming. The person who arrived was Bai Wei. Sorry, I'm late. She looked around in a panic, her head bowed. He coughed dryly, enduring the after effects of using too much power, his trembling hand pointing in one direction. Over there. And then, the team members saw Jing Shan lying there. Ning Ning couldn't hold back her tears, covering her face as she sobbed. Bai Wei was stunned in disbelief. How could this happen? Man Chang lowered his head in despair. I was a step too late again. Shi trembled and choked out, Uncle Jing. But while no one was paying attention to the mist spirit, its eyes flared, seeing an opportunity. A laser-like beam shot towards her, but Bai Wei reacted quickly and blocked the attack. Her eyes filled with rage as she glared at it. You scum. She powerfully gathered her spiritual domain in her hand, summoning countless sharp ice arrows to attack. Bai Wei used her powerful skill, her entire body erupting with immense power. Her spiritual domain let out a cold cry, falling cold stars. Instantly, countless arrows flew towards the mist spirit. When they struck, they created a massive explosion, kicking up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, the mist spirit was frozen solid. Bai Wei didn't stop there, shouting, Bone Dragon's breath. Then a massive dragon appeared, easily encircling the block of ice. Filled with hatred, she charged forward with an ice spear, instantly creating a shocking, cold explosion. Finally, Bai Wei slowly emerged from the dust cloud. Behind her, the result of her finishing blow on the evil S-rank mist spirit. She let out a sigh after the one-sided battle, the hatred in her eyes fading, leaving only sadness and relief. Bai Wei approached Jing Shan and her teammates, softly saying, Uncle Jing, rest in peace. 1 week later, his funeral was held. The team members all gathered in front of Jing Shan's gravestone. Wu Ming gently placed a brand new pack of cigarettes down, whispering sadly, Uncle Jing, this time you can smoke in peace, Lu Bai said slowly. Old Shu was a heavy smoker. The doctor never let him smoke before, but now there's nothing to worry about. Then he placed something else on the pack of cigarettes, trying to make a joke. See, I'm the one who treats you the best. I even remembered to leave you a lighter. Old Shu, that's a whole pack. So don't be stingy. Remember to share with the brothers down there. If it's not enough, just visit me in a dream, and I'll buy you more. Wu Ming asked curiously, was Uncle Jing that stingy? Lu Bai replied nostalgically, you bet he was. All the brothers knew that whenever we visited graves, he was the stingiest one. Those words startled him. All the people lying here. His voice rang out slowly. The people resting here are all the brothers who have sacrificed themselves in Jinghua over the years. The smiles of his old comrades were still vivid in Lu Bai's memory. He sighed softly. Who knows? One day, there might be a few more gravestones here. And when that time comes, I wonder who will be left to pay their respects to us. Then Lu Bai turned to leave. Let's go. Wu Ming suddenly spoke up. Captain Lu, I want to join the private operatives. He was a bit surprised and didn't agree immediately. Is it because of Old Shu? There's no need for that. Old Shu sacrificed himself for all of humanity. Not just for you. But he lowered his voice and denied it. Accepted. Not exactly. I've thought it through. In these chaotic times, being an ordinary person is the hardest thing, because ordinary people have to spend their whole lives remembering the fallen heroes, and that's too exhausting. It seems those words surprised Lu Bak, so he didn't hesitate to extend his hand, calmly accepting. All right, welcome to the special operatives. Wu Ming smiled in relief and shook Lu Bak's hand. Afterward, he arrived at the headquarters of the special operatives, and Wu Ming looked up with a dazed and slightly flustered expression. He felt awkward being stared at. Is there a problem? Ning Ning asked with an amused smile. You're pretty handsome. Do you have a girlfriend, or maybe a boyfriend? This time, Wu Ming was truly at a loss for words. Bai Wei spoke up, trying to intervene. What are you trying to do now? She just pulled her friend over to sit next to him. Although she didn't understand, Shi Rui obediently followed. Ning Ning watched the two of them awkwardly, then enthusiastically gave a thumbs up. Sister Wei, they look great together. Nan Chang immediately gave her a knock on the head. These silly matchmaking games will only cause trouble for people. She pouted. Pairing the captain with you is what would cause trouble for me. Seeing the fire spreading to him, Lu Bak quickly changed the subject. If you're so bored, why don't you take Xiao Ye for a tour? I've already submitted his application to the higher-ups. If there are no surprises, it should be approved soon. So, Ning Ning cheerfully dragged him along. Let's go. I'll show you our 30-square-meter villa. Wu Ming was flustered. I can go by myself. Only the naive Zi Rui was left sulking in her spot. Do I still have to sit here? After the two had left, Nan Cheng asked, will the higher-ups agree? But he just held out his phone. See for yourself, it read. After review, the application for official entry into the 144th Jinghua Garrison Team by Ye Wu Ming is denied. Due to special circumstances, temporary membership status for Team 144 is provisionally approved. He was startled to realize that it seemed the higher-ups already had their own plans. Lu Bak rested his chin on his hand, nodding silently without saying anything more. Nan Cheng patted his shoulder. All right, everyone has their own path to walk, for now. Let's focus on getting that other thing done first. Elsewhere, Ning Ning was giving a tour. The whole house is only this big. You can see everything from the living room. She went over to the fridge. Do you want something to drink? Wu Ming smiled, casually replying, anything's fine. As Ning Ning got the drinks, she instructed, feel free to eat anything in the fridge, and if you want something else, you can ask Auntie Zhao to make it. He asked curiously, Auntie Zhao? She handed him a can. Zhao Nan Cheng, our vice captain, but he acts like a nagging old mother managing me all day, so I call him Auntie Zhao. Suddenly, Ning Ning remembered. Oh, right, as a rookie, regulations say you have to go through a year of training. This caught Wu Ming's attention. Training? She explained. The Special Operatives is a disciplined organization. Besides learning how to use the spirit domain, you also have to go through basic training courses. Ning Ning leaned back on the sofa to drink, then continued. For example, close combat, firearms, tactics, and how to open barriers. But this kind of paramilitary training won't start for at least another half a month, mainly to give hot-blooded young men like you time to reconsider. This statement felt like a threat to Wu Ming. Her expression turned grim. After all, I've met quite a few young people like that who talk about protecting their homeland, but turn around and run for their lives at the sight of a spirit plume. He asserted without hesitation, don't worry, this isn't my first time seeing a spirit plume. I'm not afraid. Ning Ning's mood brightened. Well, that's good. Also, we don't have housing for new members. But before you start training, you might have to go through the captain's special training course. This made Wu Ming wonder, what kind of special training does Captain Liu Ya have? Just then, Lu Bai appeared. Let me give you a heads up so you're not caught off guard. The people participating in the reserve training, more or less have some background in close combat and shooting. If you just charge in like this, you'll easily get beaten to death. Nan Cheng laughed reassuringly. Don't listen to him trying to scare you. It's not like you'll die. At worst, you'll just get your arms and legs broken. But that tone of voice only made him more worried. Suddenly, Bai Wei also came over and joined the conversation, disagreeing. What an unreliable bunch. All you know is how to bully a kid. Actually, a divine domain usually appears in certain types of people. First are the military personnel near the fog zone, who are prone to activating a divine domain due to long-term exposure to the fog. The second type are those who have had close contact with death, like doctors, nurses, or people in the funeral industry. Another type is through family inheritance. If a previous generation had a divine domain, it's very likely the next generation will possess one too. These people, except for the second type, all have some sort of foundation, especially the third group, whose families start training them from a young age. But people like you with no foundation at all will just get beaten black and blue if you run into them. Just a few sentences made Wu Ming imagine himself being bullied. He quickly held his head and shook the thought away. That sounds terrifying. Wu Ming pointed to himself. So am I in the second group? But Nan Cheng spoke up. No, you belong to the... Bai Wei quickly cut him off. Nan Cheng forced a smile and managed to stop himself. But their attitude made him wonder, what's wrong? Lu Bai didn't explain, just waving his hand and laughing. It's nothing. It's nothing. She also patted his shoulder comfortingly. Don't mind them. They're always being so mysterious. According to our investigation, you were hit by the Divine Domain's activation trigger. This is the fourth group. People who acquire a Divine Domain in a bizarre way. The specific cause is still unknown. My Divine Domain is just like yours. It belongs to the fourth group. After saying that, Bai Wei touched the shoulder of her shirt. She pulled it down to reveal a red mark. I got my Divine Domain after being bitten by a fish. The scar stunned Wu Ming. Can I ask what kind of fish it was? Bai Wei hesitated, then answered a bit awkwardly. A squid. The strange answer left him dumbfounded, while someone next to them couldn't hold back their laughter. Ning Ning couldn't control her laughter. A squid? Wu Ming was confused. Is that funny? Nan Cheng spoke up to defend his teammate. She laughs easily. Oh, right. There's no housing for new members here. But since you've already joined the private operatives, you can't just go home whenever you want. Another clause left him bewildered. Then where do I stay? A hand gently landed on Wu Ming's shoulder. Bai Wei smiled and gestured. Stay at my place. It's close by and I have a spare room. He quickly nodded. Then thank you, Sister Wei. She waved her hand. It's nothing. We're teammates now. No need to be so formal. They didn't notice that on the other side, Nan Cheng was hanging his head in self-criticism. Lu Bai hit him on the shoulder. Are you an idiot? You almost let it slip, Nan Cheng said awkwardly. I was so busy I forgot. But then again, he asked, are we really not going to tell Xiao Ye about his parents? Lu Bai sighed, deep in thought, then made a decision. Wait until he's strong enough to deal with that level of things, then we'll tell him. Let the kid be carefree for a few more years. After that, Bai Wei took Wu her home. She used facial recognition to open the massive gate. Then Bai Wei gestured and introduced, this is my home. Welcome. He was completely stunned by the sight. A massive garden villa appeared right before his eyes. Ning Ning chuckled and whispered, you'll get used to it. Our rich big sis Bai Wei is actually pretty down to earth. She smiled humbly. It's been a while since anyone has tended to the garden, so it's a bit of a mess. Please don't mind it. Wu Ming quickly waved his hands. Not at all. You're letting me stay here? I couldn't be more grateful. Oh, by the way, with me showing up so suddenly, I hope your parents don't mind. Hearing that question, Bai Wei suddenly stopped in her tracks. She replied, unable to hide her sorrow. They've been missing for a long time. But her expression remained calm as she took a slow breath and began to explain. Back then, they left me alone on a boat, saying they were going into the deep sea to search for something. In the end, they disappeared, and I was nearly killed by a fish, but because of that, I became a spirit contractor. He felt awkward for bringing up a painful memory. I'm so sorry. But Bai Wei didn't seem to mind, smiling as she said, it's all right, it's all in the past. She led them to the front door, opening it as she added, besides, I'm doing just fine now. That evening, at the headquarters of the CERN, someone was speaking via a large screen. It was Zhao Yu, the current director of the CERN Action Department. I've reviewed your report. Lu Bai immediately got straight to the point. Director Zhao, the red-eyed mist spirits shouldn't be appearing in Jinghua. Is this Qin Ye's doing? She reassured him. Rest assured, Qin Ye is fine. The reason so many red-eyed mist spirits are appearing is because Jinghua has become unstable. Nan Cheng appeared with a broom. Didn't you hear Du Ya's warning signal? Zhao Yu nodded a greeting. It's been a while, hasn't it? He smiled back, Director Zhao. She gave him a satisfied smile and a nod. Then she explained, it's merely unstable. It's not on the verge of collapse. But Nan Cheng was insistent. What's the source? If we eliminate it, can we restore stability? Zhao Yu then pointed towards Lu Bai. Shouldn't you be asking him that question? Lu Bai's expression darkened. As of now, everything is still normal. I haven't noticed anything out of the ordinary. She pressed. Are you certain? He reported. After exterminating the horde of red-eyed mist spirits, I kept a close watch for several days. Other than a few stray mist spirits still within Jinghua City, I haven't seen any large-scale gatherings of mist spirits, but there is one small issue. Lu Bai recalled the sight of the trembling mist spirit. Sensing this was important, Zhao Yu frowned and listened intently. He pointed out the anomaly. It seems these mist spirits are all somewhat afraid. Nan Cheng stroked his chin and murmured, something that can frighten low-level mist spirits. It could only be a high-level mist spirit or a god. Lu Bai looked up and asked, Director Zhao, could a god have appeared? She immediately denied it. Impossible. A god will not appear in Jinghua again. That means it can only be a high-level mist spirit. Afterward, Zhao Yu checked recent reports on her computer. She projected an image and said, not necessarily. Recently, various locations have reported a new type of creature. Upon seeing it, Lu Bai exclaimed in shock, Nuwa? Zhao Yu shook her head. No, but it is indeed a creature from mythology. According to our initial analysis, it's most likely a lamia. He and Nan Cheng exchanged a meaningful glance. She read from the compiled data, Lamia, a monster from ancient Greek mythology, half woman, half serpent, who preys on children. He asked tensely, does that mean there's a chance that monster could appear here too, similar to sugarcane? Zhao Yu asserted it wasn't just similar, it was very likely sugarcane leaves. Reports from various places all confirmed it was indeed sugarcane leaves. Lu Bai's expression turned grim. This thing has multiple bodies. She smiled and raised a finger up. Not just one, but 17. Lu Bai voiced his suspicion, meaning this creature had already caused trouble in several cities. Zhao Yu rested his chin on his hand and nodded. Although he didn't want to admit it, it was true. Nan Cheng was confused. So why haven't they caught it? Surrounding a group is hard, but isn't surrounding a single one easy? She sighed and replied, if only it were that simple. The problem is, this sugarcane leaf creature has many clones. Right now, we've only managed to capture its clones, and according to the information we gathered, it's very likely the sugarcane leaf is right here in Jinghua. After all, your place has him, who's full of disgust and attracts all sorts of strange things. Zhao Yu didn't pay it any mind. Alright, there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. As soon as the screen went dark, the room fell silent again. Nanchang pulled out his chair. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be going too. Lu Bai was still busy turning off the screen, but then he suddenly froze. Nanchang turned back, having just remembered something. He was confused. What is it? He gave a wry smile. We forgot to ask where that thing appeared. And so, both of them were caught up in their own mistake. Night fell, and Wu Ming entered the hospital again. He sighed as he looked at Gayer lying on the bed. Number 2 bowed politely. My dear director, you really don't need to bring me along. But Wu Ming smiled and said, how could I not? After all, if I get tricked by you guys again, I can use you as bait for Gayer. He shivered and hugged himself. Director, it's only been a few days. Why have you become so cruel? He moved closer and growled. Well, even if I'm not cruel, I'll be played to death by you and your brother anyway. Number 2 put on a pitiful act. Director, you're joking again. How could my brother and I possibly harm you? But Wu Ming didn't fall for it, not trusting him. Behind him, he eagerly pulled out a notebook. Great, another entry to write down. He suddenly turned back, frowning, and asked, what are you doing? Number 2 stammered, I. Suddenly, he exclaimed in shock, Director. Behind them, Gayer, who had woken up at some point, lunged to attack Wu Ming. Startled, he could only raise his hands to block, damn it. But when he felt no pain, he opened his eyes to look. Why did it suddenly go quiet? Then he was completely stunned by the sight before him. She was being held back by countless hands. But Gayer continued to scream frantically, Go die, all of you, go die. Wu Ming asked in confusion, What is this? Number 2 then explained, This is a defense mechanism exclusively for you. It was the first time he heard of this. What do you mean? He explained, Simply put, my dear director, you are the master of the Pantheon Hospital. No one can defeat you inside this hospital. Wu Ming rubbed his chin suspiciously. That's not right. I don't remember it being like this last time. Recalling the scene where Ji attacked him the first time they met, he became even more confused. I was almost choked to death last time, so what was that about? Immediately, Wu Ming gritted his teeth in realization. You tricked me again? Number 2 said with an obvious smile. Ah, well, it's been a long time since we had a director, so it was just a temporary work-related thing. He cursed angrily. Sooner or later, you guys are going to get me killed. Then Wu Ming turned his head to look at that woman. Wu Ming took out the book, Amnesia Accompanied by Violent Tendencies. Let me see if there's a way to treat this. No. The divine book slowly flipped open, page by page. He checked and skimmed through the cases. Wu Ming strained his eyes and frowned. Where should I look? A moment later, he suddenly spotted it, found it, but then he felt a bit helpless. But for acupuncture, here are there any needles? Number 2 spoke up with a suggestion. Director, the book has it, but haven't you clearly learned your lesson from past pain? It's another trap, isn't it? He smiled brightly and waved his hands. No, no. If we trick you again, we'll get our salaries docked. We're just poor, salaried souls, it's no joke. Wu Ming frowned and used the book as Number 2 instructed. He was a bit surprised. It can do this? He nodded. That's right, the Flame Emperor's book can create treatment tools for single use, providing them for you to treat patients. Wu Ming was satisfied. Not bad. That's smarter than you two. Then, he approached the restrained Gaia and immediately used the needle-throwing technique. She was unable to resist as it was stuck right in the middle of her forehead, but immediately after, the angry expression on Gaia's face froze, and her complexion gradually calmed down, and she slumped over. 10 minutes later, Wu Ming watched the needle disappear, confirming it was indeed single use. He looked on curiously at her, wondering if it had any effect, but it was clear her crazed look hadn't subsided much, causing Wu Ming to misunderstand. Just as expected, before he could declare it a failure, the system appeared. Patient Gaia, treatment progress. 3%, the corresponding patient's book has been unlocked. Wu Ming turned back and asked Number 2. There shouldn't be any problems this time, right? He said with a smile. Theoretically speaking, there are no problems at all. Wu Ming waved his hand in disgust. Your theories have never been accurate. But as Wu Ming left, Number 2 thought, as expected, it's still not enough. With a crazed, obsessive look, he wrote, just one box of notebooks won't be enough to record everything. By this time, he had returned to the hospital's library. Wu Ming took out the book, hoping that nothing unexpected would happen this time. He slowly flipped through it, reading page by page, but Wu Ming's expression grew increasingly serious. He was bewildered. What is this? It listed his super reproduction catalog, Endless Darkness, chaotic power, domain of creation, ceaseless proliferation, and the reaping scythe. Wu Ming was stunned. Did I just unlock a catalog? He turned to look at number 2, who was drinking tea behind him, but as soon as he saw Wu Ming, he spat all the tea in his face, leaving him drenched and grinding his teeth in anger. Number 2 rushed over to wipe it off. Director, my dear, I'm so sorry. So sorry. I couldn't help it. Wu Ming was so angry he wanted to hit him but missed, so he could only silently hold a grudge. Great. Another grudge to add to the list. He glanced over coldly. I think you did that on purpose. He quickly defended himself. Director, my loyalty to you is witnessed by heaven and earth. Wu Ming threw the towel back. All right, stop acting. How does this book work anyway? Number 2 explained. This catalog contains the skills that the hospital can extract from patients, but if you want to acquire a skill, you'll also need a bit of luck. He asked, a little surprised. Luck? Like a prize draw? He emphasized. Something like that, but this is a lottery. But then, number 2 raised his hand to check his watch, then took the book that Wu Ming had just obtained, and it immediately began to emit a brilliant light floating in the air. Instantly, a slot machine appeared. Director, the thrilling moment is upon us. Are you mentally prepared? Wu Ming waved his hand in annoyance. Cut the crap and get started. He politely pulling on his gloves. Let's witness this divine moment. Number 2 reached out and grabbed the machine's lever. The screen started spinning incredibly fast. Then the first number appeared. It was a 1. The second screen also turned out to be a 1. Wu Ming clenched his fists and prayed, please don't let it be super reproduction. Luckily, it finally landed on a 4. Congratulations, Director. You can check the patient's book to see how to use the skill. The gambling machine then transformed back into a book, opening to page 114 for him to see. On it were instructions for using the domain of creation. The domain of creation is the mother of the gods. Gaia possesses extraordinary creative power. When the domain of creation is activated, you can quickly create objects within the domain's range. The created objects have no offensive properties. Wu Ming furrowed his brow in confusion. This seems a bit useless. But number 2 wagged his finger in disagreement. No, anything produced by the hospital is guaranteed to be top quality. There's no way it's useless. The next morning, at Wu Ming's apartment building, there was a knock on the door early in the day. Manhwa opened the door and saw a stranger. Who is it? Nan Cheng said politely. Hello, may I ask if you are Miss Zhang, Yi Wu Ming's aunt? She frowned and replied, yes. And you are? He introduced himself. We are from the Jinghua Military Administration Office. We're here today to discuss a matter concerning Yi Wu Ming. These words made Manhwa panic. Did something happen to Wu Ming? Nan Cheng smiled reassuringly. Please don't misunderstand. We are in charge of military recruitment. He then took out a letter from him, which she quickly took and opened to read. Manhwa was stunned. Why would the boy suddenly enlist? She then asked in a panic. He just got out of the hospital, and he's already joining the army? He's a doctor. Why would he enlist? Besides, he's never mentioned anything about joining the military. Are you guys tricking me? Suddenly, a hand was placed on her shoulder. Li Jin reassured her. Brother already said it before. He would enlist once he recovered. She frowned in confusion. Why didn't I know? He smiled and said, it's a young man's secret, Mom. He probably just didn't get a chance to tell you. Hearing this, Manhwa felt a bit more at ease. This kid. At this moment, Nan Cheng also noticed Li Jin. His youthful face had a mature and seasoned smile and gaze. He narrowed his eyes in suspicion. This boy. Si Rui took out a stack of envelopes. That's right, this is Ye Wu Ming's enlistment allowance. Please take it. Manhwa looked at the amount of money and only felt worried. This is too much, she explained. Yi Wu Ming is in a special unit, so the allowance is also higher by a bit. She was startled. A special unit. Is it dangerous then? Where is he stationed? Is it far? Is it cold? Can I visit him? Can he call home? Nan Cheng quickly reassured her. Yes, you can. Please let go of my hand first. A moment later, the two were finally able to leave the apartment. He held his head. This is more tiring than going on a mission. The two quickly returned to their car. Wu Ming, who was inside, asked the vice captain, how did it go? Nan Cheng reported, the letter has been delivered and the money has been accepted. He smiled, breathing a sigh of relief. That's good. He frowned and reminded him. But that's your salary for a whole year. What about you? Wu Ming pouted and replied, I'll just have to be a little frugal. Zirui also seemed sympathetic. When I cook, I'll make an extra portion for you. These words made him turn to look at her in surprise. Her gaze was a little dangerous. Don't get too touched. You'll have to pay it back later. Wu Ming laughed and replied, all right, don't worry. Then he quickly drove away, out of the residential area. They didn't know that high above, Li Jin was watching everything. He smiled as he watched them go. The gears had already begun to turn. After that, Wu Ming's training began. Ning Ning instructed Xiao Ye, remember, the most important thing in shooting is to have a crazed look in your eyes and just go with it. Then, she immediately demonstrated by firing wildly all over the place. The shocking display made him stare wide-eyed in horror. Ning Ning, however, was having the time of her life, shooting at everything in sight. Wu Ming scrambled to dodge the relentless barrage of bullets. Ning Ning, he screamed in terror, are you shooting your own allies? Meanwhile, two people were observing the training session. Nan Chang chuckled and sighed. It looks like Xiao Ye is at the beginning of his own personal hell. Lu Bai showed no sympathy. Nothing to be done. It was his choice. What incredible, heaven-sent luck, indeed. Flashing back to 10 minutes ago, Lu Bai had been speaking to Wu Ming. He said thoughtfully, but now we have a rather serious problem. You're the only student, but there are so many of us teachers. He smiled and snapped his fingers. So, to be fair, a box appeared in front of Wu Ming. We'll draw lots. The boy stammered, sensing danger. Draw lots? Lu Bai calmly reassured him, don't worry about it. Just relax and pick one. I don't think your luck could be that bad. This statement only made Wu Ming more suspicious. Are there bad options? The look on Lu Bai's face gave nothing away. Not necessarily bad, it's just that their teaching methods are a little unique. As he spoke, Lu Bai couldn't help but picture Ning Ning's gun-crazy antics, but Wu Ming couldn't refuse. He had to draw a lot. All right, fine. Everyone in the room watched intently, their eyes fixed on the slip of paper Wu Ming had just drawn. So who is it? He innocently held up the paper with the name on it, Sister Ning Ning. Lu Bai couldn't help but pat his shoulder sympathetically. You poor soul. Nan Chang turned to look out the window. So tragic. Bai Wei sighed and shook her head. Fate has been sealed. She crossed her arms and said consolingly, well, good luck to you. Just focus on surviving. Their attitude terrified Wu Ming. Wait, what are you guys talking about? What the hell do you mean by survive? Just then, a hand gently rested on his shoulder. Ning Ming smiled and said, don't be nervous, they're just messing with you. And now, back in the present, Wu Ming was dodging a hail of bullets. Is this an assassination attempt? Bai Wei watched with a frown. When is he going to remember he has a divine domain? Lu Bai chuckled. She's shooting the sense out of him. He probably won't come to his senses anytime soon. But Nan Chang pointed out, I wouldn't be so sure. Just at that moment, the wooden chair was blasted apart by the bullets. Wu Ming tossed the wreckage aside, faced 3 incoming bullets, and immediately activated his skill. Morning light. A golden mist formed a shield, completely absorbing the 3 bullets that struck it. Bai Wei raised an eyebrow with interest. Michael's morning light. I thought he only knew how to use the holy sword. Lu Bai watched intently, observing him and said, the greater the talent, the greater the danger. We must protect this kid carefully before he leaves for his specialized training. She replied with a confident smile. Rest assured. Out on the training ground, Wu Ming continued to use his skill effectively. 1 week later, a table with 2 glass bottles was set up on the field. Suddenly, a bullet shot out and shattered one of them, and the shot came from the tall site building. A person was standing on the rooftop, still holding his rifle in a firing pose. He asked, how was that? Shi Rui, wearing a headset, approached the table and replied calmly, you just killed an innocent bystander, Wu Ming. He scratched his head in embarrassment. I'll definitely aim better next time. Jirui's voice reminded him coldly, but bystanders don't get a next time. Lu Bai, who was watching from the side, suddenly sighed. Nan Chang walked over with a file and asked, tired? He replied dejectedly, yeah, I feel like I've aged several years this past week. He pushed the file forward. Don't worry, now there's something even more tiring waiting for you. This is an urgent warning document that was sent up. Lu Bai's expression darkened as he read the information. So many people have died, Nan Chang summarized. According to incomplete statistics, over the past week, 23 people have died and 16 are missing. And we basically confirmed it. He emphasized that the appearance of the monster was La Mia. He clenched the paper in his hand and ordered, find everyone and bring them back. In the living room, the members of the Special Affairs Department had gathered. Lu Bai announced, we've just received news that a series of incidents have occurred at the Jinghua kindergarten involving the death and disappearance of children. We suspect Lamia is inside the school, and I've called you all back because I want everyone to go into the kindergarten and find this Lamia. Bai Wei offered her opinion. Boss, given the current situation, shouldn't we prioritize getting the children out? He shook his head and replied, a barrier has appeared outside the kindergarten. You can only get in, but you can't get out. Ning Ning said, annoyed. What a pain. How about we just use a skill to bring the whole kindergarten down and be done with it? At that, Wu Ming, still not used to her personality, said, do you have to be so reckless? Nan Cheng was even faster, directly bonking her on the head. Don't talk nonsense. Lu Bai clapped his hands to get their attention. All right, let's get to the point. To capture La Mia alive, we need to infiltrate the kindergarten. He frowned, puzzled. Getting in there won't be easy. Ning Ning laughed and spoke up. It's a piece of cake. Just go straight through the main gate and then... Clearly not giving up on her idea, she added, grab our guns and blast them all. And so, she got hit by Nan Cheng again. Ning Ning held her head and protested. Don't hit my head. It'll make me stupid. He snorted coldly. It's not like you're a genius now, are you? Bai Wei nodded in agreement. Auntie Zhao is right. She pretended to be wronged and pounced. Sister Wei, you're bullying me too? Only he remained silent, watching his team's antics, unable to help but facepalm in helplessness. A team where he couldn't find a single reliable person. At this moment, everyone turned to look at Lu Bai. He gently exhaled a hazy white mist, then activated a skill on everyone in the room. Instantly, the mist enveloped them all. Whether it was Ning Ning teasing Nan Cheng or Wu Ming trying to intervene, it was as if time had stopped for them. Lu Bai looked at them with satisfaction. This is much better. Then he revealed his plan. To get into the kindergarten without letting Lamia detect anything unusual. Everyone will disguise themselves as kindergarten teachers, a cook, and the school doctor. Then, he gently snapped his fingers, and the mist covering the room gradually disappeared. Everyone's time resumed, and they were bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. Wu Ming asked in shock, Vice Captain, did the captain just use a spirit domain? He nodded and replied, Spirit domain and divine domain are terms for special abilities a person possesses, but what the captain just used, as well as your morning-like power, is called a spirit skill. Usually, someone with a spirit domain will have 4 types of spirit skills, while someone with a divine domain will have 5 types, and this extra skill is called a divine gift. This new knowledge left Wu Ming confused. A divine gift? Bai Wei explained. The so-called divine gift is actually the skill that the person can be used based on the god one has a contract with. Just like my fallen star, when I use a divine blessing, an illusion of the contracted god appears. After saying that, she turned to size him up. But you're a bit strange. Wu Ming quickly waved his hands. How am I strange? Bai Wei frowned and said, your holy sword and the power of dawn should theoretically both be skills belonging to Michael, but no divine illusion appears. If it's not a divine blessing, then how can you use a god's skill? This seemed to be a revelation for Nan Cheng, who laughed it off. Probably a high-quality knockoff. All right then, let's first discuss who will apply to be the chef. Both Wu Ming and Bai Wei answered. Of course, it's you. Nan Cheng stared at them blankly. What is this? And so, that morning, in front of the school's gate, Chu Xia's group appeared. Ning Ning was unhappy. Why do I have to be a kindergarten teacher? She looked resentfully at the other two across the street. Why doesn't Shi Rui have to go? Nan Cheng replied matter-of-factly. After all, what kind of kindergarten teacher doesn't know how to smile? Shi Rui looked amusedly at Ning Ning in her kindergarten teacher outfit, as she could only sigh in resignation. You're going to give the kids nightmares. Nan Cheng took a deep breath, trying to steady himself before this unstable team. He then waved at them. All right, let's go in. On the other side, Zirui suddenly spoke up. Captain, I have a bad feeling. Lu Bai raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? You think they're going to run into trouble? She glanced over. They won't, but you will. Hearing this made him panic, letting out a gasp, and he thought with some anxiety, Shirui's premonitions have always been accurate. Could it be that these unreliable people are going to cause trouble for me? In the principal's office, he was reviewing the files of the 4 individuals. He pushed up his glasses. Miss Bai and Miss Jiang, the 2 who were named, raised their hands in greeting. The principal then looked sharply at Nan Cheng. And looking at your face, you must be the chef. He forced a smile, appearing as friendly as possible. That's right. He then turned to look at the last person in the room. The young man had shed his youthful look and was wearing a neat suit. Dr. Ye Wu Ming. All right, let me show you all around the kindergarten. The principal, supporting his hunchback, walked out of the room. Outside in the yard, children were happily playing together. Their cheerful laughter echoed everywhere. He introduced, these are all the kids from the junior class, normally looked after by teacher Zhang. The person he mentioned was a young woman with a radiant smile. Then, the principal pointed to another room. The classes on the first floor are for the senior students. Behind the glass door was another group of kids chatting happily. Suddenly, a woman's face pressed against the glass, causing Ning Ning to cry out in alarm. Oh my God. The principal reassured them, don't be scared, that's Teacher Liu. She doesn't like people peeking in while she's teaching. Sure enough, as soon as they turned away, she closed the curtains. Bai Wei frowned. She must scare the children to death. He waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. She just looks a bit fierce. Ning Ning whispered to Wu Ming, I think she's the most suspicious. Before he could reply, he was bumped into by a child. Who knew? The little girl sat on the ground in a daze, holding her head after the impact. Wu Ming quickly turned around, his voice gentle, and asked, Little one, are you hurt? But unexpectedly, when the child looked up, she had 2 empty eye sockets. He was shocked, and quickly backed away to look at her. Huh, but in an instant, the little girl was back to normal, smiling sweetly. I'm okay. Leaving Wu Ming just suspiciously watched the child leave. Nam Fan came over and asked quietly, Is something wrong? He answered tensely, That child is full of a deathly aura. Ning Ning crossed her arms, puzzled. That's impossible. The kid looks perfectly normal. Maybe I was mistaken. But he replied, Not necessarily. Xiao Ye is the one contracted to Michael. He can sense evil energy and signs of death more clearly than others. The 4 of them silently observed the seemingly normal children. Their cheerful laughter seemed to repeat in a chilling manner. Just then, the principal called out loudly, You 3. He then continued to lead everyone on a tour of the school. Heading towards a separate building, the cafeteria, the principal slowly hunched over as he approached it, taking out a key to unlock the unusually old, painted gate. Inside, tables and chairs were arranged in neat rows. He turned to Nam Fan and said, Chef Zhao, please come in. Nam Fan proceeded into the cafeteria as directed. The principal stopped the others from entering. Your office isn't here. He then immediately slammed the door shut, locking Nam Fan inside. Nam Fan was taken aback by the situation. He turned on his phone's flashlight to look around. Where's the light switch? But, as he touched the switch, Nam Fan felt something was wrong. Still, he quickly flipped it on to see what was going on. The moment the room lit up, he saw blood all around him. Nam Fan frowned as he looked at the red substance on his glove. This is. As realization dawned, he whispered in despair, Blood. With this much blood, just how many people died here? Nam Fan followed the thick blood trail to a storage room door and opened it. A giant cocoon immediately appeared in his sight. Meanwhile, the principal led the way, saying, This is the office for you 2. Then he pointed to the door across the hall. That's the infirmary. You all can just get familiar with the surroundings for now. I'll be leaving. The 3 of them put on friendly smiles as the principal strolled away, watching him until he was far away. Bai Wei spoke first. This entire preschool is just so weird. Ning Ning agreed. Outside, on the wall, she had climbed down 1 level. Everyone, come take a look. She then signaled for them to look at the lawn on the other side. Wu Ming also agreed. She sighed and decided to open their office door first. Inside, 2 other people were already working at their desks. A pair of identical twins smiled and said, Hello, ladies. Staying in character, Bai Wei replied warmly. Hello to you too. She then immediately shut the door and told her teammates. They looked like a pair of dolls. Wu Ming also turned curiously toward his own office. He looked at the empty desk and said, There's no one here for me. So, the 2 women went inside to discuss their plan. Ning Ning ran out to the balcony, saying, I just remembered. I wonder how Chef Zhao is doing. Bai Wei wasn't too concerned. Our vice captain is probably a little safer by himself. Hearing this, Wu Ming asked curiously, Why would you say that? She explained, Normally, the vice captain's main job is to watch over Ning Ning. By now, she had already climbed outside, and when Ning Ning loses control, she even attacks her own teammates, and the vice captain is the one who gets beaten up the most. Wu Ming couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. If that's true, then the vice captain's power must be pretty impressive, considering how brutal her attacks are. Bai Wei laughed in agreement. That's right, our vice captain is actually incredibly strong. Outside on the wall, she had climbed down 1 story. Everyone, come take a look, she called out, signaling towards the lawn on the other side. They stared in shock at a bunch of symbols drawn in a circle. What is all this? Ning Ning frowned and replied, I have no idea. Just a moment ago, the children suddenly grabbed wooden sticks and drew on the ground. Suddenly, Bai Wei spoke up. I think these might be. Wu Ming turned to her curiously. Wu Ming looked at her. What is it? Bai Wei thought for a moment. I remember now. This is an ancient Greek magic circle. Ning Ning again chimed in, asking, What do these magic circles mean? She shook her head regretfully. I'm not sure. It's just that when I made a contract with a god, I saw similar magic circles. Wu Ming immediately had an idea. Sister Wei, do you 2 want to go check on the 2 teachers in the office? Unexpectedly, as soon as he said that, Bai Wei's face turned bright red. He scratched his cheek in confusion and called out to her, Sister Wei. Bai Wei, as if heading into battle, dragged Ning Ning away. All right, let's go take a look. Wu Ming watched their figures as they left the room. Suddenly, she turned back, smiled, and said, "Don't disappoint me." Wu Ming nodded firmly. "Don't worry, Sister Wei." After that, the two girls closed the door and left. He sighed tiredly, leaned back in his chair, and his spirit once again entered the hospital. Number 1 politely welcomed the esteemed headmaster. Wu Ming asked for information. Ancient Greek magic circles. Does the hospital have any? He shook his head and replied, "No, but there are related books." He eagerly wanted to go check on it. Where? Number 1 pointed towards the office, gesturing for him to go. Wu Ming frowned. "That's not right. I've already tried all the books in the office. I can't take them out to read." He chuckled and nodded. "That's right, because your compatibility with the hospital is currently too low." He asked curiously, "How do I increase the compatibility?" Number 1 explained, "By treating patients. When the first patient's treatment progress reaches 5%, it will unlock the library mode in the office." Wu Ming's expression suddenly soured. "Thanks a lot, you blockheads." He looked bewildered. "I don't understand what you mean." He snorted angrily. "You only answer one question at a time. Are you afraid you won't earn your keep if you say one extra word?" These words made Number 1 break out in a cold sweat. "Thank you for your understanding and support." This shameless refusal to admit fault infuriated Wu Ming. "You've got some nerve." After that, he didn't bother responding and went straight upstairs. Just then, Wu Ming decided, "No, wait, I should check the treatment method first." He summoned the Flame Emperor's book, and after reading for a while, he exclaimed, "It also needs to be combined with medicine too? It's almost like treating a human, huh?" Wu Ming opened the storage room and was astonished. With so many medicines, is there a note of their locations? The system panel popped up. "Please enter the serial number of the medicine you need." He immediately looked at the name of the medicine in the book and entered it. The one Wu Ming needed was medicine number 20. Instantly, something flew extremely fast towards him. Startled, Wu Ming only had time to let out a curse and tried to raise his hand to catch it. But as it got closer, he saw that there was a vial of medicine on it. Wu Ming sighed in relief. I was about to cause a murder case in the pharmacy. Finally, he left, satisfied. With the box of medicine in hand, Wu Ming took a deep breath in front of Zhi's room. Inside, the woman was standing by the window. Hearing the noise, she turned around. "You're here, my child." He smiled gently. "Are you feeling any better?" Unexpectedly, Zhi waved warmly. "Come here, my dear. Come to mommy." It was then that Wu Ming realized something was wrong. She looked at him with some curiosity. "What's the matter, my child?" Wu Ming remembered the time he had pretended to be Zhi's son to alleviate the awkwardness. How does she still remember? So if he could only go to the woman's side and helplessly hug her leg awkwardly, calling her mom. Zhi gently stroked her child's head. "Good boy, you look like you've gotten much thinner." He looked up. Wu Ming tried to take the opportunity to say, "Mom, I want to ask you for a favor." She didn't refuse. "Good boy, go ahead and tell me." Suppressing his fear, "Mom, can you take your medicine?" But as soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere grew tense. A few seconds later, he was sent flying by a terrifying force, slamming Wu Ming's back hard against the hallway wall. He sat up in a panic. "Where's the defense mechanism? Why did I get thrown out?" Gaia angrily approached, asserting, "You're a bad child. I don't want to take medicine. I'm not sick. You're just like your father, trying to harm me." Then she immediately tried to eliminate Wu Ming. But just as Gaia was about to reach Wu Ming, hands stretched out to stop her. But Gaia was still extremely furious, shouting, "All of you deserve to die, every single one of you." He felt like he had just brushed with death, almost getting strangled again. Afterward, Wu Ming sat up, picked up the thing beside him, and muttered with a hint of regret, "Oh well, I guess I'll have to force you to take the medicine." He placed the single pill in his hand, then approached her to get her attention. "Mom, look at me." When Gaia roared in anger, she unconsciously opened her mouth. Wu Ming didn't hesitate, seizing the opportunity to shove the medicine in, and she couldn't resist, swallowing it down. Gaia's eyes gradually calmed down. She weakly collapsed while being restrained by the arms. He satisfyingly dusted off his hands. Perfect. The system also announced that patient Gaia's treatment progress had reached 5%. The new director has successfully treated the first patient, unlocking the library mode of the God's hospital. Seeing Gaia fall, Wu Ming immediately ran over. He compassionately supported her. "You truly are a pitiful god." Later, Wu Ming entered the office library, watching the moonlight, like sparkling dust, cover the shelves. He couldn't help but exclaim, "These books look like they're alive." A black robe gently brushed past Wu Ming, and Number 1 appeared, respectfully saying, "What you saw before were just projections of these books. What's on the shelves now are the real books." He frowned and asked, "With so many books, how am I supposed to find what I need?" He pointed to Wu Ming's forehead. "Just imagine the content you want to find." So, he closed his eyes, recalling what he had seen, and a book on the shelf quickly flew towards him, and Wu Ming easily caught it. On it were written the words Retrospection Formation, using the bodies of children as sacrifices to return to the past. His eyes instantly turned cold. Seeing this, Number 1 asked with concern, Director, sir, are you all right? Wu Ming shook his head, trying to keep his composure. I'm fine. Then his body vanished from the hospital space. When he regained consciousness, he heard someone say, You're awake. Wu Ming was startled by the voice and turned around. Bai Wei. When did Bai Wei get here? She reassuringly replied, Everyone has their own secrets. I won't ask. He let out a sigh of relief and smiled faintly. Thank you. Bai Wei immediately asked, So what's that formation downstairs? Wu Ming told her what he knew. A time retrospection. Lamia plans to use the bodies of children to turn back time. She frowned, speculating. What does it want to do, and why choose Jinghua City? Then she turned to the empty space beside her and asked, Boss, are you there? A blue eye was peeking out from a shattered piece of space. Bai Wei was a bit surprised. Boss, why is your eye so tiny? Lu Bai said, Seriously, the barrier is too strong. I can't tear through it, but I heard everything you two just said. I'll report this to the higher-ups. You all should break the formation as soon as possible. They replied in unison. Got it. The spatial rift then seemed to disappear completely. Outside, Captain Lu Bai was waiting by the car, muttering thoughtfully, Time rewind. Lu Bai sighed worriedly. I hope it's just a coincidence. Shi Rui, sitting in the car, asked, Captain, is something wrong? Do you need me to make a move? But he raised a hand, signaling him not to act rashly. A skills light emanated from his other eye to check out the situation first. At this moment inside the dining hall, Nan Cheng was assessing the situation. He used a cleaver to slice open the cocoon, not knowing what was inside. From within the slit, a tentacle emerged and wiggled. Nan Cheng frowned in disgust. What is this disgusting thing? After that, he swung the cleaver faster to cut the cocoon completely open, and a creature with a human torso and a snake's tail fell out. It lay writhing motionless on the ground. Nan Cheng was startled by the bizarre creature, then ran over and grabbed a broom. He poked at the creature. Is it alive or dead? Its face was pale, and it reacted by flicking out its forked tongue. The monster slithered up the broom handle, growling and baring its fangs to threaten Nan Cheng. It snapped the broom in one bite and crawled towards him, then lunged with its mouth full of sharp teeth. Nan Cheng didn't flinch and immediately took action. A wave of white, living bone enveloped the monster, completely imprisoning it in a sturdy cage. He figured he should just lock it up for now. What if it was a person? Even so, the monster continued to struggle as if it had lost all reason. After that, Nan Cheng paid it no mind and turned to the side. The storage room was filled with countless hanging cocoons, swarming with so many monsters. If all of these monsters escaped, the entire Jinghua city would be destroyed. Just then, suddenly there was a knock on the door. He cautiously approached the dining hall's iron gate and pulled it open with surprising ease, nothing like when he had been trapped. Outside were Wu Ming and Bai Wei. She gestured to the person beside her. Go ahead and speak. Then he pointed towards the lawn to show Nan Cheng what they had discovered. He frowned. What is this? Wu Ming answered concisely. A time rewind formation. These words horrified Nan Cheng. Time rewind? Bai Wei approached and asked, Do you know something about it? He hesitated, unsure of what to say. I'm not entirely sure. She frowned worriedly. What do you mean? Suddenly, Nan Cheng asked, Xiao Ye, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Wu Ming shook his head. No, I just feel a heavy death energy in here. He let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Then he turned back into the dining hall, leaving them with just a smile and a single sentence. It's fine. Everything will be resolved. At worst, we'll all just die here. That attitude left Wu Ming and the others speechless. Nan Cheng urged, gesturing for them to come closer. Then he used his skill to summon something from the storage room, and the cage he had just formed shot towards them. He looked at the monster curiously. What is it? It's Mia. He shook his head and replied, It's probably not Mia. She was a demoness with a human torso and a snake's tail, while this thing is, at best, a monster with a snake's body and a child's head. Bai Wei frowned in disgust. So disgusting. Why not just kill it already? She then raised her hand, about to use her spiritual domain skill. But Nan Cheng immediately stopped her. Don't. What if it's a child? She froze. A child? You mean the missing children? He nodded. There are quite a few more in the kitchen, but the number seems to be higher than the number of reported missing children. This reminded Wu Ming of the formation outside in the yard. He voiced his speculation. Could the number actually be correct? These children seem very sinister. When will there be real children in the kitchen? Wu Ming wondered, thinking about the appearance of that childlike monster as he muttered to himself. The formation requires children's bodies for a ritual sacrifice, so is it these kids or? He was horrified by what he had witnessed. Looking at the two groups of children, Bai Wei stepped forward. Regardless of which group it is, let's just freeze this entire area first. An ice wall instantly materialized, encasing the kitchen. Nan Cheng also placed the monster inside. Bai Wei was right, there was no telling when it would break out of its shell, so freezing it solid was the safer option. Then, they all looked at the frigid room. Countless cocoons were now suspended behind the layer of frost. The three of them went outside with brooms to sweep the grass. Bai Wei grumbled as she looked at the array, which they had been trying to wipe away for over 10 minutes, but as soon as it faded, it would quickly reappear. She couldn't help but slam her broom down in anger, sighing as she looked at it, a complete waste of time. Wu Ming was also at a loss. Sister Wei, doesn't our profession have a more advanced way to erase a formation? Bai Wei stubbornly replied, embarrassed, no. We always follow the principle of brute force destruction. Nan Cheng approached with his hands in his pockets. Don't listen to her nonsense, there's definitely a way. It's just that we don't have time to request permission right now. Bai Wei sulked and snorted coldly. That's as good as useless. Wu Ming suddenly had an idea. If they couldn't erase it, could they add lines to it? He picked up a wooden stake from the ground. While Nan Cheng crossed his arms and shrugged, go ahead and try. Wu Ming began carving into the grass, drawing over the formation's symbols and creating deep grooves in the earth. Nan Cheng frowned, watching intently. Bai Wei ran over excitedly and asked, is it really working? However, just a moment later, the new marks vanished, having no effect at all. She was furious. They couldn't wipe it clean, and they couldn't alter it either. Wu Ming sighed in frustration, wondering what on earth they were supposed to do to get rid of this thing. Just then, someone walked over. What are you guys doing? It was Ning Ning, munching on a piece of fruit. Bai Wei was still trying to figure out how to make the symbols disappear. Ning Ning, while eating an apple, thoughtfully studied the formation, then suggested they try digging it up. Hearing this, Bai Wei didn't hesitate to use her skill, but the head of her broom was blocked as if by a protective barrier. Ning Ning was startled. Wow, it even has its own protective shield or something. She could only go back to sadly munching on her fruit. Nan Cheng suddenly asked, where did you get that apple? Ning Ning pointed toward the building. A teacher in the office gave it to me. Wu Ming chimed in, Sister Ning, we just saw that teacher, and she didn't look normal. How can you dare to eat their food? Ning Ning shrugged. What's there to be afraid of? Even if it were full of worms, I wouldn't be able to see them. I call it out of sight, out of mind. Even if I did eat a worm, I'd just consider it extra protein. Wu Ming could only feel helpless hearing that. You're unbelievable. Nan Cheng poked her on the forehead and scolded, aren't you afraid you'll eat something poisonous one day? But Ning Ning just smiled confidently and waved her apple. If it really is poison, then I can only blame it on my bad luck. You guys said this was drawn by kids, right? So maybe it has to be erased by kids too? Her words suddenly made everyone turn to look at her. Ning Ning hesitated and asked nervously, did I say something wrong? Nan Cheng patted her shoulder. Not at all, it's just that you seem to have gotten a lot smarter lately. His clearly backhanded compliment made the whole group snicker, and she could only stomp her foot in frustration. You make it sound like I'm usually brainless. Wu Ming volunteered, I'll go find a child and bring them over. Sure enough, when he went looking, he found a child drawing something strange. He didn't notice the mirror. Wu Ming called out softly to its expressionless face, little one. But to his shock, it twisted its head around several times to look at him. Before he could react, the child transformed into a monster with freakishly long limbs. He panicked as it grabbed him, not letting go. Bai Wei watched them struggle, a little worried, wondering if she should help. Nan Cheng, however, chuckled in amusement. The kid's all grown up now. It's time for him to solve his own problems. A brilliant aura erupted from Wu Ming's body as he charged forward and decisively attacked the monster, sending it flying backward. Nan Cheng raised an eyebrow. I'll give him that. Ning Ning nodded. He's got my style. Bai Wei, however, didn't seem very satisfied. It was all right, I guess. But the monster was down. An unusual silence fell over the grassy field. Just when it seemed the monster was defeated, a thick cloud of dust erupted. The child's head transformed into a snake's mouth and lunged at Wu Ming, threatening to devour him. Nan Cheng observed it. This thing is similar to the one in the kitchen, but it's also a bit different. Bai Wei also found it strange. That's not a human head. He shook his head. No, this snake looks like it hasn't finished evolving. I have a feeling the one in the kitchen is much more dangerous than this one. Just as the snake was about to lunge and bite Wu Ming, he unhesitatingly summoned his holy sword. And then, just as the monster got close, Wu Ming swung his sword and sliced its body, causing the snake to split into two pieces. He landed lightly after dealing with the monster. He let out a sigh of relief and was about to rejoin his teammates, but it was clear from their expressions that something was very wrong. Wu Ming frowned at them in confusion. What's wrong? Nanchang immediately raised his hand and pointed stiffly behind him. Only then did Wu Ming notice that a whole horde of children had appeared. He couldn't help but turn back in bewilderment to look at them, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. Before Wu Ming could even turn to run, the children all tilted their heads to follow him. It was as if they would attack the moment he moved. The sight of an entire crowd of children staring at him was undeniably horrifying. He couldn't help but sigh warily. What in the world is going on? Wu Ming turned to ask his teammates for advice. What should I do? But to his surprise, he saw the three of them had already run away. What now? They gave him a thumbs up, as if to say, "You got this. We believe in you." Wu Ming almost lost his composure. I thought we were looking for a clog. How am I supposed to find it alone? Just then, a sound from behind caught his attention. Wu Ming was startled to see how much closer they were. Damn it, when did they get here? He gritted his teeth in frustration. Are these things kids or snakes? Wu Ming raised his holy sword. Should I attack? He turned to look again at his three teammates to ask, but saw they were frantically signaling him. What does that mean? Wu Ming suddenly realized something and felt a chill run down his spine. Those long, stretched-out heads were already right next to him. He quickly swiped his sword, knocking them away. Bai Wei frowned as she observed, those kids aren't normal. Nancheng agreed. The moment Xiao Ye looked back, they instantly appeared right behind him. Ning Ming, still eating an apple, commented, "It's like a game of red light, green light." She frowned and asked, "Hey everyone, what do you think would have happened if Xiao Ye hadn't turned around just now?" She laughed and suggested, "That's simple. Just have Xiao Ye test it and we'll find out." She was immediately bonked on the head by him. Nanchang looked at her with disgust. It's a good thing that was just a thought. What if the test went wrong? Ning Ning shrugged. If that's his fate, you can't blame anyone else. He glanced at her. You believe in fate so much. Be careful it doesn't get you killed one day. Okay? She giggled nonchalantly, sure that it would. Bai Wei overheard and asked, "What did you say?" Ning Ning laughed evasively. "I didn't say anything. You must have misheard." Nanchang got them to focus. "Stop with the useless chatter. Don't you two realize there's a problem?" The two of them curiously turned to Dong Qing. "What is it?" He pointed in the direction of Wu Ming, who was fighting, and then voiced his suspicion. "It's gotten so noisy over there, so why hasn't the sugarcane leaf monster made a move?" Inside an empty classroom, through a frosted glass window, a hand with long claws scraped against the wall. The sugarcane leaf monster whispered, "What a disgusting scent." It swung its massive snake-like tail, then slammed it down violently, shaking everything in the room. Sugarcane leaf seemed to be suppressing its rage, pounding on the wall as its forked tongue flicked out with desire and fury, and its target was Wu Ming, out in the courtyard. As he was fighting, he suddenly felt like he was being watched, turning toward the strange gaze, but he didn't quite trust his senses. Was it just an illusion? At that moment, Nanchang was still observing Wu Ming. Bai Wei came up beside him and asked, "What are you looking at?" He pointed out that someone was watching Xiao die. "You should go check it out." She immediately used her spiritual sense to perceive the surrounding area, then approached the building to investigate. Following her senses, Bai Wei arrived at a classroom door, when suddenly the principal appeared to greet her. "Miss Bai." He had the same strange demeanor as always. "Miss Bai, what brings you here?" She smiled and calmly replied, "I was just passing by." Then she tried to open the door. Suddenly, the principal grabbed Bai Wei's hand to stop her. She glanced at him suspiciously. "What do you think you're doing?" He pushed up his glasses. "Miss Bai, don't misunderstand. This classroom is haunted. It's best not to go in." But Bai Wei just grinned brightly. "Is that so? Even better. I happen to love ghosts." Then, she pulled her hand away from the suspicious man and directly opened the door to the room. The principal still tried to stop her. "Wait, Miss Bai, don't." But inside, it was a complete mess, with desks, chairs, and scrap paper everywhere, yet it was empty, with no one in sight. He hunched over gloomily, sighing at Bai Wei's actions. She questioned him in a cold voice. "Principal, this place doesn't look haunted. It looks more like someone was being held captive here." He pushed up his glasses and replied, "That's all in the past now." Bai Wei wasn't about to give up. "Then tell me what happened, Principal." He laughed and quickly waved his hands. "It's over and done with. No need to bring it up. There's nothing here, Miss Bai. Please come with me." At this point, there was nothing else she could do. All right then. Before leaving, Bai Wei glanced back at the room one last time, and as she closed the door, she casually tossed a small ice crystal inside, leaving it behind in the strange classroom. The principal seemed to be in a hurry, urging, "Miss Bai, let's go." "On the way," he said. "Miss Bai, let's head back to the office." She suddenly asked, "Principal, it's so noisy downstairs. Are you going to check it out?" He just gave a carefree smile. Noisy? Not at all. Bai Wei walked to the window. Isn't that? To her surprise, the scene below was just a group of normal children, playing innocently as if no fight had ever happened. The principal nodded as he looked on. See? I told you there was nothing. She didn't press the issue. I guess I was mistaken. But downstairs, Nancheng was still waiting. Why is Bai Wei taking so long? Ningning spoke up. Nancheng, maybe I should go check. He shook his head and replied, let's wait a little longer. Just then, she suddenly realized something was wrong. Ningning was horrified, shouted, wait a minute, where's Xiao Ye? My big disciple has vanished. By now, the courtyard outside was completely empty. Meanwhile, Nancheng was using his sword to send a monster flying. However, an entire horde still stood before him. Wu Ming was furious. You can't be serious. Are you guys really going to stand by and watch me die? Fighting in waves like this, even the most skilled person wouldn't be able to handle it. But when he turned around, he froze. There was absolutely no one in sight. Where did they go? Before Wu Ming could even think, the monsters lunged at him. He cursed in frustration, this is such a pain in the neck, when will this ever end? He then unleashed a powerful move, sending the entire horde flying, but unexpectedly, the golden spirit domain of Wu Ming actually restrained them. What is this? Wu Ming realized a giant totem had formed beneath his feet. He remembered the thing that Jing Shan had used before, a barrier. Suddenly, Wu Ming realized he had read about it in the Pantheon Hospital. It was a new skill from Zhe. The user guide for Creation Domain 114 states that the Mother of the Gods, Gaia, possesses the power of creation extraordinary. After activating the Creation Domain, one can quickly generate items within its range. The items have no offensive properties. He was a little surprised. Could this be the Creation Domain? So, Wu Ming decided to test it. Get me a glass of wine. Instantly, a glass of wine appeared in his hand. He took a satisfied sip. If he ever got stranded on a deserted island, he wouldn't have to worry about food or drink. But the monsters seized the opportunity to leap and attack. Wu Ming spat out his wine and quickly wiped his mouth. I almost forgot about these guys. Give me a cage that can hold them back. In an instant, the entire horde of monsters was trapped inside a cage, which made them so furious they could only roar in rage. He looked at the scene with a bit of pity, but he wasn't about to treat himself poorly. He snapped his fingers, and a lounge chair appeared out of thin air. Wu Ming blissfully leaned back, truly pitiful. Now I get why number 1 and number 2 spend all day just sitting around drinking tea, watching a show while sipping tea. This is the life. Meanwhile, Nancheng and were still looking for him. Ning Ding ran around anxiously. You're kidding me. Is Ma Zhao really a goner? He then touched the barrier surrounding them. The atmosphere seemed to be shrouded in a gloomy mist. She waited for a moment before asking in bewilderment, how is it? Nancheng sighed. They vanished. Bai Wei's presence is gone too. At that, Ning Ding took a deep breath and then yelled at the top of her lungs, Big bro, you've disappeared. A familiar rift quickly tore open in the space and out came Lu Bai. Stop shouting. They're still in the daycare, just not in the same dimension as us. Nancheng immediately guessed. So the dimensions are overlapping? He confirmed. Yes. It seems Bai Wei discovered something that I couldn't see clearly. He pondered the situation. On one hand, the formation wasn't broken, and on the other, their teammates were all missing. Ning Ding grinned. Basically, our luck has hit rock bottom. She immediately received a withering glare, forcing her to shrug. I'm just telling it like it is. Lu Bai concluded. In any case, we first need to find the gap between the dimensions. That's the only way to bring Xiao Ye and Bai Wei back. He nodded and added, all right, you guys be careful too. Meanwhile, Bai Wei waited for the principal to leave before trying to exit the office. She reached for the door to try and get out, but it wouldn't budge. Bai Wei kicked it in frustration. Damn it, the door is locked from the outside. Outside. Then she turned back to look at her enemies with a provocative gaze, asking in a cold voice, if I run, will you guys even try to stop me? The twin female teachers then revealed their true faces, charging forward to attack in unison, but Bai Wei dodged behind them. As if under some compulsion, they roared, Don't run. She calmly turned around, preparing to use her spirit field. The two man-sisters leaped onto a desk to attack Bai Wei, but she just scoffed coldly, saying, Who says I can't? Then she easily dodged past both of them. In the blink of an eye, Bai Wei's figure vanished into thin air. At that moment, inside the previously empty classroom, frost had spread everywhere. Her figure, after using her teleportation skill, appeared here. Bai Wei gently shattered the ice around her to break free. She rubbed her shoulder, letting out a sigh of relief, then observed her surroundings, wondering what on earth was in this place to make the principal so tense. Bai Wei looked at the crack in the wall, thinking the claw marks were so deep, the claws must be very sharp. Then suddenly, she noticed something, a slimy, snake-like skin hidden inside. What is this? Without hesitation, Bai Wei summoned an ice arrow and directly attacked the inside of the crack. Just then, the wall was revealed to be a piece of illusionary fabric meant to deceive the eye. She immediately understood this was just a trick to fool her, but the creature hiding inside left Bai Wei stunned. It was Lamia, hidden and fused with the wall. She shouted, "Boss, boss, are you there?" In the space, a crack appeared. Clearly, Lu Bai trying to respond, but because the barrier was too strong, it sealed itself up just a second later. Bai Wei frowned in disappointment, realizing it was no use. So she directly asked the creature, "Are you Lamia?" Hearing no reply, Bai Wei tried to touch her. Suddenly, she heard someone respond weakly, "Help, help me." Bai Wei quickly asked, "Are you the one talking?" Lamia whimpered softly, "Help." Her heart didn't soften as she prepared to attack the creature. Then it screamed loudly, "Help me, please, you have to save me." But at the same time, the ice arrow had already struck Lamia. Painful. Thick smoke billowed from the wound. Bai Wei showed a hint of pity. "Sorry, I can't do that." Her action made the creature scream in even more agony. Annoyed, she wanted to get away. "Stop screaming. I'll find someone to save you. All right." Hearing that, the smoky mist radiating from Lamia began to dissipate. Before leaving, Bai Wei reassured her, "Just wait." Then she opened the door, deciding to find her teammates first. At this time, two people, Nan Cheng and Ning Ning, had just entered the building. Ning Ning asked worriedly, "Are Zhao Ziwei and Xiao Ye in one space or two?" He wasn't sure, hoping for one but expecting it to be two. She sighed sadly, having thought they would come in here and sweep the place, but it turned out they were just searching for people everywhere. Nan Cheng could only try to calm her down. "Ning Ning, please spare the kindergarten kids." Reaching a section of the hallway, the two of them realized the surroundings had frozen over, and she shivered, hugging her arms. "Why is it so cold?" He said nothing and raised his hand to use his spirit field, instantly creating a barrier to shield them from the cold. Nan Cheng was a bit surprised. This aura was almost as strong as when Bai Wei used her divine field. Hearing this, Ning Ning was startled. Could it be that Bai Wei went berserk? He denied it. "No, this place feels like those monsters from the cafeteria." And just then, they suddenly saw Wu Ming across from them. The person exclaimed in surprise, "Xiao Ye." They rushed over, but he didn't react, and she still hadn't realized something was off. She tried to grab him. "Hey, listen to me." But to their surprise, both of them passed right through Wu Ming. They even heard him mutter to himself, wondering why he felt like someone was behind him. It was clear that Wu Ming couldn't see Nan Cheng and his companion at all, so he just mumbled to himself and walked away. What a strange kindergarten. Ning Ning finally realized what was happening. "We can see him, but he can't see us." He nodded. "That must be it. Let's follow him for now, and see what he's up to." Then, they followed Wu Ming down the hallway. They didn't notice that behind them, Bai Wei had appeared, muttering in frustration, "Why can't I find anyone?" Just then, Bai Wei spotted the two of them, the vice captain and Ning Ning. She quickly chased after them, shouting, "Wait for me." But just as she reached out to touch Ning Ning's shoulder, Bai Wei realized she couldn't touch her. Her eyes widened in shock. Is this an illusion? Her hand passed right through them, both of them. Ning Ning then asked, "I wonder where Bai Wei went?" Nan Cheng replied confidently, "With Bai Wei's skills, she should be fine. All we need to do now is follow Xiao Ye. We'll take what we can get for now," she urged. "Zhao Ma, hurry up. Xiao Ye is going upstairs." Bai Wei overheard their conversation and frowned. "Xiao Ye? Is Ye Wuming here?" Meanwhile, he was confused as to why there wasn't a single person upstairs. Just then, Wuming turned to look behind him, his gaze freezing as it focused on the floor below. He actually saw her coming up the stairs. Wuming called out happily, "Wei." He had finally found someone, but to his surprise, Bai Wei walked right past him. Wuming was stunned. He couldn't even touch her, while Ning Ning and her companion noticed something strange. "Can Xiao Ye see Sister Wei?" She ran up, looking around cheerfully. "What are you talking about? Sister Wei is here too." Hearing this, Bai Wei understood. "It seems Wu Ming can see me, but the vice captain and the others can't see me." Nan Cheng drew a conclusion. "So, it looks like we can see Xiao Ye, and Xiao Ye can see Bai Wei, and perhaps Bai Wei can see us. This means the four of us are actually in overlapping spaces. Moreover, now is the perfect time to shatter this overlapping space." Ning Ning smiled excitedly. "Should we all strike at once?" He immediately shot down the idea. "No, if we do that, the chaotic space will crush us to death." Then, Nan Cheng spoke into the air. "Bai Wei, the spatial distortion happened after you entered the academic building, so the source of the problem might be with you." She teased, "Zhao Ma, aren't you afraid?" That Sister Wei won't hear you, he chuckled and replied. It's worth a shot. Meanwhile, she remembered her time with the principal. Could that have been it? Bai Wei sighed, feeling how complicated everything was. She stepped forward and spoke into the void. Follow me. The person who heard this was Wu Ming. Is Sister Wei talking to me? Oh well, I should probably follow her for now. And just like that, everyone from the 3 separate spaces arrived in front of the same classroom. He reached for the doorknob. What a strange aura. Suddenly, a massive shockwave coursed through Wu Ming's mind. This was the anomaly. Triggered by the hospital's summons, the Gate of the Gods was reacting to the entity outside. Number 2 raised an eyebrow in anticipation. It seems the warden must have found the escaped prisoner, right? I just wonder which unlucky fool it is this time. The 2 of them simultaneously guarded the Gate of the Gods. Outside, he had just experienced a terrible headache. Ning Ning worriedly reached out to touch him. What's wrong? But just then, Wu Ming managed to struggle to his feet. He watched Bai Wei's back as she went inside, while Nan Cheng's group observed Wu Ming's movements. Both sides simultaneously followed the instructions into the room. He was shocked as soon as he opened the door. Why is it so cold? Wu Ming used his spiritual domain to surround himself. This room was about to turn into a freezer. He saw her standing in the corner. Bai Wei made a gesture that couldn't tear the spatial wallpaper. What does this mean? Just then, she raised her hand, taking a stance as if to attack, so Wu Ming followed suit, directly tearing away the fabric. The sight of a snake-bodied woman made him gasp in shock. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ming Ming was also startled. Wait a minute, is this Lamia? She's trapped in here, so what's going on with the mess outside? Nan Cheng tried to use his skill to free her, but it was immediately repelled. He immediately realized, I think I understand why Bai Wei wanted to come here. That kind of death aura can only be neutralized by the power of Mei Ji. In the other dimension, Wu Ming had his spirit drained away. Before him was a constantly twisting space. Where is this? Just then, Lamia appeared right behind him. Wu Ming jumped in fright and yelled, Oh my god, you scared me. She weakly looked up and begged, Save me. He knew he had no other choice but to extend his hand. The holy light gradually spread, erasing the traces of the death aura, but Wu Ming still asked, Why should I save you? Look at the mess you've made of the entire kindergarten. Why should I save you? Lamia panicked and retorted, No, I didn't do that. Please save me. I didn't harm those children. Wu Ming wasn't convinced, but I saw you with a human head and a snake body. She explained, Those are all servants of the snake. Endless suffering appeared in Lamia's pale eyes. Before she became like this, she was still a teacher. Principal, come play with us again. Lamia dearly loved the children. All right, then let's play a game of cat and mouse, okay? That little boy cheered. Okay, we'll go hide. Principal, no peeking, okay? She stood and counted down, waiting for them to run off. 10. At that moment, Lamia was still very happy. 9, 8. But in her subconscious, she saw herself turning into a snake. The sight made Lamia snap her eyes open in fear. She screamed in terror, Get out. But a seductive voice said, Stop resisting. You are the incarnation of evil. Lamia resisted fiercely. I'm not, it replied mockingly. No, you are Lamia, a greedy and evil snake woman. That voice made her panic and want to flee. Finally, by the time she returned to the principal's office, Lamia could no longer suppress her true nature and transformed into her snake form. The evil reflection in the mirror said, Look at you now. Are you any different from a wolf being tormented by fleas? You're surrounded by fresh, delicious food, yet you secretly live this twisted life. If you're going to live so miserably, you might as well give your body to me. She resolutely refused. Never. You can forget about it. Ah, you have provoked my wrath. You think I'm negotiating with you? You're just a stupid, useless piece of trash. Then, the evil reflection reaching out as if to pull Lamia into the abyss. She reached out, grabbing the kind woman by the hair and pulling her into the mirror. Then, the evil consciousness, having swapped places, stepped out with a wicked smile. You useless piece of trash, what right do you have to be the great and noble Lamia? Don't worry, I'll find a nice place for you, so you don't need to rush. But first, I must invite you to watch a fun little game. Here, I'll hold up the large mirror. Now be good and watch. The evil consciousness held it up so Lamia could see the children in the yard, then went outside wearing the original principal's face, smiling as she told the little ones, All right, children, I'm going to start catching you now. When an adorable little girl thought it was still her beloved teacher, the evil consciousness revealed its true face. Got you. She opened her mouth, full of sharp teeth, and devoured her prey, then satisfyingly wiped the blood away. Absolutely delicious. Who should I catch next? Meanwhile, the real Lamia could only witness the horrific scene through the mirror. She screamed in horror, Stop it right now, stop. After finishing her story, Lamia sobbed to Wu Ming. I'm the one who harmed those children. He finally made his decision. I don't know if I can trust what you're saying, but I'm going to save you. She was stunned. If you don't believe me, then why do you want to save me? Wu Ming stated firmly, because you're a kind person. Though he honestly thought to himself, nonsense, if I can't save this strange child, I won't be able to escape either. At that moment, his holy light failed to sever a piece of the binding rope, which made him pause in surprise. Why isn't it melting? Wu Ming pushed more power into it. I refuse to believe it. A massive torrent of holy light surged forward, and to break through the evil binding, Wu Ming was finally forced to use his entire spiritual domain. Then, as he succeeded in freeing Lamia, the entire space began to collapse. He staggered, nearly falling down, while in Bai Wei's space. They also witnessed the collapse. What is this kid trying to do? Nanchang watched in horror as Wu Ming fell. Xiao Ye and Ning Ming panicked. Damn it, is he going to die? The two of them ran over in a panic, not noticing that their own space was also starting to show cracks. But before they could get close, they screeched to a halt, because the entire building in front of them was collapsing. She trembled slightly. Xiao Ye probably isn't dead, right? He reassured her. Don't worry, a guy like him is too tough to die. Bai Wei then also appeared. So confident are you? Nanchang hesitated. About that. If he's already dead, then we. Seeing him trail off, Ning Ning grew impatient. What happens next, Zhao Ma? What's going to happen to us? Nanchang avoided the question. It's nothing. Nothing at all. I was just spouting nonsense. Bai Wei spoke up, annoyed. Have you really gotten used to treating us like fools? Just then, a hand emerged from the rubble. Stop your blabbering. There's still one more person here. Ning Ning jumped. Oh shoot, we forgot about Xiao Yi. So the three of them rushed over to dig him out. Wu Ming coughed as he sat up, his mouth full of rocks. She laughed. Not bad. You don't even have a single scratch on you. You're one tough kid, he replied cheerfully. Thanks for the compliment. Nanchang helped him up. The thing that was in there, did you release it? Wu Ming explained. She said she's the real Lamia. The one outside is the incarnation of her evil consciousness. Bai Wei asked, a bit surprised. The incarnation of her evil consciousness? Ning Ning was skeptical. Can we really trust her? What if the one you release is even more terrifying? We'd be in huge trouble then. He shrugged. I don't know, but if I hadn't released her, we would have been stuck. I can't just wait in that space forever. She raised an eyebrow teasingly. You figured it out. Wu Ming was not happy. I'm not an idiot. You guys have been talking a lot during this time, so I could guess a little. Nanchang patted his shoulder and asked, so where is he? He suddenly realized and exclaimed, oh no, he's still pinned down below. And so, the whole group had to start digging through the dirt and rocks again. After a while, they found the body, and Ning Ning sighed, how immoral, who seals someone inside a wall. But then again, is he dead? Why isn't he moving at all? He turned and asked, all right, based on what you just said, is this Yamian a good person? Then what about the cases in the previous cities? She was also confused. That's right, we only just discovered the evil incarnation. So what about the cases from the previous cities? Were they just appetizers? Bai Wei stated firmly, that means you were tricked. Wu Ming shrugged helplessly. So, if that's not it, what do we do now? If we don't release him, we'll still be trapped inside that loop. For now, let's not worry about that. This floor has already collapsed like this, so why hasn't anything appeared? Don't you guys feel like something's wrong? Indeed, the space around them was unusually quiet. She volunteered, I'll check it out. Shards of ice immediately split off to investigate the situation. Bai Wei frowned, I can't detect any life forms whatsoever. Is it possible we can't return to the original space anymore? Nanchang agreed, looking at the unconscious Yi Mian. I'm afraid so. All right, first, let's get up and see where he is in this space. At least for now, we're all in the same place. And so, the group gathered to discuss a plan. Suddenly, Wu Ming thought of something. He looked towards Ye Mian, vice captain. Can the person who drew the magic circle also destroy it? He replied, theoretically, yes. But it seems the person who drew it has to pay a very high price. Wu Ming immediately asked. For example, Nanchang hesitated, recalling, well, maybe blood from the heart or something related to life force. He then flashed a wicked grin. If that's the case, then that's great. He suddenly felt uneasy. You're not planning to do something, are you? They only saw Wu Ming directly pull out a holy sword, ready to cut open the stomach, draw blood, and remove an organ. I'm an expert at this. Even Ning Ning shivered a little. I always feel like little Yi has already graduated. Nanchang nodded. Looking at this, the student has surpassed the master. Bai Wei sighed. Such a good kid was finally corrupted by you. They saw him stab Yimian's heart without hesitation. At that moment, in another dimension, there were two people. The real Yimian's consciousness was scornful. This androgynous form of yours is truly disgusting. The gloomy principal took off his glasses. I really didn't expect you to be able to get out. Then his appearance immediately changed. Suddenly, Yemian asked, was this magic circle meant to save me? The evil incarnation sneered. Don't overthink it. You are no longer worth the risk for me. I just hope everything returns to how it was. She angrily retorted, this magic circle can't do that. Why are you deceiving yourself and others? It roared. Shut your mouth, you useless piece of trash, you idiot who could only be sealed in a wall. I tried in many cities, only here is there a miracle. I will definitely succeed. Then the evil incarnation turned away. Come here, you trash. All right, the two of them now seemed to be cooperating to cast a spell, and a beam of light quickly enveloped it. And it seemed Wu Ming on the other side had already sensed that the formation had been activated. Immediately, the twisted space appeared before them again. Nanchang frantically stopped his teammate. Xiao Ye, don't go in there. Hearing this, he didn't act rashly. Ning Ning whispered from behind. Do you feel like Zhao Mo and the captain have been hiding something from us? Bai Wei sighed, so you're only just now realizing it? Ning Ning looked over, annoyed. You guys' secrets are so weird. He was now saying, Xiao Ye, give me the heart, then get away, as far as possible. Wu Ming was confused. Can I know the reason? Nanchang sighed and explained. The Archangel Michael also represents the miracle. He frowned, softly muttering the word, miracle. Then, as if he understood, he held out the heart. In that case, you guys be careful. Finally, he ran far away from him. Nanchang understood inwardly. No wonder the final entity would come to this place. It turns out it was because of the power of the miracle. Unfortunately, the miracle belongs to Jinghua City, not Lamia. Instantly, he immediately crushed the heart in his hand. In another dimension, Lamia suddenly screamed in pain. Yi Nian was startled and ran over to ask, what's wrong? She said in terror, my heart, someone is destroying my heart. Yi Nian ground her teeth in shock. How can this be? Where is your heart? Lamia recounted with a tremble. In another dimension, I left my physical body there to come here. Yi Nian roared in fury. You are a complete and utter fool. Leaving your body with those humans, how could you come up with such a stupid idea? But she was in too much pain to respond. Yi Nian gritted her teeth and thought, no, I can't let everything be destroyed. So Yi Nian crawled closer to get her attention. She emphasized, you know, we've been preparing for this for too long, so we can't fail, right? Lamia asked, trembling uneasily. What are you going to do? Yi Nian gave a sinister laugh. Sacrifice you, and we will succeed, trust me. Then she immediately made her move. Don't worry, I won't let you die too miserably. After all, we are one and the same. In the end, she took her down with just one hand. She coldly said her final words, just die in peace. On the other side, right after Nanchang crushed the heart, a sudden force knocked him back. Wu Ming quickly caught his teammate, vice captain. Then he used holy wings to pull Nanchang away. Ning Ning pointed at the pile of rubble. Lamia's body is disintegrating. Does that mean we succeeded? Bai Wei denied it. I don't think so. The magic circle seemed to glow brighter and faster, and he also confirmed, just now, the heart wasn't crushed by me. Lamia must have crushed it herself. Wu Ming speculated. It seems like on Lamia's side there was an internal conflict. Nanchang frowned. That's not a good sign. At this moment, a wave from a spiritual domain enveloped them, and countless hands rose from the ground. Ning Ning immediately drew her dagger. What are these damn things? They're so creepy. He frowned, slashing at a reaching hand. We're trapped in the magic circle. We've probably been mistaken for sacrifices. Wu Ming tried to stay calm. If this continues, we'll all die. We have to find a way to stop this. He shouted to his teammate. Sister Wei, give me a few minutes. Bai Wei agreed without hesitation. All right, but you have to be quick. I can't hold on for much longer. Wu Ming was quickly shielded by a block of ice. I understand. He immediately used his spiritual domain. Wu Ming closed his eyes, letting his spirit enter within. He wanted to return to the hospital to find a solution. Wu Ming opened the book of magic formations. Besides erasing the drawn magic circle, wasn't there any other way to stop it? Finding nothing left him disappointed. Just then, number 1 approached with a cup of coffee. Director, perhaps you should try asking patient number 1. Wu Ming was a bit surprised. Gaia, she's not lucid right now. Are you sure that will be helpful? He smiled knowingly. Director, according to recent observations, patient number 1's mental state is gradually recovering, with at least 2 minutes of lucidity each day. Based on our observations, patient number 1 should become lucid in about 3 minutes. So you can go now, Director. Hoping for the best, he stood up. All right, I'll go give it a try. He prayed inwardly that this would work. When Wu Ming arrived at her room, she was standing and gazing out the window. The system announced that patient number 1, Gaia, was waking up. Please wait a moment. The status bar above her head read 55%. He was a bit shocked. Oh my god, she's just like an NPC in a game. Wu Ming waited until the lucidity meter reached 100% before asking, Goddess Gaia, I hope you can help me take a look at this magic formation. She gently stroked his head. You've returned, my dear. Wu Ming furiously sent a telepathic message to number 1. Isn't she supposed to be lucid? He replied with an awkward laugh. Perhaps the hospital's system is malfunctioning. I'll have someone check on it. He gritted his teeth in anger. Stop making excuses. You and your brother are both equally useless. Unexpectedly, Gaia suddenly spoke. This is a time reversal formation, my dear. What are you planning to do? Wu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Good heavens, she's lucid and not lucid at the same time. He quickly explained, what I want to ask is, if the formation is fully activated, how can I stop it? She answered directly. Kill the soul of the formation's creator. Wu Ming frowned, but I'm not in the same dimension as them. Gaia burst out laughing. My dear, have you forgotten? You are my child, and within you, you have my power. And in this world, there is nothing a god cannot do. After she said that, her awakening meter was depleted. The system announced that patient number 1's lucid period had ended. Gaia returned to her previous spot, gazing at the sky through the window. At the same time, he withdrew his spirit back to the real world. Bai Wei noticed and stated, It seems you know what you have to do now. Wu Ming calmly replied, Yes and no. She was confused. What do you mean by that? He raised his sword. We fight together. But first, I have to find Lamia. Ning Ning was still in the mood to laugh. Then you'll probably need a magic door. Otherwise, before we even find Lamia, we'll either be sacrificed or die from exhaustion to death. Hearing this gave Wu Ming an idea. That's right, a magic door. I can totally create one myself. He couldn't help but exclaim happily, Ning, you're a genius, she asked blankly. Huh? Immediately, Wu Ming plunged his holy sword, using a skill. Instantly, a spatial gate appeared. Ning Ning's jaw dropped as she exclaimed, What the heck is this? He replied emphatically, It's the magic door. Of course. In the other dimension, the gate appeared, and Wu Ming used it to attack the evil entity from behind. But he never expected. Was this a one-way, one-person gate? I haven't even officially enlisted yet. Why am I being forced to face this monster alone? On the other side, Nan Cheng's group couldn't use it either. He was shocked. What the hell is going on? Ning Ning panicked. Oh no, it's also another single-use portal. Nan Cheng then said to his teammates, Stop with the useless chatter. The important thing right now is to find a way to the other dimension. Xiao Ye just became a spirit contractor not long ago. She's basically no match for that thing. She frowned. Ma Zhao, breaking through space. If the boss were here, this might be barely manageable. But for us, our specializations have nothing to do with this. Bai Wei also agreed, saying that Vice Captain Xiao Ye has a few tricks up her sleeve to stay alive. Let's have a little faith in her. He couldn't help but feel helpless. It's precisely because we trusted her too much before that we're in this mess now. Nan Cheng immediately shouted, Lao Lu, are you there? Outside, Shi Rui was worried. Captain, one of your eyes has lost its sight, but Lu Bai reassured him, it's fine. In reality, he felt a bit of regret. If he had known there was a space overlapping, he would have charged in back then. Now look at this mess. This eye will take at least 10 to 15 days to see again. So, he finally deployed his spiritual domain. And on the other side, Wu Ming also made a decision. Screw it, I'll try a sneak attack. So, without hesitation, he grabbed his holy sword and charged forward, wanting to split the evil entity in two with a single slash, but the blow only made her roar. Who's there? Wu Ming cursed under his breath. Damn it, what a terrible sneak attack. At that moment, the snake tail of the evil entity whipped powerfully towards him. Wu Ming nimbly dodged, causing her to miss. He gritted his teeth, both tense and filled with impatient hatred. The evil entity realized it had just missed. She immediately turned back, wanting to take down the pest who was bothering her. Wu Ming could only use his holy sword to defend himself, but then the evil entity transformed into a giant snake. With just one bite, it snapped the holy sword in two. He was stunned, unable to believe it. Wu Ming reacted quickly. Turning around, he wanted to use his flight advantage to escape it. However, the evil entity in its snake form was incredibly powerful, leaping up and closing in on Wu Ming. And then, another bite shattered his wings, forcing him to fall from the sky, clutching his wounds, crashing hard onto the ground and creating a huge impact. When the dust settled, Wu Ming was weak and on the verge of unconsciousness. The Book of the Flame Emperor suddenly appeared, detecting that the director's bodily functions were severely compromised, and activated its healing mode. It floated in the air, opening to a page, while the evil entity also noticed his condition. It swung its snake tail, landed nimbly on the ground, and transformed into its humanoid form, muttering, "Damn it! Why does the thing on this human make me feel so familiar yet so uncomfortable?" But she wasn't afraid of that power, wanting to approach, but as soon as she touched the holy light, it burned the evil entity's hand. She screamed and quickly retreated. "It hurts like hell." Then, she showed a covetous expression. "Such a good thing should belong to me." By then, the Book of the Flame Emperor had finished healing Wu Ming. He had just sat up when he noticed the enemy approaching. The evil entity was about to grab Wu Ming. He jumped back to dodge while using his Dawn skill, then threw a punch towards her. But it did nothing to the evil entity. "You're too weak. Such a foolish human." Wu Ming was shocked. "What the hell? Where's my Dawn power? Why did this healing also get rid of my divine domain?" Just then, she launched a counterattack. He could only use his hands to block and retreat, but he was still knocked back a great distance. "How am I supposed to fight like this?" Wu Ming didn't give up and continued to charge forward to attack. Just as the evil entity struck, he summoned a holy shield to block it. It was then that he suddenly realized, "That's right, I don't have Dawn, but I can create a divine domain. My divine domain is even stronger than an angel's power." Instantly, Wu Ming summoned the holy sword again. Seeing this, she gritted her teeth in hatred. The evil entity couldn't believe it. "Damn it, I can't believe this human could actually injure me." At that moment, Wu Ming charged forward to attack the evil entity. She furiously wanted to strike. "You damn bug." What she threw was Lamia's divine soul. However, he didn't hesitate to face it head-on, trying to use the holy shield to block the attacks, but it was quickly shattered by the evil entity. Wu Ming was also struck by the tail and sent flying far away, barely managing to stop himself. Wu Ming didn't give up, tightening his grip on the holy sword. He slammed it into the ground to quickly stabilize himself. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Damn it, I completely lost my cool. I can't believe she attacked from behind. I totally lost focus." Then, Wu Ming created a giant shard, just in time to block the evil entity's attack, but he didn't notice the snake tail behind him and was sent flying. Wu Ming looked at the wound on his back. "If this keeps up, I'll definitely die. This cage can only withstand 2 more attacks at most." Meanwhile, the evil entity had lost its patience. "Why haven't you died yet?" She furiously slammed her claws towards him. Wu Ming immediately summoned the large cage to protect himself, successfully blocking the evil entity. With his current pathetic abilities, it was completely useless. "I hope the big bros get here soon." In the other space, Ning Ning also said, "How much longer until Big Bro and Auntie Zhao get here? If this keeps up, we'll really have to let Xiao Ye collect his corpse." Bai Wei was annoyed as she froze several hands. "Can't you hope for something good for once?" She fought, still frustrated, thinking, but she's not wrong. "I don't want the disciple I just took in to die like this." She thought deeply. The crack on the other side had already been torn open, and Nanchang is trying to handle this space. "If I'd known, I should have let him go inside while I stayed out here." Through the opening was Lu Bai. "There's no medicine for regret in this world. If there were, I'd definitely be the first one to take it. My eyes hurt so much. I'll probably be blind for at least a month this time." He raised an eyebrow. "It's fine. After all, it's not the first time you've been blind." He paid no mind to the cold remark. "Get them over here. I can't hold this for much longer." So, Nanchang shouted, "You two, get over here." Bai Wei rushed over. "I'll go first and help." He urged, "Hurry up, the crack is shrinking." Without hesitation, she jumped inside. Nanchang called to the other one, "Ning Ning, hold on tight." He pushed her into the crack. "Go now." Then, Nanchang also made it through the space just in time. Before the crack closed, he grumbled, "My clothes are ruined again." But luckily, they were all able to get out of that altar. On the other side, while Wu Ming was still holding on, the 3 of them emerged from the crack. The first thing Bai Wei saw startled her. In front of them was the evil incarnation of Lamia. Seeing its prey, it charged forward to attack, but she was quick too, freezing the enemy in an instant. Ning Ming said with disgust, "Oh my god, did this thing crawl out of a horror movie? It's so disgusting." Nanchang was also stunned. "Is this Lamia?" The evil entity roared at them in fury, instantly shattering the ice that imprisoned it. Wu Ming sighed to the side. "Talk about a critical hit right out of the gate. My sanity points just hit 0. Just when he wasn't looking, a tail whipped towards him. Voman quickly jumped to dodge it. "Damn it. If you've got guts, don't use sneak attacks." But she had already lost her sanity and charged forward, only to be stopped by a layer of ice. Bai Wei appeared behind him. "Your opponent is me." She smiled gently. "You should rest for a bit, leave the rest to us." Voman didn't hesitate to run. There might not be much time left. Nanchang used his skill. "I didn't want to do this, but you're just so disgusting to look at." He immediately summoned the Moon Echo Spirit Bow, releasing 3 arrows with a single shot. The attack dealt critical damage to the evil entity, a single move that left the entire lawn in ruins and the monster screaming in agony. Ning Ning laughed and said, "Surprising, isn't it?" Vo Min nodded nervously. "I thought the deputy leader was in charge of defense." She glanced at him. "That's just him now. But back in the day, Old Man Chang was a true weapon of destruction. Too bad those days are long gone." Lu Bai sat down warily in the car. Shi Rui was worried. "Captain," he reassured her, "it's nothing. I'm just blind now. Don't worry about me. You should go help them instead." She frowned. "I'm not comfortable leaving you here alone," but Lu Bai stopped her. "I'm only blind. I haven't lost my ability to move. Stop worrying and go." So Shi Rui could only obey to put her captain at ease. She glanced at him one last time and immediately turned to head towards the kindergarten. Meanwhile, inside the barrier, Bai Wei was fighting the evil entity. Nan Chang had just used a critical move that resulted in internal injuries. He wiped the blood from his lips, as expected. "I still can't just casually use my power." Ning Ning gently supported him. "I thought you could pull off a few more of those moves." Nan Chang gave a helpless smile. "I'd like to, but my body won't let me." Vo Min also ran over worriedly. "Are you okay, deputy leader?" He replied calmly. "It's nothing serious, just an old ailment," but the two still helped Nan Chang to a safe corner. He waved his hand. "Stop worrying about me. Go help Bai Wei." That's right. According to previous intel from the organization, the weak point of the Lamia is its heart, but its soul is immortal, so it will continuously resurrect. Fortunately, each time it resurrects, it takes quite a long time, which at least gives us some time to prepare. Vo Min gritted his teeth in anger. If the soul isn't destroyed, the spell won't end. It has to die. Nan Chang carefully instructed, "Xiao Ye, don't be too hasty. A soul isn't that easy to destroy." Vo Min nodded. "I know, but I have a way to destroy its soul." Then, a dagger immediately appeared in his hand. He seemed to understand. "Then you be careful. The Lamia's soul will quickly leave its body when it dies, so you only have one chance." Vo Min smiled and walked towards the fight. "I know." Beside him, Ning Ning also ran up to join, leaving Nan Chang alone, coughing up blood, wondering how much longer he could hold on. Just as he got closer, he called out, "Sister Ning Ning, we need your help." She asked impatiently, "What's wrong?" "Spit it out," Vo Min explained. "I don't have much strength left. I can only strike once, and I have to use it to destroy its soul." Therefore, hearing just this much, Ning Ning cut him off. "Got it. You just wait here. Don't get in our way." She directly drew her favorite weapon, a crazed smile spreading across her face that she couldn't hide as she used her skill. A brilliant flash of light appeared beside her. Ning Ning. She held the scythe in her hand and smiled. "I hate having to open my spiritual domain this painfully." Seeing Wu Ming look surprised, she raised an eyebrow. "Don't be so shocked. None of the teams stationed in Jinghua City are weak at all." Without another word, she immediately charged into the fight, quickly leaping in to help Bai Wei attack. She saw that and still had time to joke. "I thought you were just going to stand there and watch the show." Ning Ning laughed and replied, "I was thinking what a shame," she said, dodging the snake tail while provoking Bai Wei. "You guys are too weak," she then said to the evil entity. "What do you think would happen if I slice you at the waist?" However, Ning Ning's cut was quickly regenerated by the creature, which even transformed into a serpentine form and roared as it attacked. A wave of ice formed a shield protecting her from the monster. But Ning Ning yelled at Bai Wei, "Mind your own business." She taunted back, "When you're being digested by its stomach acid, I won't care anymore." While the two were arguing, the evil entity roared again, but the spiritual domain around Ning Ning also reacted. It was as if she had evolved, handling the situation with ease. Not only that, but Bai Wei behind her also chanted a spell and used ice arrows. Instantly, both attacks dealt critical damage, hitting its vital point perfectly. The creature scornfully roared, "Foolish humans, how could my scales be harmed by these tiny ice shards?" Ning Ning laughed coldly and said provocatively, "Is that so?" Bai Wei sighed helplessly beside her. "That mouth of yours will get you killed sooner or later." And just as expected, the evil entity's anger was provoked and it attacked, shattering the ice, surrounding it in the blink of an eye. But Ning Ning suddenly called out, "Xiao Ye, it's your turn." In the sky, Wu Ming's figure flew over, holding a sharp dagger and aiming straight for the evil entity. Wu Ming stabbed it directly between the eyes. This time, just die. And the creature couldn't defend against it at all. It just screamed in pain, its body paralyzed. At that exact moment, a large gate appeared behind it. Wu Ming was startled and stepped back. Why does this gate look so familiar? Countless chains shot out from within it, directly binding the creature's body and forcefully pulling it inside, leaving him stunned. Wu Ming lost his balance and couldn't steady himself, and was knocked over by the pressure from the gate. And then it decisively shut, trapping the evil entity inside. Even the two of them, Bai Wei included, were affected from behind. The whole group watched in astonishment as the massive thing gradually vanished. Ning Ning was bewildered. What is that thing? The gates of hell? Bai Wei shrugged. Whatever gate it is, you should get off the floor first. She offered a hand to pull her up, but was unexpectedly pulled down instead. Ning Ning replied humorously, let's rest for a bit, you see it's over now. And indeed, the entire formation on the field dissipated. Wu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over. He was still pondering. What on earth was that gate? Why do I feel like I've seen it somewhere before? Nan Cheng urged everyone. Don't just sit here. We have to get out of here before the barrier disappears. Ning Ming complained. Hey Zhao, we're exhausted. Can't you let us rest for a bit? He directly pulled her up. When the barrier disappears, outsiders will only see death and destruction. If we just stand here, it'll be a huge hassle, you know? She pouted sulkily. If it were me, I'd shoot anyone who dared to say anything about me. Wu Ming broke out in a cold sweat and muttered, Ning Ning's personality isn't very professional. Bai Wei felt a bit of sympathy. He looked like he had just escaped from prison. At that moment, the spatial gate opened, and she urged him to go, saying there were no survivors left here. Wu Ming could only sigh regretfully and follow his teammate into the portal. 1 week later, in the training yard of the investigation department, he was talking to himself and a bird perched on the fence. Who are you? Nan Cheng was so shocked by this sight that he spat out his tea, and he walked straight over and grabbed it by the neck. Wu Ming asked blankly, Deputy Captain, are you okay? Nan Cheng forced a laugh. It's nothing. Drink some more water and go relax outside. He pointed at the bird. Deputy Captain, if you don't pay attention, it's going to die of suffocation. He was a bit stunned to hear this, and when he turned to look, he saw the little bird was on the verge of death. Nan Cheng quickly let it go and changed the subject. All right, don't stay here any longer. You're heading to the military barracks tomorrow, so go back and pack your things. Wu Ming felt a little helpless at his awkward demeanor. Deputy Captain, your excuse is ridiculous. However, he didn't ask any further and just left. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. That was close. Just then, the blind Lu Bai approached. He looked like he had I have a lot of secrets to hide from you written all over his face. Nan Cheng said with some disdain, You're blind, yet you can still see, huh? It seems you're not blind enough. He chuckled. Are you angry out of embarrassment? He frowned. Cut the crap. Why aren't you keeping an eye on him? Lu Bai replied cryptically. A bird with wings cannot be caged. How do you suppose I can keep an eye on him? Nan Cheng sneered openly. I think you're just clumsy, and anyway, there's not much time left. So why not just let go and enjoy life? But his tone didn't show any intention of changing. Old Zhao. If there's no chance to turn things around, then let's just leave it to fate for now. Maybe the kids can give us a surprise. He stood up dejectedly. I don't like surprises. I just want them to be safe. Lu Bai helped him up. What a pity. We can only hope. The night before he left, Wu Ming lay alone and thought. Feeling a bit down, he thought he could rest for a while after defeating the Blade Leaf. Speaking of which, where have I seen that door before? Wu Ming closed his eyes and tried to recall, but then he shot up in frustration. There were too many paths, I've really forgotten. Not giving up, Wu Ming tried to sense it again, entering the space of the Pantheon Hospital, and as soon as he arrived, he saw something familiar. Was this door here before? Number 2 appeared, smiling as he said, My dear director, you are so clever. The last time you saw it was in the courtyard. Wu Ming was a little surprised. So this door can move? He hesitated before replying, Not exactly. Before it awakened, it went to the wrong place. He suddenly felt helpless. Great. So even the door to this hospital can't be trusted. Number 2 stood before it. My dear director, would you like to go have a look? With his hands in his pockets, Wu Ming slowly approached. He ventured a question. I remember you didn't let me open the door before, he explained. That's because you hadn't fully unlocked the dungeon yet, but it's different now. Wu Ming was confused. How is it different? As he opened the door, Number 2 explained. Last week, you pulled the Blade Leaf in and can now control the dungeon. With that, he opened the gate and gestured politely. My dear director, please come in. Following Number 2's words, Wu Ming slowly stepped inside the gate, but he immediately closed it again, startling him into shouting, Number 2. Meanwhile, the other guy was leisurely sipping tea, wondering if his dear director would enjoy the surprise waiting below. At this point, Wu Ming had no choice but to move forward, walking down the long hallway and wondering if this path even had an end. 10+ minutes later, he complained that something was wrong. It felt like half a day had passed and there was still no end in sight. Then, Wu Ming stopped and looked behind him. He immediately turned around and ran back the way he came, then used holy light to create a dagger. Wu Ming used it to carve a mark on the wall. The path looked identical. Could this be a ghost wall illusion? He felt relieved after confirming the mark was there, so Wu Ming turned and continued running forward. A moment later, his steps slowed down as he looked helplessly at the mark on the wall again. It really was a ghost wall. But it was still fine, at least there weren't any strange creatures here. No sooner had he thought that, a fog spirit appeared behind him, but Wu Ming wasn't fazed in the slightest and just chuckled. Just as I thought. Even as it attacked, he didn't move an inch. Just as it got close, Wu Ming spoke, causing it to freeze. There are no monsters or ghost walls here, only the dungeon I've already reached. And in the blink of an eye, the fog spirit completely vanished. He looked at the pitch-black hallway before him, and Wu Ming confirmed to himself. So it's true. As long as it's spoken here, it becomes reality. He pondered, then does that mean? Outside, number 2 was watching with great interest. Has my dear director already figured out the problem? Number 1 nodded while sweeping. It's very likely the director has not only figured out the dungeon's problem, but your problem as well. He immediately retorted, no way, although the director is hot-tempered, has poor character, and lacks ability. Before he could finish, his entire body vanished, but he's probably a good person. Number 1 watched his younger brother disappear and could only sigh. Meanwhile, a terrified number 2 appeared, screaming, a person. Wu Ming watched with satisfaction, so even ghosts can fall to the ground. So, he could only scramble back to his feet. Wu Ming smiled mockingly and asked, was the freefall tower fun? Then he gestured, since you're here, just follow me. Number 2 pouted, so petty. Wu Ming's sharp gaze shot over. What did you say? He immediately changed his tune. Nothing. I said my dear director is intelligent, skilled in martial arts, with a heroic and unparalleled aura. Wu Ming snorted coldly, like I'd ever believe you. The two of them walked to a large square, with countless prison cells above. Wu Ming was a bit intrigued. If I shout, will it echo? Number 2 didn't hesitate to egg him on. You can try. It's a tradition for every director in our history. So, Wu Ming actually shouted loudly, is anyone there? Immediately, countless banging noises responded. He asked in shock, what's going on? Are there actually people here? He confirmed. There are. Although it's been abandoned for a long time, and the keys are lost, there are still prisoners who haven't escaped yet. Hearing this, Wu Ming's jaw dropped. Escaped? People can escape from here? Isn't this the hospital of the gods? Number 2 frowned and explained. It was caused by the hospital's lax security. The person mainly responsible was the previous director. This has nothing to do with us. Then he pointed in a direction. For example, this one here. He followed the direction to that prison cell. Looking at the person locked inside, Wu Ming was startled. La Mia. Number 2 explained. Interesting, this inmate has escaped before. The board still lists the number of escapes and the name of the jailer. The board reads, Lamia, status, split soul, attribute, evil. Number of imprisonments, 2. Number of escapes, 1. Jailer, Yi Wu Ming. He realized her evil attribute was because she had killed one of her other selves, right? And what about this soul status? Are there people here whose physical bodies are also imprisoned? He confirmed, that's right. Wu Ming's curiosity was piqued. Take me to see them. But number 2 refused. I'm terribly sorry. My dear esteemed director, you don't have the authority to access this yet. Wu Ming pursed his lips and rubbed his chin, then spoke up. I'm asking you, were the patients from the hospital of the gods previously considered criminals here too? He stammered and stuttered, unable to form a sentence. Well, this. Wu Ming waved his hand in frustration. All right, I get it. Wu Ming walked down the hallway. Are all these people escapees? Isn't that a bit too many? Number 2 calmly replied, not that many, just a dozen or so of them. He was a little curious. These criminals aren't all from the Blue Star, are they? Seeing his hesitant expression, Wu Ming understood. He didn't need an answer and just sneered, you guys are really something else. Wu Ming looked down at the monster, who's stronger, the escapees or Lamia. Number 2 immediately answered. Lamia's actual strength is very weak. He frowned and rubbed his chin. One Lamia nearly killed me twice, and she's the weakest one. If I have to capture all those escapees, I'll probably die thousands, even tens of thousands of times. He wagged his finger with a look of regret. That won't do. The Book of the Flame Emperor doesn't support that many revivals. Wu Ming gritted his teeth. So I'm supposed to thank you for telling me the revival armor has a limit? Number 2 immediately got back into character. My esteemed director, it's a small matter, not worth mentioning at all. He tried to suppress his anger. If I talk to number 2 for a few more sentences, I'm afraid I might die prematurely. Wu Ming told himself, don't get angry. Absolutely do not get angry. After that, he sighed as if he had regained his composure, then continued to ask, let's change the subject. Do you guys have any information or tracking on those escapees? Number 2 answered directly, we don't have that. Wu Ming clenched his fists. Then just tell me how to catch those escapees. He rolled his eyes. You can only rely on fate. Faced with this shameless way of speaking, the two of them fell into silence. Suddenly, Lamia spoke up. I have a way to find those prisoners. He frowned, turning back to her suspiciously and asked. Her voice was laced with temptation. We are all escapees. Of course, we have ways to contact each other. Wu Ming asked directly. What's the condition? Lamia bared her teeth in a grin. I like working with smart people. I want you to let me go. He turned away in disgust. Impossible. So she screamed, then just let me out of the dungeon. I hate this place. I hate the smell of those other things. Even out of the dungeon. I can't escape the hospital, so letting me out won't do you any harm. Back in the hallway, number 2 asked, does our esteemed director wish to consider that offer? Wu Ming's footsteps suddenly halted. He abruptly asked, did those escapees really escape on their own? Or is someone helping them? I don't care what you people are planning, but the condition is that you don't touch the blue star. After making his threat, Wu Ming left directly. As soon as he opened the gate, number 1 greeted him. Director, patient number 1 has been waiting for a long time. Won't be getting any treatment. He scoffed. I thought you'd say something to defend your little brother. The man said sincerely, we all serve the hospital of the gods, which means we serve the directors. Wu Ming caught on to the main point. Are you saying the problem with the dungeon was caused by the previous director? Number 1 immediately denied it. No, the previous director's tenure was very short, and she only came to retrieve a few items. Hearing this, he paid close attention. What were they? He shook his head and waved his hand. We only know there were some things taken from the patients, but we don't know the specifics. Wu Ming became a bit tense. Are you saying she opened all the patient room doors? After all, he remembered how difficult it was for him to open just one door. In that case, what kind of person was the previous director? Number 1 confirmed. That's right, the former director was a genius. You don't need to feel inferior about this. Feeling his intelligence had been insulted, Wu Ming froze, too dejected to even speak, and turned to leave. At that moment, the two brothers faced each other. The older one suddenly advised, the director is this person now. You shouldn't keep dwelling on the past. Number 2 pointed, but this is also its will. Number 1 looked at the thing hanging high above, frowning, but I think its idea is a mistake this time. Meanwhile, Wu Ming had arrived at the patient's room, hoping Gaia wouldn't be too crazy today. But as soon as he opened the door, a figure flashed by, attacking with a maniacal laugh. My son, mother missed you so much. She hugged him tightly. My son, why did you take so long to visit your mother? I was so sad, you know. Wu Ming was stunned and bewildered. Why had her tone changed this time? He could only comfort her gently. Mother, can we go inside and talk? But Gaia said, I want to go for a walk. Seeing her pitiful expression, Wu Ming's heart softened. All right. She happily let him help her out. The scenery in the courtyard is beautiful. I've always wanted to see it. Suddenly, Gaia looked at the basement. There are many powerful auras down there. He asked curiously. How do they compare to you? She replied with a hint of tension. Much stronger than me, enough to destroy the world. Hearing those words, Wu Ming froze. Gaia noticed his reaction and asked, what's wrong, my son? He forced a smile. It's nothing. Although inside, Wu Ming was thinking, the prisoners who destroyed a world could escape the dungeon. This clearly means they want to destroy the entire blue star. Behind them, number 1 stated, the director has figured it out. Number 2 wondered, will he kill us? The older brother patted his younger brother's shoulder. Don't worry, just as I said, even though the director has many issues, he's a good person. Wu Ming took Gaia to the pavilion to admire the garden scenery. He probed, Mother, do you remember what the previous director took from you? She mumbled, what was it? She took something, it was that thing. As soon as this memory surfaced, Gaia's eyes blazed, and her expression turned frantic, but before she could have an episode, she fainted, allowing Wu Ming to breathe a sigh of relief. He almost got beaten up again. He then summoned the Flame Emperor's book to appear, checking the information. Acupuncture, combined with medicine, he wondered if he could meet the lottery standard before the military training began. A while later, as Wu Ming was waiting in the pavilion, he suddenly saw the two brothers approach. Wu Ming asked in a cold voice, ready to tell the truth. They remained evasive. No, but please rest assured, Director. Right now, you are the one who hired us, and we will not betray you. That's right. At least as long as you are still the director. He gave a meaningful smile. All right then, help me go talk to Lamia. I'm sure you too have your ways, and make it help out obediently. The next day, the entire Saya division drove Wu Ming to his destination, and Nanchang advised, Xiao Ye, you have to be obedient when you get in there. Got it? If you really run into someone you can't beat, just admit defeat. You're still young and there's nothing to be ashamed of. Ningming cut in irritably. Don't listen to Zhao Ma. When you get in there, if you see anyone you don't like, just beat them up. It's fine even if you kill them. A life for a life is a fair trade. If you really can't beat them, then come find me. Bai Wei covered her mouth. Listen, but not to everything. When it's time to act, you absolutely must not go soft. And when it's time to admit defeat, just do it honestly. In short, do your best to last until the very end. Only then can you officially join. He patted Wu Ming's shoulder reassuringly. Xiao Ye, the rest of the journey will depend on you. Finally, the car stopped in front of the camp gate. Everyone helped him unload his things. The special gate opened to welcome the newcomer. Lu Bai turned his head to see who had appeared, and then he exclaimed in shock, Xu Ying, you're the training camp instructor. It's been a long time. He asked curiously, are you here to send someone off? Xu Ying replied, I'm here to be the instructor. Lu Bai sighed to himself. This kid is so unlucky, running into this particular instructor. Nanchang stepped forward, confused. These are all new recruits. Isn't this just letting you cause trouble? Have the higher-ups gone crazy, or are they planning to disband the C division? Xu Ying smirked mockingly. What's wrong? Are you thinking about the past? Hearing those words, he panicked as dark memories from the camp resurfaced. Back then, she had told Nanchang that as long as the training didn't kill anyone, they should train to death. He broke out in a cold sweat just thinking about it. It was a total nightmare. Wu Ming curiously asked the person next to him, Sister Ningning, who is this? She turned and ran. A demon. She's a demon. She's a real demon. Ningning immediately hid in the car and slammed the door shut. Bai Wei sighed and reminded him, pray for yourself, you unlucky kid. Everything I said before we got in the car, I can take it all back. He was even more confused. What does that mean? She emphasized. It means that your instructor this time is someone that all the people in the CA division are afraid of. Even Bai Wei left, trembling slightly. Wu Ming turned to Shi Rui. Can I ask a question about this person's background? She explained briefly. A godlike existence, only 27 years old, but has 20 years of experience as an instructor. Because her divine domain is very special, the Saya squad, no matter how long it's been established, has always been trained by her. And the higher-ups gave her a very nice title. A person trained by this instructor can fight 18 Wulings. He was shocked and couldn't believe it. Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? But Shi Rui confirmed, it is indeed an exaggeration, but fighting 3 of them is no problem. Wu Ming suddenly remembered something and asked in confusion, that's not right. Before that bunch of Wulings, there was also Lamia. Our team had a really hard time fighting them. She didn't mind explaining, our team is a bit special. Wu Ming was bewildered. Special in what way? Could you explain it a bit more clearly? Si Rui turned away again, flatly refusing. It's not convenient. On the other side, Xu Ying had noticed him. Looks like you're not too bright, are you? Lu Bai defended his subordinate. You can't say that. He's young, so he doesn't understand many things. He's just a bit naive. She shrugged confidently. It's fine. In my hands, he'll mature eventually. Then she urged him back to the barracks. Let's go. Wu Ming followed behind with his luggage. Nanchang wiped away his sad tears. Take care of yourself, Xiao Ye. You go on ahead. The door closed, but he still looked back at them fondly, then resolutely walked forward. At that moment, Ning Ning was still sneering. Xiao Ye is so pathetic, Bai Wei advised. Keep it down. Be careful or Xiao Ye will hear you. Inside the training area, surrounded by fences and electric wires. I'm Su Ying. I've read your resume. Your divine domain is very good, but your abilities are too weak. It took you half your life to fight a single leaf monster. According to the video your team sent, the ability you use doesn't seem to be Michael's Morning Star power. Can you explain that a little? Wu Ming was a bit defiant. What if I don't want to explain? She shrugged indifferently. Suit yourself, I was just asking casually. He couldn't help but wonder as he looked at the woman. Are all instructors this curious about everyone? Su Ying replied directly, no, I'm only curious about you. Then she pointed towards a building. That's the new recruit registration. Go on your own. Behind her, Wu Ming's face darkened. It seemed he had many secrets that even he himself didn't know about. He sighed helplessly, trying to suppress the urge to ask, and accepted it, heading towards the building. Forget it. Don't think about those things anymore. Just live in the present. Wu Ming filled out his paperwork very quickly, just filling in all the information and signing his name. The door manager gave him a key. Building 3, room 501. Go outside and turn right. That's building number 3. Wu Ming pushed the door open and entered the dorm room, looking at his roommate's name and thinking, Ji Xiao Pang, that's a pretty unique name. Tossing his luggage aside, he lay down on the bed to rest. Wu Ming's consciousness entered the Hospital of the Gods. Number 1 greeted him, Director, you've returned. He looked over at the garden and asked, why is she in the courtyard? He gestured towards Gerer and explained, after her treatment ended a few days ago, her mental state has gradually stabilized. Getting some fresh air is beneficial for the patient's recovery, so I brought her outside. Wu Ming was pleased and asked, "Very good, but you and number 2 have to take turns managing the hospital. Can you handle it like this?" Number 1 actually replied, "I can't, so I found someone." A person with shackles on their legs appeared, and he turned to look, somewhat curious. The leaf monster. Number 1 bowed his head and said meaningfully, "Director." Wu Ming was still surprised. "This is your solution?" Number 1 explained, "That's right. This ensures someone will take care of Gerer, and it also gets the leaf monster to cooperate with us. This is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It saves you a headache." That explanation isn't enough to convince me. A thing like that appearing in the courtyard. Isn't this just like putting a fox in the henhouse? He raised an eyebrow and replied, "Director, you must have faith in patient number 1's abilities. She won't be afraid of the leaf monster." Wu Ming was exasperated. "Am I worried she's afraid of the leaf monster? I'm afraid the leaf monster will cause trouble for me. Is that clear?" She pushed up her glasses. "Please rest assured, I am of a lower rank now, so I can't do anything." He clearly didn't believe her. "Can't do anything? You used that same line to trick people back then." Number 1 spoke calmly. "Actually, there is another way." Wu Ming. So he asked what the method was. Then the old man whispered into his ear. Wu Ming hesitated and frowned. "Can this be trusted?" Number 1 stated firmly, "It's very reliable, because a former director has done this before." He was a little surprised and curious. Who was the target? Number 1 casually pointed to himself. "Me and my little brother." Wu Ming could only sigh after hearing that, and then made his decision. "All right, take her over there first." With that, he turned and left, leaving number 1 and the other to handle the problem. He dragged Lamia along. "Come with me," she protested. "You broke your promise." But number 1 just scoffed coldly, and countless chains immediately flew out to restrain Lamia. He quietly chanted a short incantation, carrying her as he walked right through the wall. Meanwhile, Wu Ming had arrived in another room. He looked at the surgical equipment and muttered, "I can't believe there's an operating room inside the statue." Wu Ming curiously walked over to the instrument table, a little confused. This doesn't look like something that belongs in an operating room. Just then, number 1 arrived. Only the hospital has these. Meanwhile, Lamia was screaming, "You traitor! You deserve to die!" Wu Ming frowned and looked over with his arms crossed. Betrayal? The old man had already pinned her to the operating table. "I was never honest to begin with, let alone a traitor." Instantly, Lamia's body was restrained by iron shackles. Number 1 turned to ask, "Director, would you like to perform the procedure yourself?" Wu Ming declined. "No, I'm just an intern. I have to consider my instructor's mood before I can perform surgery." He calmly looked over at her. "I'll just watch from the sidelines." The old man then politely bowed, asking for permission to begin. He was instantly clad in green surgical scrubs. Number 1 even reassured her. "Don't worry, it won't hurt. I'll give you some anesthesia." He then proceeded to perform surgery on Lamia's brain. Wu Ming watched this scene with a chill. This was definitely not a proper hospital. 10 minutes later, the old man tossed the scythe down. He reported back to him, "Director, I have successfully severed Lamia's soul. She has been implanted with the goodwill collected within the hospital. Now, she won't pose any threat. This is the soul that was removed. You can investigate it using the patient number." Wu Ming was confused. What kind of patient number has a function like this? I don't think the game even had that. Number 1 shrugged. "True, but most former patients can." Wu Ming felt helpless. "Just tell me, how do I unlock this?" The old man coughed, changed back to his normal appearance, and then explained, "Patient 1's treatment progress has reached 30%. Of course, with the current treatment plan, I'm afraid you will have to return for treatment every night. It might be completed in about half a month." Hearing that, Wu Ming felt his body ache with exhaustion. "I was born to be a workhorse." As he was resting, someone kicked the door open. An arrogant voice made Wu Ming jolt awake. "This room is way too small. It's not even as big as my bathroom." It was a chubby kid who was wearing gold all over. He was Zhuge Xiaopan, the young master of the Zhuge family. He looked at Wu Ming and feigned surprise. "Oh, someone's in here. I didn't scare you, did I? My apologies. My men are so impolite." Wu Ming shook his head, unconcerned. "It's fine." The boy was very excited. "So you're my roommate. My name is Zhuge Xiaopan, but you can just call me Xiaopan." Seeing his friendly demeanor, Wu Ming replied, "Wu Ming," he said excitedly. "Then I'll call you Old Yi. Sounds pretty friendly." Wu Ming started to like him. He really was the type of person who was easy to get along with. Then he curiously watched the maids cleaning up. "The base lets you bring people in?" "Ah." Xiaoban waved his hand smugly. "Of course, you should know that money can make even devils do your bidding, let alone living people." A maid spoke politely. "Young master, everything is cleaned up, so we'll be taking our leave." He nodded. Go on. Wu Ming was amazed looking at the spotlessly clean room. Suddenly, Xiaoban came over and put an arm around Wu Ming's shoulder. Since we're living together now, feel free to use my things. Don't worry. This young master may not have much else, but I've got money to spare, so feel free to use anything you want. Wu Ming didn't know how to respond. He thought to himself suspiciously. Living together? For some reason, his tone made it sound like he was being kept. Suddenly, a bell rang. It's dinner time. Please proceed to the cafeteria for your meal. He immediately perked up. Let's go. Old Yi, let's see what delicious food they have. The dining hall was already filled with quite a few new recruits. Xiao Ban sighed as he looked at the food. Just looking at this food makes me lose my appetite. If I'd known, I would have told my dad to donate a few chefs to the base. Wu Ming raised an eyebrow curiously. Your family is pretty impressive. Huh, he shrugged. It's just okay. After all, 3/4 of the tools and supplies for the Ren are provided by my family. Hearing that, he became even more confused. So why would a rich young master like you come all the way out here to suffer? Xiao Ban just claimed it was for his ideals, a vague statement that left Wu Ming bewildered. He proudly puffed out his chest. Joining the Ren is my ideal. A life of wealth is just too dull and boring. Only adventure is my ultimate destination. He found it a bit funny. Your destination is certainly unique. Xiao Ban, however, was very worked up. Of course it is, he suddenly whispered. By the way, I heard our instructor this time is Xu Ying, and according to a reliable source, her methods are pretty ruthless. I bet we're in for some hard times. Wu Ming sighed at the thought. Your source isn't wrong. She was the one who brought me here today. This statement made him choke and spit out his soup, nearly spraying it all over him. But unfortunately, Wu Ming dodged, and it hit someone else. The person who got hit, Bai Li, furiously yelled, "Are you looking for death?" He then impulsively activated his spirit domain, ready to fight, attacking Xiao Ban without a second thought. But just then, he was stopped by another person. Wu Ming smiled and tried to make peace. It was just an accident. No need to get so angry. I'm sorry. That was our fault. We apologize to you. But he was clearly still furious. Sorry. He raised his fist to attack again. I want him dead. He easily blocked it with his hand. You're way too hot-headed. We already apologize. Why are you still pushing it? Xiao Ban didn't just stand by and watch. You dare hit my bro? This young master will risk his life to fight you. In the blink of an eye, he summoned a giant hammer and swung, but suddenly both of them were sent flying by an external force. Their attacker was Xu Ying, who had just arrived. She was still calmly smiling. You like fighting this much? Then why don't I have a round with you all? Then she frowned slightly, her fingers closing as if controlling something. Wu Ming struggled in shock. What's happening? Why can't I move? Bai Li was even more hot-headed, shouting, Let me go. Xiao Ban's face went pale with fear. It's over. It's all over. And all because of a meal. Facing off against the god of slaughter, Xu Ying, again. She coldly delivered the verdict. You three violated the rules by causing a disturbance in the cafeteria. Your punishment is to run 30 laps around the base. Then, without hesitation, she tossed the whole group out onto the field. Xu Ying sat down and warned everyone else to mind their own business, or they could join them outside for a run. Immediately, the entire cafeteria fell silent. Outside, Xiao Pang sighed. That really hurt, but damn, that was so cool. With just one move, she sent us flying out here. Bai Li furiously shouted, This is all your fault. I'll kill you sooner or later. He was confused. Why are you like this? I already told you I didn't mean it. Why do you keep screaming about killing me? Wu Ming tried to stop them. All right, that's enough. Get up quickly. If we don't run, we won't be sleeping tonight. We're all at fault here. But Xiao Pang is right. Instructor Xu is really powerful. Bai Li frowned and explained to them, Of course, she's powerful. Her divine domain is the super dangerous type 005. Her strength has even reached the crimson rank. And in the entire Ren, there aren't many people who have reached this level. He was curious, not understanding what the crimson rank was. Bai Li looked at him contemptuously. You don't even know this, and you still managed to get into the base. Xiao Pang patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't mind that pretentious guy. Let me tell you about it. Actually, after you acquire a domain, there's a ranking system. From lowest to highest, they are yellow, mystic, earth, heaven, desolate, crimson, pillar, and cosmic. Among them, those at earth rank and above are official members of the squads, and most squad captains start at heaven rank or higher. Someone like our instructor, Xu Ying, even within the Ren, there aren't many who can compare to her. Anyway, from what I know, the highest rank in the Ren is only the pillar rank, and there are only 4 of them. Wu Ming wondered, so there's no one at the cosmic rank in the Ren? Bai Li interrupted. On this entire planet, no one has ever heard of such a person. The cosmic rank is an existence close to a god. It's not that easy to level up, but there is a demi-cosmic rank. He immediately wanted to know who it was, but to his surprise, Bai Li confidently crossed his arms and replied, "Me." Xiao Pang scoffed, "With your level of strength, you dare to say that?" Bai Li angrily retorted, "Why wouldn't I dare to say it? The fact that I'm demi-cosmic rank is acknowledged by the entire Siye Ren." He waved his hand mockingly. Yeah. Everyone acknowledges it." Bai Li went crazy again. "Damn it, I'll kill you right now, believe it or not." But Xiao Pang wasn't scared at all. "I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Come at me. If you've got the guts, then kill me. Go on." Wu Ming quickly intervened. "Stop arguing and let's be serious. What exactly is this demi-cosmic rank thing?" He then continued to explain, "It's because of the unique nature of this guy Bai Li's divine domain. Every time he fully unleashes it, he becomes a demigod. But when he does, his consciousness is completely burned away. He turns into a madman who only knows how to set fires and kill. Therefore, when he fully unleashes his divine domain, his rank reaches demi-cosmic. But normally, he's just a piece of trash at the yellow rank." Xiao Pang even held up his pinky finger mockingly. "Trash." Bai Li was furious and cursed as he was about to attack, but the other guy kept provoking him. The trash is gonna kill someone. Watching this scene, Wu Ming felt helpless. Why do I feel like no one I know is reliable? It's another day of missing Captain Lu and Mother Zhao. On the second day at the barracks, while the two were still sleeping in their dorm, a morning alarm suddenly blared through the hallway. Xiao Pang was startled and fell to the floor. "My butt, oh my god. This alarm sounds like it's trying to kill me." That gave me a shock. He even felt a bit of an unfamiliar headache. An announcement came over the speaker. "All personnel gather at the training grounds in 10 minutes. He hurriedly got dressed. They didn't say anything about waking up this early during registration yesterday, did they? Wu Ming also understood that they probably wanted to catch them off guard. 10 minutes later, all the new recruits had gathered on the training grounds. Xiao Pang was sweating and panting. "I was almost late. Wait a minute, why does that hairstyle look so familiar?" Sure enough, the person standing before them was Bai Li. "Why is it you guys?" He taunted out of habit. "You should be grateful to see this young master, you know." Wu Ming hadn't even finished sighing when someone said, "Are these the two fighting cocks you're raising?" When he turned around, he saw that the speaker was a young woman. "She's Yin Shu, the new female recruit with a beautiful and sweet face." He frowned and asked, "What?" Yin Shu repeated, "I said, are these two fighting cocks raised by you?" Wu Ming awkwardly covered their mouths. "Sorry, these two are just used to arguing," she said with a strange innocence. "It's okay, I thought you couldn't handle them anymore. Let me help you manage them." Bai Li angrily wiped his mouth and looked over. "You think you're so tough, huh?" Yin Shu was smiling, but her hand was already on the hilt of her knife. "Let me help you put that tongue away and shut you up for good." In an instant, she took a stance as if she was about to strike. Wu Ming immediately pulled his roommate away to dodge, only to see her attack them without a second word. Xiao Pang exclaimed in shock, "Holy crap, this person is seriously tough." He couldn't understand it either, threatening to cut out tongues right off the bat. Is there anyone normal in this base at all? In a flash, the entire group of new recruits was knocked away by Yin Shu, and they didn't hesitate to draw their own weapons. The training ground immediately erupted into a chaotic brawl, with techniques flying everywhere. At this moment, Xu Ying appeared calmly, slightly tilting her head to dodge a brick that was thrown at her. Xu Ying sighed looking at this batch of new recruits, then unleashed her skill, quickly surrounding them. Countless hands rose from the ground, causing the new recruits to scream in terror. "What the hell is this? Don't chase me." But there were no exceptions. Everyone was surrounded by those creatures, herded into a group, and everyone on the field was brought under control. Xu Ying turned her head to look at her colleagues. "Good morning." The man in charge nodded back at her. Xu Ying gave a sinister smile. "Head instructor, it's still early morning. Shouldn't we give these rookies a taste of some real difficulty?" Lu Dong hesitated. "Hey, is that okay?" she replied calmly. "I think it's a great idea. After all, they did just register." Then, a powerful stream of spiritual energy erupted from her body, rushing into the nearby forest, making the trees seem to come alive, and a vicious face appeared. As Xu Ying's spiritual energy penetrated the forest, dozens of large tree trunks seemed to gain life. The new recruits, including Wu Ming, were startled by this scene. He quickly pulled Xiao Pang. "Bro, what are you spacing out for at a time like this? Let's run." He even conveniently struck a creature from underground. What in the world is Xu Ying's divine domain anyway? How can it have both earth people and tree people? Xiao Pang immediately spilled the beans. The power of creation? It said her ability is comparable to Nuwa, able to mold people from thin air. She alone can match an army of thousands. Wu Ming was astonished. Is she really that powerful? He nodded with a cold sweat. That's the rumor. Who knows if it's true? However, looking at the current situation, I'm afraid this is no less than an army of thousands. He frowned, looking at the group of instructors. So this is the strength of a Hong level. So what about the thorns? At its peak, just how terrifying of an existence was it? On the other side, Su Ying was calmly observing them. Director Liu was still a bit worried. After all, they were the future pillars of Si Ye. He hoped she wouldn't actually train them until they broke. She didn't seem to care much. If they really broke from the training, then it just proved they were trash. The pillars of Si Ye absolutely cannot be trash. He sighed. May you pray for your own fortune, you poor kids. In the end, 3 hours later, most of them had been captured. Only then did Xu Ying satisfyingly stop. Very good. Now it's all quiet. Then next, let's begin the official training. Her spiritual energy swept across the warehouse area. Xu Ying ordered them. Everyone listen up. Prepare for a 50-kilometer weighted run. Hearing this, the group of new recruits was horrified. Huh? I want to go home. Even Wu Ming felt exhausted, unable to move anymore. Bai Li said irritably, this is all your fault. Yin Shu still replied as usual, if you say one more word, I'll cut out your tongue. She sat up with a gloomy expression. I will definitely cut out your tongue. He yelled, you were just threatening me before. Why do you suddenly want to do it for real? Are you insane? He sat up, sighing helplessly. They're clearly a bunch of psychos. In this state, all of them should be locked up in Zushen Hospital for treatment. However, Wu Ming also regained his spirits when he heard the announcement. If you haven't started within 10 minutes, everyone will be punished with an additional 50 kilometers of training. At this moment, he noticed Xiao Pang had already stood up, so agilely too. He smiled smugly. Don't underestimate me just because I'm fat. I'm very flexible, you know. Bai Li was shocked. No way. You don't feel tired at all? Yin Shu exposed him. He's been lying on the ground playing dead for the past few hours. At this point, the others who just learned the truth looked at the shameless Xiao Pang. She reminded them at the right time. Don't just stand there staring at each other so intensely. Anyone who didn't know better would think you were in some kind of heart-wrenching, cliché love triangle. Except for Wu Ming, the other two turned away and pretended to gag. He cursed in disgust. Who would want to be entangled with him? And Bai Li also complained. Could you stop being so nauseating? He sighed and said, all right, let's get going. Any slower, and we'll get extra training. And so, the four of them obediently ran to get their weighted bags. After the running training, the dorm room was kicked open by Xiao Pang as Wu Ming and another guy supported each other back to the room. He collapsed onto the floor, panting, I finally understand why just hearing the name Xu Ying is enough to scare people witless. Xiao Pang cursed in agreement. Is she really an animal? No, she's the one treating us like animals. First, she used clay soldiers and tree people. Then she tortured us with a 50-kilometer weighted run, and then she used a bunch of spirits to mentally torture us. A beast is a beast, so immoral. Wu Ming then spoke up slowly. I just want to know if you crawl into bed, can the power of creation make a ghost? It turned out that earlier, while the new recruits were still running, someone suddenly felt a cold breath behind his ear, causing him to turn around in confusion, muttering suspiciously, why do I feel like someone is breathing on my neck? Bai Li ran past and teased. I think you're so tired you become an idiot, you useless bum. Cheng Yang seriously insisted. No, I really felt it. He frowned. Could it be you're really haunted? He was about to turn and argue when he saw something. His face turned pale, and he stammered. You finally screaming as he ran away, leaving Bai Li stunned. Is that guy crazy? Just then, he felt someone touch him, laughing at his own role. Bai Li angrily turned around and yelled, who keeps laughing behind my back? But as soon as he saw the pale face, he froze and then ran away even faster than the last person. A ghost. A terrified Bai Li used his escape skill, even dashing past Wu Ming's group. He frowned and muttered, before I get scared to death by a ghost, I'll be taken out by my own people's fire attack. Just as he finished speaking, the female ghost was standing behind him, laughing. Is that so? Wu Ming's first reaction was to punch it. He even cursed inwardly. After spending all day with those number 1 and number 2 guys, you think I'd be scared of you? The ghost was sent flying, horrified. My face, you don't hit. A ghost in the face, you're inhuman. Wu Ming had no intention of stopping. Who talks about humanity with a ghost anyway? But before he could strike again, it vanished. He breathed a sigh of relief. This power of creation can even make ghosts. Xiao Pang recalled the moment, finding it hard to believe, no matter how miraculous the power of creation is, it can't create a ghost from thin air. Perhaps one of the instructors can control some kind of ghost's spiritual domain. Wu Ming stood up and asked, I want to ask something. Can we go eat dinner now? He was stunned, still thinking about eating. I can't even lift a finger right now. Suddenly, he heard him say, "But I have a bad feeling. There are still 3 minutes left, and Instructor Shu might force us to go eat." Xiaopang refused. "I'm not going. I'm dog-tired right now. Eating doesn't even matter anymore." Just then, the loudspeaker announced that it was dinner time. "Everyone please proceed to the cafeteria in an orderly fashion to eat." The speaker was Xu Ying. "Anyone not present will be considered in violation of the rules. For those who don't show up, she will let them have a taste of the night parade of 100 demons." Her subordinates were secretly terrified. This woman is always so scary. On the other side, Wu Ming felt it was obvious. "I told you, we can't escape." Xiaopang screamed. "If I don't chop Xu Ying into 1,000 pieces, I'm not human." Later, she stood with her arms crossed, looking at the crowd. "What a pity. So you all came after all." He whispered and grumbled. "This woman definitely has no good intentions." Suddenly, someone said, "Behind her, it looks like the Silver Ring Squad." This made Xiaopang turn around to see who it was. The person smiled sheepishly. "Hello everyone, I'm Cao Che." He warmly introduced, "I'm Xiaopang's Yuge, and this is my close roommate and brother, Wu Ming." He replied cheerfully, "I know you two. You were 2 of the 3 who caused a ruckus in the cafeteria yesterday." Xiaopang felt like his sore spot had been hit. "You really didn't have to say that." Cao Che just laughed and scratched his head. "Sorry about that. I'm a bit too straightforward." Wu Ming focused on something else. "By the way, you just mentioned the Silver Ring Squad. What's that? Isn't it one of the 10 squads under CA? Those people in black are the Silver Ring Squad?" He nodded. "Their uniforms are similar. And considering the ghost from this morning, it's 8 out of 10 that this is the Silver Ring Squad's ghost arts area. But for some reason, the aura of these timid quails doesn't seem quite right." Yin Shu spoke up from the side. "Xu Ying used to be the instructor for the Silver Ring Squad. 9 out of 10 people who follow her become timid like that." He recalled Ning Ning's reaction. "She wasn't wrong about that, but I still feel like something is off somewhere. Xu Ying's age doesn't match up with her time of existence, of these squads." Xiao Ban looked over curiously. "Hey bro, what were you just mumbling about?" Wu Ming played dumb. "Nothing." Afterward, the new recruits were herded into the cafeteria, and he looked in horror at the meager meal. "This vegetable washing water is what the hell." He quickly tried to stop his roommate. "Shut your mouth." But Xu Ying had already heard, and it seems someone has a lot of opinions. "Do you have a problem with me?" Xiao Ban shook his head frantically. "No, absolutely not." She snorted coldly and said, "It's fine. I appreciate it when you all express different opinions. You're not wrong. This stuff is indeed vegetable washing water. So how about this? To make sure you all don't have to drink this stuff anymore, Xiao Ban will be the one to step up." Xu Ying gave a meaningful smile. "Go out and buy some meat," he stammered, his face pale. "Where am I supposed to go buy it?" She smiled gently. "If you leave the base, it's about a 4 to 5 hour walk to the supermarket." "Oh, right, remember to buy enough for everyone to eat. Also, you have to walk there. And when you come back, you're not allowed to use a cart to carry the meat. This will be tough for you, Comrade Xiao Ban." After saying that, she simply left. Xiao Ban pointed at himself in horror. "No way. What does she mean by this? She wants me to go buy it." Wu Ming was also confused. "That can't be right. Even if you did go buy it, it wouldn't be worth the trouble." He sat down warily. "That's a lot of meat for everyone. I'd work myself to death and still not be able to carry it all back alone." Someone from Yin Huan spoke up. "Actually, what Instructor Shu means is for your entire group to go down the mountain to buy meat." Xiao Ban looked up, stunned, clearly not understanding. The man glanced at everyone. "This is the new training course, and as for this meal, you can keep eating. Only when you're full will you have the strength to go down the mountain and buy meat." And so, the whole group obediently sat down at the table to eat their buns. The other members of Yin Huan disagreed, reminding him, "Captain, you're basically giving them the entire answer. Aren't you afraid Instructor Shu will get angry? You'll have to train with them too." Yang Chao said with a great sense of responsibility. "Don't you guys get it? This is like when you're caught in the rain. You have to hold an umbrella for others, right?" Suddenly, Xu Ying appeared. "If that's the case, then I'll just tear your umbrella to shreds. Starting tomorrow, your Yin Huan squad will also train with them." The next morning, just as the sun was rising, the Yin Huan squad and the new recruits had to assemble. Mingxiu pointed, "Captain, look, what is that?" Yang Chao looked up, puzzled. "Where? What?" A teammate replied resentfully, "That's our umbrella being torn apart. Look, it's torn to shreds and can't even cover a single drop." At this moment, Xu Ying was observing and said to her subordinate, "Half a month ago, we fought in an SS class fog, and we were almost completely wiped out. If we don't train them, next time we'll be visiting their graves." She used the mic to announce her assessment. "I saw all of your performances yesterday, and I can only say they were absolutely terrible. At times, I even wondered how humans could be as incompetent as you all, scared of ghosts, lacking stamina, and unable to follow rules. Every single thing about you makes people mock CEA's selection standards. But as your instructor, I feel I should still give you a chance and lend you a hand. Therefore, I have invited your seniors to come. Immediately, the Yin Huan group followed the order and jumped onto the stage. A group of 4 knelt before Xu Ying, while the other instructors set up 3 red flag poles. She explained, "From now on, for 1 week, 3 of you must protect these 3 flags. As for rookies like you, no matter the method, no matter the time, as long as you get 1 flag, I'll count it as your win." Cheng Yang asked excitedly, "What if we get all 3? Xu Ying raised an eyebrow and replied, "If you get all 3 flags, I'll give you a week off." "All right, it's all been laid out. The rest of the time is yours. Don't disappoint me." Down below, the rookies felt like their world was collapsing. They complained, "Oh my god, how are we supposed to capture them? That's one of the 10 squads. Who can possibly beat them?" At this moment, 3 of the 5 Silver Ring members had received the flags. Meng Shu turned and asked, "Captain, isn't this a bit too easy?" Yang Chao frowned. "Easy? Do you really think the people down there are as weak as Yu Ying said? Besides, look at the whole training ground and then look at the 5 of us. With a human wave tactic like this, there's no way we can hold them off." Wu Ming was intently observing the flag bearers above. Xiao Pang patted his shoulder. "Old Ye, what are you thinking about? Don't listen to what others say. I believe with this many of our people, if each of us just spits once, it'll be enough to drown the Silver Ring squad. When that happens, won't capturing the flag be a piece of cake?" Yin Shu sneered. "Killing a fatty like you would be a piece of cake." He angrily shouted, "Why do you have to pick on everyone you meet?" Cao Che walked over and said, "What Yin Shu said isn't wrong. Putting everything else aside, the highest rank in our group is only Xuan level, while the lowest in the Silver Ring squad is Tian level. Plus, they have excellent teamwork. They might even be comparable to Zhu level. If we really fight, it's only a matter of time before we're all wiped out." Bai Li crossed his arms and asked, "Then how are we supposed to fight? Should I try unlocking my power? It'll only take a few minutes to wipe them out then." She laughed and replied, "I'm just afraid you won't be able to tell friend from foe and end up killing our own teammates." Xiao Pang shrugged. "That's right. Everyone knows when you go crazy, you even attack yourself." And so, the two started bickering again, leaving Wu Ming feeling helpless. "Stop arguing. The urgent matter now is to gather everyone to discuss a strategy. Otherwise, if we just charge in blindly, we'll only be wasting our own combat strength." 1 hour later, the group of rookies gathered in a room. Cao Che took the lead and explained, "I've gathered everyone here mainly to take stock of everyone's abilities. That way, we can clearly formulate a battle plan." Someone disagreed. "So on what basis should we do what you tell us to do?" "Yeah." Bai Li didn't hesitate and decisively unleashed his power, then grinned menacingly. "On the basis that my fists are harder than yours. Not convinced? Then come over here and let's have a match." He stepped in to smooth things over. All right, calm down." Cao Che smiled amicably. "Everyone, you've misunderstood. I have no intention of commanding you all. I'm just temporarily helping to gather information. Once everyone has discussed a plan, we can naturally choose a commander." On the other side, Yin Shu asked, "Who do you think will end up with the command authority?" Wu Ming calmly replied, "Cao Che is much calmer and more composed than the average person. He's more suitable to be the commander than anyone else." She feigned surprise. "I thought you would fight for this position." He rolled his eyes in annoyance. "Do I look like someone who enjoys using their brain?" Unexpectedly, Yin Shu said, "How about I be the commander? If I'm in charge, it'll definitely be an incredibly spectacular battle." Wu Ming didn't answer, but cursed inwardly, "I'm afraid before it even starts, we'll have to send." Everyone had gone to the ceremony. A while later, Xiao Pang brought the stack of self-introduction forms he had collected. Bai Li was a little skeptical about this method, wondering if it would really work. Cao Qi and the elders reviewed the information, saying they would only know if it worked after trying. Later, Wu Ming asked, "How's it going?" He smiled and replied, "We might have found a more suitable commander. There were 2 particularly special forms. Outstanding, Diao Diao, whose domain is the brain, can devise the most optimal command plan based on known information, and Li Zhang, whose domain, the heavenly eye, can link the vision of all living creatures within a 500-meter radius." Xiao Pang exclaimed excitedly, "Isn't that basically artificial intelligence plus a satellite? That's truly an amazing command combination." At that moment, Cao Qi took a deep breath and then announced to everyone, "Based on all the available information, we have found the 2 most suitable commanders, Lu Diao and Li Zhang." The 2 people who were called were a man and a woman. He handed the stack of papers to the girl. "Lu Diao, right? These are everyone's abilities. Take a look." Unexpectedly, the young man next to her spoke up. You've got the wrong person. I'm Lu Diao Diao. Instantly, the atmosphere in the room went dead silent. Sao Chi quickly laughed to diffuse the situation. Such a fitting name. Dao Dao didn't seem to mind, saying, It's fine, I'm used to it. Later, he compiled all the information and displayed countless complex formulas on the screen. Dao Dao then spoke up. I've compared everyone's combat power with that of the Silver Ring squad. We only have 1 week, so to think we can win is basically a fool's dream. Murmurs erupted throughout the room. I told you so, there's basically no way to win. Su Ying is really a demon. This time is just great. Even the human supercomputer has concluded that victory is impossible, so this training is also completely meaningless. Suddenly, he coughed to get their attention. Please let me finish. Right now, there are 2 ways. We can possibly capture the flag. The first method is to harass them continuously for 24 hours. In groups of 5. We don't require you to cause serious injuries while trying to get the flag. We just want to exhaust every member of the Silver Ring squad. The second method is a combination of the first. After the enemy is exhausted, we divide into 5 large teams with both offensive and defensive capabilities. Each team will engage 5 of their members, and then we'll dispatch a small team to seize the opportunity and capture the flag. After explaining, Diao concluded, The choice is yours. Cao Chi spoke up. The second option is the best, and I'm sure everyone has no objections, so let's start making arrangements. He nodded. Alright then. Meanwhile, Ming Shu also asked, Captain, do you think these rookies can come up with any kind of strategy? Yang Chao shrugged. No matter what strategy they come up with, it's all useless in the face of absolute power. Qin Hao cheerfully chimed in. Hey guys, what if we just put the flag with Xu Ying? That way, we won't have to be on guard at all, and those amateurs can just grope around in the dark. He shot him a sharp glare. Then, how about I leave you with Xu Ying? He honestly replied, that would be useless too. Yang Chao furiously stomped on him. If you come up with another bright idea like that, I'll throw you out first to test the strength of those rookies. Qin Hao's miserable cries reached all the way to Xu Ying. Boss, stop hitting me. Just then, Liu Dong asked, are you making things difficult for those rookies? Xu Ying raised an eyebrow. I'm clearly making things difficult for the Silver Ring squad. He had. A little surprised, she felt the rookies could win. Xu Ying nodded, not to mention their divine domains. Among them, they also had brains and a heavenly eye, so winning this situation, while difficult, was achievable. Liu Dong sighed and pulled out a cigarette. Her expectations for them were way too high. If they had a bit more training, then maybe, just maybe, they could succeed. But they've only been at the military camp for 3 days. Xu Ying adjusted her sleeve. I don't want to rush things either, but I have no choice. Time is running out. He frowned and asked, did Lu Bai say something? She didn't hide it. That dead bird has chirped again. Liu Dong's expression gradually grew serious. He took a drag from his cigarette. No wonder the higher-ups decided to set up the training base in the city of Jingha this time. I guess this is all in preparation for that, Xu Ying said with regret. No matter how well we prepare, it's all just to increase the body count. Sometimes I find that truly depressing. Look, the rookies are already on the move. At that moment, Wu Ming's group was sneaking forward. Xiao Pang grumbled, I'm just saying, if we're launching a sneak attack, why are we taking the stairs and not climbing the wall? Cao Che explained. Think about it. Everyone expects a sneak attack to involve climbing the walls, so we naturally have to do the opposite. On the floor above them were indeed Xu Ying and Liu Dong. Liu Dong tapped his foot and activated his invisibility skill. He casually watched the group of rookies. These 5 gathered together, you wouldn't say they're a perfect match, would you? She smiled and listed them off. 1 meathead, 1 hothead, 1 who's motivated by money, 1 who's mentally stable, and a silent troublemaker. It's a pretty good mix. Suddenly, Wu Ming stopped right in front of Xu Ying. Liu Dong was a bit surprised. Can this kid see us? She was also intrigued. He must have sensed the unusual fluctuation in spiritual power. He's a sharp one. Liu Dong let out a sigh of relief. You scared me to death. I thought my domain had failed for a second. Bai Li patted his shoulder. What's up? Wu Ming shook his head. Maybe I just sensed it wrong. And so, the group continued up the stairs. Cao Che signaled to Yin Shu. Go ahead. She immediately activated her god's peeping spirit domain. A giant eyeball immediately appeared and phased through the ceiling above. Bai Li asked doubtfully, with an eye that big, are you sure the Silver Ring squad won't see it? Yin Shu sneered. If I gouged out your eye and threw it up there, they probably wouldn't notice. You want to give it a try? Wu Ming could only step in to stop them. Alright, if we keep making a scene, the entire building will know we're here. Liu Dong assessed them. They have no discipline, their coordination is a mess, and there's infighting within the group. I really don't know why they were even put on the same team, but Xu Ying had a different opinion. A team like this is actually pretty good. Since they have no set rules, it's impossible for others to predict their next move. The two of them then decided to leave and observe from another location. Just then, an image was transmitted into Yin Shu's mind, and she saw the Silver Ring squad gathered together. Cao Che asked, "How is it?" Yin Shu explained the situation. "They're all here, and it looks like they're not on guard at all." Bai Li smirked with a battle-hungry grin. "Looks like they're pretty arrogant, not even bothering to be on guard against us. Let's go, we'll teach them a lesson." Wu Ming was startled and tried to stop him, but he had already dashed off. "Calm down, don't." Seeing this, the whole group could only look at each other helplessly. They simultaneously decided to move. The door to Yin Huan's team's room was busted open, but no one showed any signs of flinching. Truly, some people just have a death wish, challenging them so directly. A flash of light sliced Yang Chao in two. The attacker was none other than Bai Li, but the body quickly vanished into thin air, leaving him stunned. An illusion. Yang Chao appeared right behind him. "Your domain is impressive, but your strength is too weak. Go back and train for a few more years. Maybe then your sneak attack will succeed." After that, Yang Chao shot out a white silk thread, effortlessly pinning Bai Li to the wall in a spiderweb. He yelled, "Ouch, holy cow. Bro, you could have given me a heads up." Wu Ming appeared, summoned his holy sword, and immediately charged at Yin Huan's team. At the same time, someone else appeared to free Bai Li. Yin Shu sneered, "It's not like you're gonna die. What are you whining about?" Her body transformed into a hazy mist and wrapped around the holy sword, catching him by surprise. "This is," Yin Shu explained curtly. "It's a skill. Just focus on fighting and cut the chatter." Just as Wu Ming clashed with Qin Hao, her spiritual domain formed a hand to restrain her enemy. It seemed like Yin Shu was about to capture him, but unexpectedly, Qin Hao transformed into a spectral form. "My dear, it seems you've forgotten what our Yin Huan squad's domain is all about." She cursed in frustration. Trying to ambush a bunch of ghosts is truly a foolish move. And just as she said, he effortlessly appeared behind Yin Shu. Meanwhile, Cao Che also began forming hand seals. The spiritual energy around him began to fluctuate. Cao Che quickly marked her and Qin Hao's positions. In the blink of an eye, he swept Yin Shu out of the attack's range, causing Qin Hao's strike to miss completely. Xiao Pang, hiding behind the door, watched in terror. "Are you guys playing for real?" Ming Shu appeared like a ghost and held a knife to his throat. "Who said we were playing?" But Xiao Pang nimbly ducked to escape, then tossed out a few strange little pellets. A smoke bomb went off, obscuring her vision. A figure charged out from the smoke. Bai Li let out a menacing laugh as he brought his fist down. "Eat this." The room was rocked by a series of deafening impacts. Down below, the two instructors were still watching. When they saw this, they turned to each other in utter disbelief. Then, Liu Dong exploded in anger, roaring, "My building!" An entire floor of the building collapsed right before their eyes. From inside, a group of people emerged coughing. Both the freshman and Yin Huan's team were safely crawling out from the rubble. He furiously roared, "I told you to play capture the flag, not demolish the building. I'm gonna tear you kids to shreds." Xu Ying quickly tried to stop him. "Calm down." Liu Dong roared furiously. "Calm down my foot, let me tell you. Don't you dare stop me. I'm burying these brats alive today, and no one is getting out of here in one piece." This time, even Xu Ying was at a loss. She gave a direct order. "What are you all staring at? Run." And so, the entire group used every skill they had to escape. During the chase, Qin Hao dodged an attack. "This little brat is taking advantage of the chaos." Xiao Pang replied gleefully. "This is called outsmarting the enemy, you idiot." Just then, a hand shot out and grabbed him. Liu Dong tightened his grip on the object in his hand. "This net is perfect for catching you kids." Xiao Pang cried out in despair, "My net." Yin Shu quickly dragged him away. "And you call that outsmarting the enemy? You basically just handed it to him on a silver platter." But of course, Liu Dong was much stronger than these freshmen, and directly threw the net at the two of them with all his might. Luckily, Su Ying intervened. "The difficulty level is already high enough. Don't make it any harder for them, anymore." The net quickly shrank and fell into her hand. Xu Ying clicked her tongue and sighed. What an untrustworthy bunch. Meanwhile, inside the freshmen's meeting room, the others were wondering what the current situation was and why they hadn't returned. Yet, did they succeed? "I think they got caught." Dao turned to the person beside her. "What happened?" Li Zhang held his forehead. "It's a long story. They pissed off the chief instructor." Everyone was startled. What's going on? How did the chief instructor get involved? Just as she was about to explain that they blew it up, the door to the room was kicked open by Wu Ming. He shouted, "Close the door. The chief instructor is on his way here. Diao Diao rushed to support Xiao Ban, saying, "You guys went to attack the Yin Huan squad, and you ended up attacking the chief instructor instead?" He waved his hand to explain. "No, we blew up the office building, and the chief instructor went ballistic." For a moment, the entire classroom was stunned into silence. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and everyone in the room tensed up. Xiao Ban urged Bai Li, "You go open the door." He retorted indignantly, "You're the one who blew up the building. Why should I be the one to go? Hurry up and open it. Stop hiding in the back." Yin Shu agreed and pushed him forward. "That's right, you caused this trouble, so you should be the one to deal with it yourself." The chaos forced Cao Che to use his silence skill, and instantly, talismans sealed all three of their mouths. Wu Ming patted their backs reassuringly. Now's not the time for infighting. He then took the initiative and walked towards the door. The person who arrived was actually Xu Ying. "You actually dared to open the door? Weren't you afraid it was the chief instructor?" Wu Ming replied calmly, "Hello, Instructor Xu." She held out the net. "Here's your stuff. Keep it safe." He nodded in response. "Thank you, Instructor Xu." Xu Ying turned to leave. "Don't mention it. If you really want to thank me, then win this competition. I'd love to see the rookies take down the veterans." These words truly took Wu Ming by surprise. He then brought the item back. "Instructor Xu returned this to you." Xiao Ban, whose mouth was still sealed, groaned, trying to speak. Cao Che then broke the spell. "Silence. Release." He let out a sigh of relief. "I almost suffocated to death. But, all things considered, Xu Ying isn't so bad. She even brought back our spiritual item." He narrowed his eyes and reminded them, "This scouting mission revealed a lot of our problems." Li Zhang agreed. "The first problem is that you can see the entire area, but you can't see what's happening inside the room. Next is the cooperation between me and Dio Dio." He agreed. "Li Zhang can see, but his descriptions are relatively slow and don't necessarily align with my thought process. Furthermore, even if the two of us cooperate perfectly, there are still flaws in our communication with the rest of you." Wu Ming silently reviewed a stack of documents for a moment, then pulled out a single sheet. "Look at this." The whole group curiously huddled together to look. Who was it? It just had a few words written on it. "Zhou Qi, mental link." Dao Jiao turned around and asked the crowd, "Who is Yu Shi?" A pretty girl with short hair stepped forward. "That's me," he asked excitedly. "Your mental link, can it transmit the images Li Zhang sees directly to me?" She hesitated. "My level is too low. I can't achieve visual synchronization yet." Her words brought the plan to a dead end. Suddenly, another person spoke up. "Maybe I can give it a try. My spiritual domain can enhance the strength of anyone within its range, but at most, it can only raise it by one level." Wu Ming was amazed and gave a thumbs up. "Incredible. This domain is definitely a top-tier support ability." Ying Shu nodded, in agreement. "That's no lie. If you add another pillar level, wouldn't that boost someone directly to the martial level?" Hu Jiao shyly shook his head. "It's not that exaggerated. Low-level ones can be raised by one rank, while high-level ones can at most get a small boost in combat power. That's all, and even that only works if my own rank is high enough." Cao Tai encouraged him, "Don't be so modest. This spiritual domain of yours is definitely powerful. The combined spiritual domains of you four, that absolutely deserves a spot in a commander's position." On the other side, the two instructors were also observing them. Liu Dong raised an eyebrow and sipped his tea. "Well now, are they directly forming a command unit? Once the training is over, we can just pack these four up and send them straight to headquarters." Xu Ying teased, "I seem to recall someone not thinking very highly of the new recruits." He defended himself, saying, "I never said I thought highly of them. I was just acknowledging their underlying potential." "Wait a minute, I just realized something. This competition is a way to scout talent for headquarters, and you're not even trying to hide it." "That's right, and don't you think this first round can also help us find more new squads? For example, Wu Ming's group. Although they lack teamwork and have harsh personalities, they're very suitable for forming a new team. I have a feeling this squad won't be any worse than Squad 10. Liu Dong sighed and reminded him, "Don't forget your purpose for being an instructor this time. Are you choosing them or not?" Xu Ying's gaze was fixed on them. "Yes." He was a bit surprised and quickly asked, "Who?" But she didn't answer right away. "I already said it earlier, a messy team like that, I think it's just right." Liu Dong understood her words and felt a sense of helplessness. He thought sympathetically, "My condolences to you all." Suddenly, Xu Ying pressed the remote to change the channel. On the screen now was the group of silver-ringed teen Hao complaining, "My god, these kids are so dirty. When they can't win, they play dirty tricks." Ming Xu also felt annoyed. "Tell me about it. They just threw explosive spirit items. My beautiful face got all dirty. That fatty ruined it. Only Yang Chao remained silent with a grim expression. Then, he angrily flipped the table and directly yelled at his teammates. Getting messed up by new recruits like this? And you still dare to complain? You're utterly useless. Qin Hao calmly rested his chin on his hand. Well, isn't it because we didn't expect these new recruits to be so rich? They even had spirit item bombs. Yang Chao glared and angrily smacked him on the head. Still daring to make excuses? Weren't you given the basic information on the new recruits? Fatty Zhuge, the young master of the Zhuge family, have you never heard of him? Ming Xiu leaned over and whispered in Chen Fan's ear. Wasn't he caught in the explosion too? And he has the nerve to lecture us? He whispered back. The captain must be going through menopause. Why is he so explosive? Suddenly, he appeared behind them. Then you better be careful, or I might just blow you up. Chen Fan's face turned pale as he stammered, but Yang Chao stood in the middle of the room and shouted with a stern face, I see you all are just undertrained. Get your asses out for a meeting. The scene changes to the training ground. Under the scorching sun, Bai Wei's group of 4 stood there chatting. Lu Bai suddenly asked, how many times has it been? She watched intently and replied, this is the 3rd time. It turned out they were looking at a spirit bird standing on the fence, crying out to the sky. Bai Wei turned back with a serious expression, the 4th time. Just then, Ning Ning spoke up in surprise. So what exactly is it warning us about? Boss, didn't you already scan the entire Jinghua city? There was nothing unusual. Nan Cheng, standing beside her, slapped her shoulder hard. There being nothing unusual is the most unusual thing of all. Ning Ning rubbed the spot where she was hit, a look of confused doubt on her face. He then explained, Shuangling is an abnormality, and the entire Jinghua city doesn't even have one. Do you think this is normal? On the side, Lu Bai was lying on a chair with his eyes closed, relaxing. I thought we could hold on for a few more years. There isn't much time left. You all must hurry back to the Wu Ming camp to think. The 4 of them sat facing each other, surrounded by a faint blue light. Miao Miao spoke, let's begin. Zhou Qi closed her eyes and frowned, tense, raising her hand to unleash her divine power. An intense light emanated from her like charging cables, with one end attached to the middle of his forehead and the other to Li Zhang's vacant, unfocused eyes. Outside, eavesdropping, Wu Ming's group turned pale and shouted, so painful, so cruel, so disgusting. Cao Che sighed, thinking to himself, what an unlucky team. Zhou Qi watched everything unfold with a serious gaze and said softly, Hu Jiao, it's your turn. He closed his eyes and raised his hand to activate his spirit domain, a blue stream of life force spreading out like a shield enveloping everyone. Miao Miao was also in a serious stance, unleashing his special ability, and immediately, a few streams of spiritual energy came from behind towards Wu Ming. It directly wrapped around and stuck to his forehead, surprising him. What is this? Standing nearby, Xiao Pang was astonished as Wu Ming's voice suddenly exploded in his head. Is this thing so magical? It can even transmit sound inside my head? Yin Shu angrily furrowed her brows and yelled, You idiot, keep it down. Your noise is giving me a headache. Miao Miao spoke up. I didn't expect the effect to be this good either. Not only can we see Li Zhang's line of sight, we can even see the perspectives of others. This combination is really great, Cao Che said cheerfully. In that case, even if the enemy has electronic jamming equipment, it won't affect our communication with headquarters anymore. Zhou Qi quickly announced, This kind of group communication ability, with my current strength, is limited to a few meters, but long-distance linking for under 10 people is still possible right now. So, who should we send next? Everyone turned their tense gazes towards Miao Miao. He thoughtfully tapped on the reconnaissance control panel. It was truly a difficult decision to make at this moment. These people don't coordinate well, so theoretically, it's best to just send one person to check things out. After a few minutes of thought, Miao Miao called out Yin Shu's name. She pointed to herself in surprise. Didn't I just go over there a moment ago? He replied matter-of-factly. That's precisely why you're the most suitable person, especially since your skills are more suited for peaking, plus the speed of the divine domain. Miao Miao looked at Yin Shu expectantly. You are the most suitable person. After that, she could only reluctantly agree. Fine, what can I say? I'm so talented I get all the work. And so, Yin Shu became the next person to be infused with the energy pulse. Seeing her looking worried, Zhou Qi comforted her. Don't worry, once you leave the classroom, these mental connections will become invisible. Yin Shu turned back to look at her. Her lips moving, I hope you're trustworthy. Otherwise, when I get back, I'll kill you. After receiving the information, she spread her wings and flew off again, with a determined look in her eyes from the empty yard outside the base, soaring straight into the sky. Watching the scene through the window, Xiao Pang said regretfully, if those wings were on me, they would definitely look beautiful. Bai Li laughed teasingly. I'm just afraid the wings wouldn't be able to support you, and you'd fall and get yourself killed. As the two were teasing each other, in the distance, Wu Ming was standing with his arms crossed, relaxing, when suddenly a voice transmitted into his head. Can you hear? See it? He asked, completely confused. Do. His eyes looked forward as he continued the telepathic message. Don't look at me. Wu Ming pretended to be nonchalant, continuing to ask in his mind, what is it? He glanced over and said, you also need to go scout the situation. If possible, I want you to capture a flag. He frowned. Aren't you overestimating me? Du recalled his determined gaze. No. I've checked some records. You've pulled off some incredible feats before. Your strength is enough to capture a flag. Wu Ming frowned sternly. I feel like you're sending me to my death. After a moment of calculation, Du continued to persuade him. According to the data analysis, you will return safely. Chen Fan's shadow domain returned to the classroom, quickly moving in to touch him. When they made contact, the information was transferred. Yang Chao stood up and asked, how did it go? Did you overhear anything? Chen Fan nodded. These guys are thinking about who to send to scout the enemy. The one they're sending is that girl with the long wings. Yang Chao frowned. Wasn't the loss we just suffered enough? Do you still dare to underestimate them? The scolded team members grew a bit tense, and he clapped his hands to get their attention. All right, stop looking so dejected. If they want to scout for information, then we should also give them a little information in return. The other three members of the group agreed and awaited orders. 10 minutes later, Yin Shu had flown near Yin Huan's location. She activated her ancient god scouting spirit domain skill. Inside the room, Qin Hao said, Captain, the two of them are in position. Chen Fan also reassured him, don't worry, the four of us will definitely protect these two flags well. After that, the eye saw the so-called captain wave his hand for the other members to leave. That eye, having gathered the information, immediately departed. It glided past the wooden cabinet in the room, flew through the wall, and headed towards the rooftop, not noticing the scheming smile of the person in the room. The god's eye returned to Yin Shu's body, and she confirmed with frustration. There are no flags in the cabinet. Du also received the information. The Silver Ring Squad is a team with extensive combat experience, and it's unlikely they would use such a low-level trick. Yin Shu raised an eyebrow. So what are you implying? Or should I go take a look? He replied, no need. I said to gather intelligence. At most you should just follow those 4 people outside. Cao She offered his opinion. Perhaps there aren't 4 people at all. She didn't understand, not 4 people. The two holding the 2 flags were indeed very arrogant. Suddenly, Yin Shu thought of something and immediately smiled and said, I want to try and capture the flag. Du was confused. Capture it from where? She stated firmly. On this side of the room, perhaps that hooded person isn't the captain of the Silver Ring Squad. He immediately objected. No way. It's too dangerous. The difference in strength between you two is too great. Going over there is just feeding them a kill. But Yin Shu completely didn't listen. I'm not negotiating with you. I'm informing you. Seeing that she had already made her move, Du got angry. She's completely messing things up. Cao Che calmed him down. Calm down a bit. You should reconsider. These people are 1 in 10,000. It's natural for them to be arrogant and unwilling to be commanded by others. He disagreed, but they can't be this reckless. I've already arranged everything. Isn't she just messing everything up? Cao Che smiled calmly and replied, not necessarily. Have a little faith in her, even if she is a bit arrogant. Arrogant, but he's got the skills to back it up. Who knows if they'll find it by chance. The glass door was violently shattered by Yin Shu, and she easily burst into the room. The person sitting in the chair suddenly took off their hood, revealing Yang Chao, who greeted her with a confident smile. You're here? Yin Shu didn't seem surprised at all. It really is the captain. He stood up and replied, that's right. After all, we're the most honest team, so how could we possibly deceive anyone? She even gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. The highest level of deception is telling the truth. Yang Chao humbly accepted the compliment. Thank you for the praise, but unfortunately, I have to eliminate you first. After all, getting rid of one powerful opponent is a good thing for us. Instantly, countless spirits rushed towards Yin Shu, but then her spirit domain appeared, blocking their path. Behind the angelic wings that protected Yin Shu completely, the manifestation of her spirit domain came into view, a divine form. Yang Chao raised an eyebrow, intrigued. I never expected to meet Lucifer. And that spirit domain opened its cold eyes to look at him. With just a few moves, it easily slaughtered the horde of demons. Yang Chao was somewhat excited. I'm a little curious. Is this divine form the deity's true descent or just a remnant will? Lucifer raised its sword to pass judgment, and those who looked directly at the divine slash immediately, without hesitation, launched their weapons to attack. He was startled and flustered. Do you really have to be so harsh? He quickly leaned over to regain control. My friend, I was already going easy on you, and yet you want to take my life directly? The spirit domain spoke in a monotone voice, shattering the iron chains. Too much talk. Lucifer suddenly vanished and reappeared behind Yang Chao, preparing to strike down with its sword, but unexpectedly, a Soul Reaper appeared behind him. Soul Reap, a Soul Reaper materialized, flying closer and throwing its chains towards Lucifer. After catching its target, it yanked the chains hard and shouted, Soul Reap. Yin Shu saw her divine form was threatened and immediately rushed forward. She held a scythe in her hand, looking at it with utter contempt. A mere Eastern Soul Reaper dares to reap the soul of a god. With that, Yin Shu swung her scythe and sliced its chains clean off. Seeing this, Yang Chao, overestimating his own strength, said, Great power comes at a great price. You probably can't maintain this for long. But Yin Shu couldn't be bothered with his nonsense, shouting loudly, noisy. Instantly, Lucifer lunged forward to slash him for talking too much. However, unexpectedly, Yang Chao managed to dodge by splitting his body apart. It's useless. While the two of them were fighting fiercely, Wu Ming was hiding behind a table. He was secretly worried about his own safety. With such big moves, will a passerby like Wu Ming get caught in the crossfire? And just like that, while he was enjoying the show, Wu Ming was suddenly shocked as if he'd seen something. It turned out a huge rock had accidentally fallen right on his head. Getting a big lump on his head, Wu Ming cursed inwardly. I seriously suspect those two did that on purpose. He slowly stood up, cautiously approaching the nearby wardrobe. Wu Ming looked worried, thinking to himself, Meiji, there are no flags here. But he decided to open the wardrobe door anyway, and inside, there really was a flag. Wu Ming joyfully reached out, about to grab it. There really is one. But he suddenly froze, as if sensing something was wrong. Wu Ming's face darkened, and he gave up on the idea of taking the flag. Abruptly, a chain shot straight towards the wardrobe where he was standing. Yang Chao sneered contemptuously. There's another rat. Wu Ming immediately drew his sword, preparing to fight. On the other side, Yin Shu shouted reproachfully, Big brother, you, what a loser, he retorted, not backing down. Who would have thought the sound of opening a wardrobe could be so loud? Hearing this, he explained, It's precisely because I was afraid you little devils would come to steal that I intentionally got this wardrobe. You see, the moment it's opened, you can hear it. Seeing the dangerous situation, Yin Shu transformed back into her human form. She questioned Yang Chao, were all the bamboo shoots on that mountain taken by your Silver Ring team? He replied provocatively, You rookie, this is called All's Fair in War. Suddenly, Wu Ming launched his sword straight at Yang Chao to retaliate. He calmly asserted, What a coincidence, we know this move too. In return, he just sneered, This level of force won't hurt me. Wu Ming retorted, Who said I wanted to hurt you? Immediately, the sword transformed into long strips of cloth that enveloped Yang Chao. He looked at the incredible sight before him, exclaiming in shock, This is Zhao Nancheng's skill. Hearing this, he immediately waved his hand and replied, Not really. At most, it's just an imitation, but the effect isn't half bad. Yang Chao gripped the chain in his hand, confidently declaring, What a pity then. If Zhao Nancheng himself had done it, he might have been able to trap me. Suddenly, the entire room was engulfed in a strange orange smoke. The smoke caught him by surprise for a moment. Wu Ming's voice rang out, Sorry, no one wants to trap you. Then, right after, the smoke began to clear. Much to Yang Chao's alarm, the entire room now only had him left in it. Yang Chao quickly rushed to the flag's location only to find it gone, angrily cursing, Damn it, I've been played. Outside, Wu Ming was carrying Yin Shu and the flag as they escaped, while Yang Chao was still seething with anger. These kids have no morals. Meanwhile, Yin Shu was praising him. Not bad teamwork, let's do it again next time. However, Wu Ming's reaction wasn't what she expected. Forget it, I'm afraid you'll beat me to death. She quickly defended herself. Don't be so petty. I was just trying to help you draw his attention. Wu Ming said disbelievingly, I think you were just using this as an excuse to get revenge. I refuse to believe you didn't know that broken brick could have hit my head. Yin Shu laughed heartily and agreed. You guessed right. But whose fault is that? Weren't you the one being slow? I already told you, this skill of mine only lasts for a few minutes. Not to be outdone, Wu Ming shot back. You still have the nerve to blame me? If you hadn't insisted on making the battlefield so large, would I have needed to move along the wall? Yin Shu immediately raised her sword provocatively. What's wrong? You want to fight? Even if I'm weakened, beating you would be a piece of cake. He decided not to back down either. Fine by me. Who's afraid of who? And so, the two of them began a life-or-death battle in midair. Down below, Qin Hao had seen everything. He wondered in confusion, Are you serious? Are these two insane? They got the flag, so why aren't they running? Suddenly, A hand landed on Qin Hao's shoulder, and he turned around to complain. "I'm watching a good show. What do you want?" Slapped his shoulder hard, and he snapped in annoyance. "I already told you, I'm watching the show." The moment he turned his head back, he froze. "What do you want?" Before he could finish, Cao Che sprayed a strange substance in his face. Did the drug hit? He crashed to the ground with a thud. The man gloated. As expected of his spiritual artifact from the Jia cat family, provided, "It works really well." A voice from within the vortex urged him to hurry back. Hearing this, Cao Chet, without a second word, immediately lifted Qin Hao, then without hesitation, jumped straight into the vortex to return. Meanwhile, Miao Miao received the news and announced, "You've got it." Wu Ming and Yin Shu were still fighting fiercely on the side, and after receiving the message, they immediately stopped their fight. The two of them hastily prepared to return to the base, when suddenly two large hands grabbed them. Ming Xiu said grimly, "Who said you two could leave?" Yang Chao forcefully shook his hand. "Get off me." The two were tightly gripped by the hands in midair, and he swung and threw Wu Ming and Yin Shu to the ground. The force was so strong that the ground where they landed caved in. Ming Xiu looked at the two lying still and said, "In the end, they're just rookies. Their combat experience is still lacking." Yang Chao rushed forward to snatch the flag from Yin Shu's hand. "I'm telling you, can you just let it go? The two of you can't protect this flag like this. I really don't want to fight you two anymore." She held onto the flag tightly, refusing to let go. "We snatched it with our own skills. Why should we let go?" Just then, a flash of light suddenly appeared, knocking Yang Chao and Ming Xiu away. The two of them were stunned and looked towards the source of the light, only to find Wu Ming with his head stuck in the ground. He asked dazedly, Are you okay?" He lowered his voice and said, "Let's talk about this. Just let me go first." Suddenly, a strange voice was heard, "No one is leaving today." Yang Chao and Ming Xiu both looked around, trying to find the source of the voice. At this moment, Yin Shu appeared with brilliant flashes of light, unleashing a power that sent everything around her flying, including Wu Ming. He fell flat on the ground, feeling wronged, thinking how unfair this was. Yang Chao and Ming Xiu were taken aback by this power, and she exclaimed in alarm, "Oh my god." Yin Su stood there, a tremendous power continuously radiating from her. She continuously launched attacks directly at the two of them. Nearby, Wu Ming was thinking, "If I go get the flag now, she's being completely overwhelmed by Yin Shu. I don't know where it is now." At the base, Miao Miao noticed something was wrong and asked, "What's going on?" "Something's happened." He heard and replied, "That's right, Yin Shu has gone berserk. I seriously suspect it's the same result as when Bai Li went berserk." Everyone at the base was watching intently. They all simultaneously turned to look at him, which made him a little flustered. "Hey, why are you all looking at me? Did Yi Xiang break the law or something?" At this moment, Miao Miao spoke up. "You didn't break the law, we just want to ask you a question." He breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "Go ahead and ask. This young master will answer what he knows." He asked bluntly, "When you went berserk, did you lose all reason?" He said helplessly, "Isn't that obvious?" Bai Li's answer made Miao Miao laugh as he understood the issue. "So, has Yin Shu lost her reason now?" Meanwhile, Wu Ming was sitting in a tree, observing secretly. Her current state is a bit like a mindless version of a divine descent. She now had a different form, with a pair of horns and wings on her shoulders. He looked at her current appearance and sent a message. Her eyes are gone. Hearing this, Miao Miao and Bai Li both exclaimed in shock, prompting Wu Ming to scold them. "Keep it down, you two." He continued to analyze. "I found it strange before. Why Bai Li manifested a divine descent when he went berserk, but others didn't. Now it seems, I'm not sure. Yin Shu's attacks have become much stronger, and they're the extremely powerful type. The two of them are just stalling. I'm afraid they won't last more than a few minutes." Xu Ying's voice suddenly appeared in his ear. When Wu Ming turned to look, he was so shocked he stumbled backward. "My god," she spoke as if giving a command. "Go back first and tell them to pause the training." Wu Ming turned back and questioned her. "What about Yin Shu?" Before he could finish his sentence, Xu Ying said, "Leave her to me." Hearing this, Wu Ming immediately took flight to return to the base and report. In just a moment, he was far away, leaving only Xu Ying behind. She pressed herself against a tree trunk. Observing the situation, it was just as she had expected. Without hesitation, Xu Ying began channeling her energy to prepare an attack. She stood on a tall tree, looking down at the ground where a powerful energy was swirling. A fierce blue flame erupted around Lucifer, causing the air around them to become bone-chillingly cold. After its transformation was complete, it looked at the two people opposite it with utter contempt. "You, wretched ants." Yang Chao and Ming Xiu's eyes were tense, ready to jump into battle at any moment. The aura on Lucifer suddenly erupted as surging energy gathered. It swung its arm, and a fierce beam of light converged, transforming into a giant hand that swept straight towards the two of them. Seeing the giant hand about to strike, Yang Chao said in frustration, "What is this? This person has lost control too." Ming Xiu, standing beside him, lamented, "How are we supposed to fight this?" He turned to run while shouting, "The hell with fighting, let's run." Seeing them trying to flee, it raised its hand. "Who gave you permission to run?" In an instant, the giant hand reached them, clutching the two tightly in its grasp. Lucifer roared, and the blue flame around it exploded, sending shockwaves billowing in all directions. The two of them were lifted up and brought towards it. Just then, a thorny vine appeared and pulled them back. Immediately after, a calm voice rang out, "Shield break." Without putting up any defense, Lucifer took the full brunt of the attack. As he was knocked backward, a blade appeared in his hand. "Who? Get out here." A figure slowly walked forward, each step radiating a cold aura. Xu Ying, with her beautiful face, appeared and calmly replied, "Ah." Seeing clearly who had arrived, Yang Chao immediately cried out, "Instructor, Xu, help us." She controlled the thorny vine, gently lowering the two of them safely from the air to the ground, then looked at her opponent and spoke first. "It's been a long time, Lucifer." Seemingly sensing a familiar aura, it said, "This familiar animosity, who are you?" Xu Ying said calmly, "Your presence in her body will have a huge impact on Yin Shu." It roared, and the blue flame around it erupted violently. "That is her fate." Unfazed, Xu Ying deployed her spiritual domain. "Her life belongs to her. You have no right to change it." Lucifer suddenly burst into a loud laugh that shook the entire space. After it finished laughing, it said, "You people are still so ignorant. You were like that back then, and you're still the same now." The two stood facing each other in the middle of the battlefield, their auras exploding, causing the surrounding air to seemingly freeze. Lucifer attacked first, swinging its scythe as a blue light tore through the air straight towards Xu Ying. She tilted her body slightly, using her energy to block the attack, then without stopping, she controlled the thorny vine to wrap around its arm, restricting its movement. Xu Ying said calmly, "You Western gods will never learn one thing." She spun around and punched her opponent, her cold voice ringing out, "You should speak with some respect." With no strength to resist, Lucifer was sent flying into the air by Xu Ying, leaping high. "That word stupid is more fitting for you mongrels." She threw a powerful punch, a surging wave of energy striking it directly. Lucifer swung his scythe, but she dodged it, roaring in anger. Xu Ying landed a kick. "You what? Get the hell out of her body for me." She then launched another fatal blow, sending her opponent crashing to the ground with a sense scream. Xu Ying saw it couldn't get up. Luckily, Yin Shu's power is too weak, otherwise, it really wouldn't have been easy to drive you out. She walked over and coldly gripped the monster's head as if declaring victory. Lucifer, seeing himself being pulled out of Yin Shu by Xu Ying, shrieked furiously, "You deserve to die." Thorny vines appeared from behind, supporting the unconscious Yin Shu. Xu Ying's eyes were cold. "The ones who deserve to die are clearly you all." After saying that, she forcefully crushed the bone in her hand, and a violent burst of light erupted, after which everything vanished. The battle was finally over. Xu Ying let out a sigh of relief, manipulating the thorny vines to form a chair and sat down. Xu Ying looked at her hand as the energy slowly dissipated. "Still not enough?" she thought to herself. "It's still not enough, just driving out a mere phantom nearly exhausted all my power." Her gaze shifted as she murmured, "If it comes to that, I'll give you what little power I have left." Xu Ying transferred energy from her fingertip, touching Yin Shu's forehead. In her unconscious state, she felt a powerful energy surge through her entire body. Elsewhere, Li Zhang opened her eyes in her room. Seeing this, Wu Ming approached. "What's wrong?" "Did you see anything?" She replied, "I couldn't see anything." Instructor Xu Ying blocked all nearby perspectives, but based on the surrounding situation, there probably aren't any issues. Hearing that, he turned around and let out a sigh of relief. Cao Che came over and patted his shoulder. "There's something I want to talk to you about." Tilting his head, it seemed he already understood what the other wanted to ask. The two faced each other in silence for a long while before Wu Ming spoke first. "You want to ask me about Yin Shu losing control." He recounted, "I've never seen Bailey lose control, but when Yin Shu lost control, I always felt that the aura on her was similar to the Mijile I saw back then." Cao Che frowned in confusion. "Before, when Yin Shu fought against Captain Yin Huan, didn't she use a divine descent? Was it similar to that aura?" Wu Ming shook his head. "They're not the same. The divine descent felt like looking up to a god, but when she lost control, it was very evil and had an indescribably cold and sinister feeling." He made a connection. "Didn't you just say that Michael gave you a feeling that was similar?" He nodded in response. That's right, I've never mentioned it. Mejale gave me a feeling of holiness, but honestly, in my memory, Michael was filled with a malevolent aura. Wu Ming recalled what it was like meeting that god for the first time. Then he suddenly remembered, I still haven't asked. Your domain is very special. It's a divine domain, isn't it? Chao Che summoned a yin-yang symbol. It's the 8 trigrams divine domain, from one of the 3 pure ones of the Taoist sect. And in my impression, the Tao Tianzun is much friendlier. He let out a small laugh. Well then, that's really interesting. That night, as Wu Ming fell into a deep sleep, his consciousness entered the hospital. Director, you've returned. Number 1 reported, Director, it's been over half a month since you last performed a treatment on patient number 1. The hospital recommends that you can proceed with the next treatment. Hearing this, he stood up but didn't rush to leave. The man asked him curiously. Wu Ming got straight to the point. I want information. All currently admitted patients. Number 1 replied regretfully, I'm very sorry, Director, but right now I don't have the authority to investigate that. He scoffed. How ridiculous. As the director, I don't have the authority, so who exactly is in charge of this hospital? The man patiently explained, of course, you are in charge, but your power is too weak. Forcing the search would cause harm to your body. This is also a form of protection the hospital has for you. Wu Ming didn't insist. Fine then, I'll change my request. I want to see the records of the past directors. Don't tell me I don't have the authority, or I won't hesitate to just quit. After all, you went through all that trouble to find me for a reason. Number 1 pondered for a moment, tilting his head in thought, then replied decisively, the director's files are underground. Follow me. They entered the prison space again. The director's files were kept in the prison. Is this a hospital or a prison? He bowed and gestured for Wu Ming to follow him. He slowly entered the already opened room. On the way, Wu Ming suddenly asked, what exactly is this hospital? The man calmly replied, the hospital is a hospital built specifically for the gods. Here, the gods will receive the best treatment. He found it laughable. The best treatment? If I hadn't seen Lamia Cat's soul with my own eyes, I might have actually believed your lies. A moment later, Number 1 stopped. Director, we've arrived at the records room. Wu Ming frowned at the door. Where's the key? Number 1 said, you are the key. Each director is the key to the records room. If you stand in front of the door, you should be able to feel it. He now found this interesting. Is that so? Sure enough, as he got closer, a golden key appeared in his hand. Wu Ming didn't hesitate to open the door, and the large stone gate slowly revealed itself. Unexpectedly, a cloud of dust flew out, making him cough. Number 1 tried to hold back a laugh. It hasn't been cleaned in years, so it might be a little dusty. Wu Ming shot him a disgusted look. You really are as unreliable as ever. He could only wait slowly for the dust to settle. As soon as Wu Ming stepped inside, the door automatically closed. He frowned, trying to get his bearings. There were no lights, only the faint glow of candles. On the desk, there was a row of such candles, along with an old wooden desk and chair. Wu Ming raised an eyebrow, intrigued. This place is completely different from the hospital. A paper on the wall caught his attention. Its title was 16th Term Director, Sammy. Wu Ming walked along, seeing many such portraits. One in particular caught his eye, 93rd Term Director, Calicon. He couldn't help but be surprised. This thing was a director too. In the picture was a skull-headed monster with a beard made of tentacles. Wu Ming frowned at the strange picture on the wall. As he stared, he suddenly saw the beard wiggle. He was startled and frowned. Did that just move? However, when he blinked and looked again, there was nothing. Wu Ming rubbed his head, dismissing it. It must be a trick of the light. My eyes are playing tricks on me. He didn't know that behind him, the tentacle had already slithered out and was even planning a sneak attack from behind. Wu Ming's sharp instincts made him turn around immediately, but nothing was there, making him suspicious. What's going on? Why do I keep feeling like something is here? Just as Wu Ming thought it might be because he was too tired, the tentacle shot out of the picture, wrapping directly around his neck and pulling him back. Wu Ming was instinctively using his holy power to counterattack. He luckily managed to escape the tentacle, collapsing to the ground and coughing dryly. As he caught his breath, the painting on the wall suddenly roared, and countless tentacles swarmed out of it, wriggling as if they wanted to attack Wu Ming. He cursed while slashing them apart. What the hell is this? He quickly leaped to block a sneak attack from behind. Meanwhile, outside, Number 1 was listening intently. He belatedly felt a pang of regret, having forgotten to tell the director. Sir, the paintings in the records room are alive. What now? Will the director die? Ah, whatever, if he's not careful, and dies, then we'll just have to get a new director. The moment he finished speaking, the door was blasted open, and the holy sword was pressed directly against Number 1's neck. He maintained his polite demeanor, saying, Director, anger is bad for your health. Wu Ming smirked coldly. Killing you will make me feel much more comfortable and naturally healthier. He then exposed this person's identity. Isn't that right, Lamia? She no longer bothered to hide it. How did you guess? He stated bluntly. Number 1 would never send me to my death. Lamia transformed into her true form. Interesting. Then she turned her head and attacked Wu Ming with her tail. Lamia charged forward with a maniacal laugh. You really trust that dog? What a pity. That painting didn't kill you, but that's fine. I have no problem dealing with you myself. Wu Ming calmly responded, the hospital has devices to protect the director. But her tail was already whipping towards him. You said it yourself. That's for the hospital. This place is a prison, my dear director. He unflinchingly used a holy shield to block the attack. Wu Ming gritted his teeth while fighting back. You really went to a lot of trouble to trap me. Let me ask you, where are number 1 and number 2? Lamia landed and replied with a cold laugh. Dead. At that moment, Wu Ming sensed that she was getting stronger. He frowned and prepared to charge forward. He couldn't let her finish transforming. Wu Ming swung his holy sword. I think the one who should be dead is you. In a flash, a gash appeared on Lamia's body. She shrieked furiously, damn it, I'm going to kill you. But he still managed to block her attack. Last time I killed your physical body, this time I can destroy your soul. Wu Ming launched an attack that sent Lamia flying backward. A holy bow materialized in his hand. I've just developed a new technique. I'll use you to practice. On. Wu Ming raised it to face his enemy, smiling as he drew the bow. I was fortunate enough to see the weapon of Lucifer. Let's test the power of Maiji's simulated weapon. A bolt of holy light shot like a flash of lightning toward her. Afterwards, Lamia sneered. A simulated divine weapon? Who the hell do you think you are? Unexpectedly, when the arrow struck her snake tail, it dispersed, then reformed into multiple copies that flew towards her. Each holy arrow that made contact then transformed into a rain of holy light, and countless strikes pierced through Lamia's body. The overwhelming pain was so shocking that she simply collapsed. Wu Ming lowered his hands in satisfaction. Seems like the hellish training of the past few days was quite effective, huh? He walked over to her helpless form and coldly interrogated her. Where are number 1 and number 2? Lamia stubbornly replied. If you have the guts, then just kill me. Wu Ming clicked, his tongue in annoyance. What a strange thing to say. I'm asking you. No, that's not right. Where are their souls? What's all this talk about killing you? I'm not going to kill you, and it's fine if you don't talk. I already have a rough idea of where they are. As for you, just stay here for now, since you can't get out anyway. After imprisoning Lamia, he left without a second thought. Wu Ming headed straight for the operating room. Technique, he sighed looking at the 2 writhing mummies, and helplessly held his forehead. I really should reevaluate the strength of number 1 and number 2. These 2 are only good for their looks. And so, Wu Ming summoned a knife made of holy power, and quickly sliced through the bandages wrapped around them. Number 2 was freed first, exclaiming, I thought I was a goner. Seeing this, he then turned to the other one and immediately slashed away the bandages on number 1. He exclaimed in astonishment, Director, thank you for saving us. Wu Ming frowned at them. Tell me how you got caught. Number 2 eagerly raised his hand. I'll tell you. Director, let me tell you. He ignored him and asked, Number 1, you tell me? He calmly replied, Yes, Director. It turned out that earlier, while number 2 was drinking tea, he suddenly noticed Lamia approaching. She said innocently, Mr. Number 2, there's a strange noise coming from the operating room. Maybe you should go check it out. He turned on the camera to observe, but there was no problem. Then suddenly, while watching, he noticed a flash of light. What was that? Number 2 quickly flew towards the operating room to investigate, then looked around suspiciously. There's nothing here. Was it a glitch? Just as he turned back to give an order, Lamia made her move, knocking him unconscious in a single blow. Useless. Number 1 recounted. After that, Lamia came to find me, saying number 2 had fainted in the operating room. So Wu Ming looked helplessly at his subordinates. Forget your brains. The 2 of you combined are no match for Lamia. Number 2 immediately retorted. That's not true. She sneak attacked me first. My brother and I combined are much smarter. But he covered his younger brother's mouth and chimed in. The director is right. We do have a lot of problems. He waved his hand. Let's not talk about this anymore. It's clear that you already split Lamia's soul. So why is this happening again? Number 1 explained. The part of the soul I split was probably the part that was previously trapped in the wall. Wu Ming was a bit surprised. Wasn't that soul already used in a sacrificial ritual? He immediately pulled a book out of thin air and opened it to check. According to the records, Lamia has many clones, and each clone has its own soul. The sacrificial ritual probably only used the soul of one of Lamia's clones. He frowned, recalling. But I remember you said before that Lamia is an evil spirit. Her soul has already been split. Can it still produce other souls? Number 1 gave an example. Actually, my younger brother is a product of a reborn soul. All the criminals in the prison are like that. This is also the purpose of the operating room's existence. This time, Wu Ming understood, periodically performing soul CT scans on the criminals. He nodded in response, correct. His face darkened. What kind of hospital is this? Really? Number 1 gave the same answer. It's just a hospital that treats gods. Wu Ming turned to leave in frustration. Fine, I was just being nosy. Let's get to the point. You guys follow me. They returned to where Lamia was being held, and number 2 was still in the mood to joke. What? What if you catch a cold sleeping here? She gnashed her teeth in hatred. I should have swatted you dead back then, you traitor. He hid behind him and taunted. Eat your heart out. Wu Ming walked ahead and ordered. Number 1, you come with me, that idiot stays here. The two of them headed towards the information storage room. He looked at the pile of tentacles on the ground and couldn't help but be startled, looking at him in confusion. Director, did you kill the manager? Yeah,